Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Countless Sentient Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Daddy, what's going on? Come now, Izuku, keep up. Daddy, where are we going? You are receiving something that is very dear to me. It's a legacy that could change the world. What is it, Daddy? It's a quirk. A quirk beyond anything you could ever imagine. Will it hurt? Only for a little while. Be strong, Izuku. I promise, I will return someday. Heather Brewer once said that the worst pain in the world went beyond the physical and beyond the emotional. She said that the greatest pain on earth was the betrayal of a friend. But on that day, Izuku would have begged to differ. Curled up in the fetal position. Pain flooding his mind and emotions. Pain that would triumph over any pain he would ever feel for a long time. On that day he made a vow. A cruel and twisted vow. That vow was that no matter what happened, his father would bear no memory on earth, no record, no meaning. Because Izuku knew his father, he very rarely, if ever, didn't keep his promises. Izuku looked at his messed up tie in the mirror once again as he tied and untied it repeatedly. His frustration grew until he nearly shouted in rage. I can destroy nearly anything I want with my quirk, but I can't tie a stupid DMN tie. Reaching up he grabbed the untied necktie and flung it off his neck before falling back into his bed. Of all days I need to make a good image of myself, why today am I being punished for existing? Izuku reached up and rubbed his face as he breathed out slowly trying to control his rage. After he finally composed himself, Izuku sat back up and looked over to the fallen necktie and sighed. If I can't tie it properly, I might as well still have it just in case. Picking the tie up, Izuku flipped up his collar and put the tie around his neck. Making sure each side was even, he smiled lightly and turned to grab his bag, only to find that it wasn't where he placed it last. First my tie, now my bag. Next thing I'll know, I'll be late. A sudden wave of anxiety hit Izuku as he turned to face the clock on his wall. 7. Okay, good. The world doesn't hate me that much. Turning back to his room's floor, Izuku continued his search for his backpack. Looking under his bed and in his closet, Izuku sighed as he couldn't find it. Sighing once again in defeat and reached for his cell phone and dialed in a number that he always regretted calling, his butler and caretaker, Hiro. Izuku didn't even hear the phone ring once before he heard a voice. Master Izuku, I'm guessing this is about something that you've lost, again. You know me too well, Hiro. I'm looking for my backpack. Any idea where it might be? Izuku asked. Next to your dresser on the right-hand side. Most likely leaning against it, or it's on the floor due to your constant shuffling. Also, don't forget your uniform. It's the first day and you need to make a good first impression. Hiro's voice spoke through the phone. I'm already wearing my uniform. I can't tie the stupid tie. Izuku said, frustrated. It still amazes me that a boy of your power and nature can't tie a necktie to save your life. Hiro mused. Thanks for your help. Be down in a minute. Izuku said before he hung up and put his phone in his pocket. Turning towards his dresser, Izuku saw his yellow bag laying on his room's floor on the right-hand side of his dresser. Hiro, you have to teach me that trick someday. Grabbing his bag, Izuku slung it over one shoulder before turning towards his mirror once again. His shaggy dark green hair adorned his head like a crown and his glistening emerald eyes pierced into his soul. This is a fresh start. It's UA. No one will know you. No one will care. You'll be fine. Izuku reassured himself as he saw his appearance in the mirror. It's a fresh start. It's a new beginning. Izuku sat in the back of a limo as he was being driven to his dream school. I'm not your son anymore. I'm Shigaraki, Izuku. Future pro hero and future UA alumni. Izuku watched as the golden symbol of UA came into view. His breath was taken away as he saw the numerous statues of UA graduates. Two stood out in particular, one of the number 1 hero All Might and one of the number 2 hero Endeavor. Watching closely, Izuku seemed to memorize every curve and chisel in the statues. I would recommend that you sightsee later, Master Izuku. Hiro's voice cut through the silence in the air. Izuku's attention was torn away from the statues as he turned to see his oldest friend and caretaker, Hiro. Hiro was always drew attention wherever he went. He had long white hair and light purple skin with elf ears. He never wore anything other than suits and dress clothing. His casual clothing was a turtleneck, scarf, and dress pants, and if he was feeling particularly casual he'd wear his nice blue leather slip-ons that he got from Germany. It's no problem, Hiro. I'm just trying to take it all in. I'm finally here. I can barely believe it. Izuku said as he turned back to look at the UA gates. You helped a hero, and now Hiro gets to take you to UA. Hiro joked playfully. Izuku only sighed at Hiro's joke, but soon his cold response turned into a small smile as he looked up and saw Hiro's playful grin looking at him. You have turned into a dad, Hiro. Oi. Raising you was hard. Seriously, Master Izuku, contrary to your belief, a human cannot live off of Katsudon their entire life. Hiro joked again. Besides, I think I did a pretty good job all things considered. He then commented. You did fine, Hiro. I turned out alright, considering everything that happened to me. Izuku responded as he slung his bag onto his shoulders. You were still a pain in the arse. Hiro muttered. You wanna know something, Hiro? Perusal also increases my hearing. Izuku said as he stepped out of the limo. Incorrect. Hyperphonics increases your hearing, perusal lets you read minds. Hiro argued playfully. So you admit that you said something about me? Izuku responded before he closed the door. Hiro smiled to himself as he watched. Izuku walked towards UA's doors. You'd be proud, Inko. Your son is finally living again, he said quietly to himself before checking his watch and driving away. Izuku walked slowly to UA's doors. Every couple of statues he'd stop and read about the hero course graduate, but soon he didn't find himself in front of a statue, but instead a golden marble slab. On the slab was a quote, hard work betrays none, but dreams betray many. Looking down, Izuku smiled as he saw the photo of a hero wearing a black jumpsuit, golden goggles, and a large gray scarf. Dreams are like the wind, unless you cast a sail, it means barely anything. Izuku said to himself as he looked over to the hero's name. Eraserhead? Who'd you lose a bet to so that you'd end up with a name like that? His name was Yamada, and he doesn't know when to shut up. A gruff and tired voice answered from behind Izuku. Turning around slowly, Izuku had to look up to meet the eyes of the very hero he was just reading about, Eraserhead. Unlike in the photo, he didn't have his goggles and he didn't look nearly as cool or intimidating as he did in the photo. Soon Izuku could feel as the pro seemed to inspect and judge him silently, that was until the pro's eyes landed on Izuku's tie. Every year I have to deal with students like you, ones who don't know what it means to have respect or DSPLN. It makes me wonder how you even got into this school. The pro ridiculed Izuku, but he didn't respond. What? Got nothing to say in response. I'd prefer not to be on one of my teacher's bad sides on my first day. Izuku answered calmly and respectfully. At least you're smart. You know that dreams mean nothing without hard work and you know when to shut up, I like that. Eraserhead complimented as he held his hand out. My name is Aizawa, Shota. You will call me sir or sensei. Izuku didn't accept the handshake and only bowed in response. With all due respect, sir, a handshake symbolizes a mutual respect or equality between individuals. I am not an equal to you, I am a student, sir. Aizawa was slightly surprised at Izuku's response and didn't stop him when he walked away and entered UA. Aizawa grimaced slightly as he looked back at UA. So that's who Shigaraki is? He asked himself rhetorically. Great job, you stupid moron. Not only did you manage to draw attention to yourself on the first day, but you also managed to simultaneously disrespect and impress a teacher. What a wonderful start to the day. Izuku continued to ridicule himself as he wandered the long and winding halls of UA.At least you impressed him. Izuku soon found the door he was looking for, the Class 1A door. Okay, who needs a door this big? Well, besides the mutants. Izuku looked at the door in front of him and smiled slightly, for once in a long time he was happy. He'd finally done it, he won. He was finally going to be a hero. First steps into a new life, a hopeful life. Never thought I would ever feel them. Izuku opened the door and prepared himself for a new future, a hopeful future, and more importantly he was going to be a hero. Unfortunately the world is a cruel mistress. Upon opening the door he was met by shouting and yelling between a blue-haired boy with glasses and a blonde-haired boy who looked oddly familiar. Why in the hell are you bothering me? Take your feet off the desk, it's disrespectful to the previous and future students of this school. Why don't you make me four eyes? Izuku stood in the doorway as he brought a hand to his face and sighed. He'd forgotten that his bright new future would be surrounded by a bunch of teenagers. Dragging his hand down his face he looked back up to see one of the boys now standing in front of him. Oh great, he's forthcoming. I'm not sure if you've noticed but your tie isn't well tied. The boy pointed out. I couldn't figure out how to tie it properly and stopped caring about it. You're now the second person who noticed and spoke up. Izuku responded, already tired of the boy's personality. It is highly disrespectful, you should fix it immediately. The boy's arm seemed to take a robotic type motion as he ridiculed Izuku. Izuku simply sighed and tried to leave the conversation only to be stopped by the boy once again. Why are you ignoring me? I did not finish talking. Slightly taken back Izuku went on the defensive and responded in a less than friendly way. What happened to you? I mean, how the heck did a stick get shoved so far up your behind that it touched your skull? Where did you learn to be so disrespectful that you talk to a complete stranger like that? The boy responded, offended. Not sure, it might be a natural response though, it only happens when I talk to a-holes. Izuku shot back as he finally managed to maneuver around the boy and found his seat behind the blonde-haired boy. As Izuku set down his things, he turned back to the blue-haired boy and decided to continue his conversation, if you could even call it that. But then again, you'd have no idea where I learned it. Ida, Tenya. Ida's face seemed to pale at Izuku saying his name. How did you dash? Same way I know you're from semi-private academy. Good school, my brother used to go there. Izuku continued his mental assault, before sighing and pinching the bridge of his nose. Moron. The goal is to not be like him. Look, let's start over. Hi, my name is Shigaraki, Izuku. What's yours? Ida straightened his posture and bowed. My name is Ida, Tenya. Nice to meet you, Ida. I look forward to being classmates with you. Izuku tried to be as kind as possible. Soon both Ida and Izuku heard a loud yawn from behind them. Both turned to look at the blonde-haired boy who was yelling at Ida only moments before. Soon Izuku's eyes grew wide as he got a better look at the boy. It was no wonder that he found him to be familiar, he already knew him. Bakugo, Katsuki. Of course you're like him. You have a huge stick up where the sun doesn't shine too. Bakugo said. Simultaneously as an insult and disappointment. At least he was civilized, you are just being rude. Ida butted in. Quiet, Four Eyes. I ain't talking to you. So what fancy school are you from? Bakugo asked in a less than friendly way. None. I didn't go to school. I was homeschooled. What about you? You don't seem to be, what's the word? Moronic. Izuku asked, challenging Bakugo's pride. In truth though, Izuku already knew everything about Bakugo that he could ever want to. Aldera. Bakugo responded while gritting his teeth. Funny. A public school boy, a homeschool boy, and a private academy boy are all in the same class. Izuku said in a lightly cheery tone. It might become a private and a public school boy if you don't shut up. Bakugo warned as he stood up. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Izuku asked as his fists clenched and his eyes glowed a faint shade of gold. You might get hurt. I'd like to watch you try to hurt me. Bakugo let off tiny explosions in his hands, and as he did, Izuku smiled even more. Izuku and Bakugo's standoff soon drew in more attention from arriving and already present students. Great. The plan was to not draw attention and to lay low. Izuku soon turned off his quirks and smiled slyly. Turning on every persuasion and manipulation quirk he spoke. I think that a fight on our first day of school would be unwise. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, but that doesn't mean it won't happen eventually. Bakugo responded as he relaxed his posture and backed away towards his seat. You better watch your neck, might lose it if you're not careful. Izuku smiled as he took his own seat directly behind him. Soon the effects of the standoff dissipated and most of the other students went back to talking and socializing like they were before, but this time with a new topic of conversation, Izuku. Who was that boy, why were they fighting, and what is his quirk, were some of the few topics that Izuku listened in on, but then another voice cut through. Shigaraki. As soon as the very family name Izuku hated was spoken, he immediately knew who said it. Turning around with a big smug smile on his face, Izuku faced the dual-haired boy he made an impact on in the recommended exams. Todoroki, Shoto, also known as, the son of the number 2 hero in Japan, Endeavor. Well, hello, Todoroki. Been some time. Izuku greeted. So, you got in. Todoroki responded. Wow, cold shoulder much? But that would make sense considering a certain thing you do to defy a certain fire-based hero. Izuku commented as he watched Todoroki walk to his desk. Besides, I have enough problems as it is, we don't need to be enemies. My father says that a competitor will help me grow. As of right now you are a necessary evil. Todoroki responded as he sat down. I repeat, I have enough problems as is, I don't need a competitor, rival, enemy, or whatever word you want to use to describe each other as well. Izuku responded. Is not shutting up one of your problems? A deep gruff voice rang through the room. Immediately Izuku's eyes shot to the doorway of the room and met the very eyes of the hero he met only a few minutes earlier, Aizawa, Shota. Izuku sealed his lips and decided that speaking wasn't a wise choice at the moment. Of course he's my teacher, just my luck. I insulted him and he's my teacher. I insulted Todoroki and he's my classmate. Next thing I know I'll have the hero commission knowing who I am and crawling up my behind to figure me out. Turning in his seat, Izuku adopted a respectful posture that looked like he was ready to learn. Aizawa slowly walked in the classroom and seemed to inspect each of the students before he sighed. I'm going to set expectations now, at least a dozen of you will not end up being heroes. If you think you are part of the ones that I am talking about, leave. You have no place in heroics. It was at this moment that Izuku smiled a devilish smile. Rumors had circled around that UA held a teacher that didn't follow the norm. A teacher that didn't accept excuses and only expected results. And at that thought that Izuku got the teacher that didn't accept excuses, his joy was overwhelming. I might have this class all to myself by the end of the year. As for the rest of you, get these on. Aizawa reached behind his desk and pulled out a blue UA gym uniform. And meet me outside. Izuku had long learned that he hated changing in front of other people, but currently the stall was being used by the even more shy Kota. So unfortunately for Izuku he had to change in front of everyone else, and Kirishima happened to compliment his physique and draw all eyes to him. Holy crap, dude. You're looking manly as hell. Kirishima said as Izuku slipped on the gym uniform pants without wearing a shirt. You gotta give me some tips. Trust me, you don't want my tips. Izuku responded, trying to ignore Kirishima and get his uniform on as quickly as possible. Soon he managed to get his shirt on and he didn't bother putting on his shoes or socks as he got out of the locker room. Soon Izuku made it outside and was surprised to see Aizawa waiting for everyone in a dirty yellow sleeping bag. Izuku had to hold in a giggle upon seeing the giant caterpillar that was his teacher. But soon his teacher saw his bare feet and started critiquing him for the second time in the span of only about an hour. If I wanted to see your toes, UA wouldn't provide gym shoes. Aizawa grumbled as he unzipped his sleeping bag and stood up. Shoes inhibit my quirk. I'm more mobile without them. Izuku responded as he looked around at the ground where he and his teacher were standing. Quirk apprehension test, I presume? You're perceptive. Good, you already have some of the training needed to be a hero? Aizawa complimented. No. I just read your mind. Izuku responded honestly. Aizawa's demeanor seemed to change in an instant. Gone was the man who had complimented his skill, he'd been replaced by the grim professional hero. You can read minds? Yeah. It's one of the many tools I have. Izuku answered. Tools? Aizawa asked as he slowly reached up and grabbed his binding cloth that was around his neck like a scarf. Common people call them quirks. I hate that term. It makes no sense. The actual definition of a quirk is closer to an idiosyncrasy. A unique way of speaking or behavior. Quirk is a term that just falls short. Izuku explains. Aizawa's grip tightened as his next question left his mouth. Do you want to be a hero? Izuku was slightly taken back as he locked eyes with his teacher. What kind of game are you trying to play? Would I be here if I didn't want to? He asked back. I remember reading your file. You have an impressive quirk, or tool as you like to call it, but there was one thing that never made sense to me. Why would a boy who is in line to inherit an entire empire of nearly unlimited wealth and power want to become a pawn to the system of heroes that he could control? Aizawa asked. Why do you want to know? Izuku asked back again, in a less than friendly and respectful tone. In an instant Izuku raised his right arm in defense as he saw Aizawa throw his binding cloth at him. The binding cloth wrapped tightly around his forearm, wrist, and hand. Izuku once again locked eyes with his teacher, his eyes glowing green in response to Aizawa's attack. Izuku held the cloth tightly in his hand, making sure that Aizawa couldn't retrieve it and attack again. Aizawa simply smiled as he activated his quirk. His dark black hair floated above his head as his red eyes glowed. What the Izuku's gut filled with fear as his quirk deactivated. Soon pain filled Izuku's arm as Aizawa tightened his grip on the cloth. Izuku could feel the burning sensation as a bruise started forming on his arm. My quirk, why isn't it dash? Izuku couldn't finish his sentence as Aizawa once again tightened his grip. It's because of my quirk. Erasure deactivates all quirks except mutant types. It's helpful to use on those who rely too much on their quirks. Aizawa explained as he yanked his binding cloth, causing Izuku to fall forward. Don't worry though, we'll fix that in due time. Aizawa deactivated his quirk and retrieved his cloth and placed it back around his neck. Get up, I read your file. I know you heal quickly. Izuku felt as the use of his quirks returned and reactivated. Looking down to his right arm, Izuku grimaced at the large purple splotches that decorated his skin. Focusing intently, Izuku watched as the splotches disappear and retreat into his skin. Once it was finished, Izuku looked back up to his teacher with a look that could kill. I was simply testing your quirk. Your file says a lot about your power and how it is nearly limitless. I don't think anyone should have that much power. Having power is a responsibility, not a right. Students who don't know the responsibility that they hold have no place in UA, so prove me wrong. If you don't get first in each test, I will expel you. Aizawa said as he reached a hand out towards the fallen Izuku. I have said it before, and I will say it again. I am not your equal. Izuku said as he pushed himself off the ground. And I never will be. You better be here because of a terrorist threat, or I will personally make your life a living hell. A rodent-type dog says as it sits down in the large chair behind its desk. Well, it's not a terrorist threat that brings me here, Nedzu. The blonde-haired man sitting across from Nedzu replies. I'm tired of the Hero Commission sending their lawyers and office workers to pester me about work. I already work for you and do more than my share to contribute. Now explain what you want so I can get back to the more important matters than this bureaucracy. Nedzu responded slightly more than tick-offed at this point. He was currently supposed to be giving a speech and welcoming note to the new first years, but instead had to hand the job off to Hound Dog because of this impromptu Hero Commission meeting. I'm John Riker, or rather it's Riker, John in Japanese. Riker introduced himself. His accent was that of an American and his Japanese was not very good. He was dressed in a dark blue suit with a red tie and white shirt. I am the head of the International Hero Commission's AVCD branch. I'm sure you already know what the AVCD branch is for and what its name means. The Adolescent Villain Countertactics Division. I've heard of you. You still haven't explained why you're here. Nedzu responded and was starting to get tired of the formalities. I'm sure it's obvious why I am here, and as such we can skip comparing our sizes and just get on with this. You have a student that classifies as a level 9.1 on the threat assessment chart. As such it is my duty to ensure that this student is interviewed and deemed docile. If he is proven to be docile he will be transferred to a private training facility inside the Hero Commission. If he is unwilling to comply then, well, I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. Riker explained as he pulled out multiple forms and documents. And why does the Hero Commission get the first pick on my students? Nedzu asked as he carefully read over the forms. Because the Hero Commission gives you your license to be a hero and also provides you the ability to train and teach the next generation of heroes. Come now, do I really need to spell it out for you? He's a risk, and he needs to be evaluated. And currently you don't have the facilities to train such an individual. Riker explained further. You haven't even told me the name of the student you are referring to. Nedzu said as he finally reached the bottom of the final document. So why don't you tell me who you are speaking about? The Shigaraki boy, of course. Riker responded with a smug smile. The Hero Commission will have to kill me and every teacher in this building if they want to interview that boy. Nedzu responded politely, but his voice still held a hint of malice and lacked almost any emotion. And why might that be? Riker asked. Wouldn't you like to know? Nedzu said with a smile as he got out of his chair and walked over to the window that overlooked the field where all the statues of UA alumni were at. Well, go ahead, make your case. Shigaraki is, for lack of a better term, a risk. He has a quirk that is more powerful than almost any other in existence. We followed him closely after his father's untimely demise. He needs people who are more qualified to train him than UA. Riker said as he got up and followed Nedzu over to the window. Tell me, how old are you? Nedzu asked seemingly out of the blue. I'm 23, why are you trying to change the subject? Riker answered. 23, huh? You are 7 years younger than Shigaraki's teacher, and nearly 30 years younger than All Might, who now teaches here. You want me to transfer Shigaraki into your care when you clearly lack the experience to control and nurture him, not to mention you lack the power to stop him if you lose control. Nedzu turned to face Riker with a smug smile. I don't see any reason to let you take him into your care. You haven't given me any reason besides the fact that you have the paperwork and the Hero Commission on your side. Riker's kind and naive exterior turned dark and soulless almost instantly. Do you really want to go down this route? It would be simple and painless, to just sign the paper. Nedzu looked Riker straight in the eyes before responding. Have a wonderful rest of your day, Mr. Riker. Riker smiled before he grabbed his suitcase and coat before heading towards the door to leave, but not before dropping a singular line. I hope you have plenty of teachers to spare. When Riker had left, Nedzu returned to his desk and smiled. If the Hero Commission wants a war, I might as well give them one. A large explosion seemed to shake the ground as Bakugo threw the ball. Class 1A was currently doing a quirk assessment test and Bakugo of all people was chosen to demonstrate what they were supposed to do. Izuku was standing back behind most of his classmates, but so was Ida, who was still bothering him. Why aren't you wearing your shoes? Ida asked as his eyes were locked on their teacher. My quirk will destroy them, so I don't wear them. No sense in ruining a nice pair of shoes. Izuku answered. What about your uniform? You were out here before any of us, why is it dirty? Ida asked his second question. What's with all th-? Shigaraki. You're next. Aizawa's shout cut off Izuku's question. Izuku rolled his shoulders back and adopted a more healthy posture as he made his way through the crowd of his classmates. He never really held much of an intimidation factor when it came to his appearance, but he more than made up for that in his power. When he finally reached the circle, Aizawa tossed him the ball. "Throw it," Aizawa ordered. "How hard?" Izuku asked back. "If I wanted you to do anything less than your best, would I have had a quirk assessment?" Aizawa asked in response. "All right, but don't blame me for the damages," Izuku said as he turned towards the open field in front of him. Setting the ball on his shoulder, he smiled. He almost instantly felt the ball increase in weight as it turned to metal in his hand. It's main event time. Activating almost every strength quirk he had, Izuku leaned down into a shot put position and wound up his throw. His uniform was already being stretched to its limit, but as soon as the final quirk activated, the right arm sleeve nearly exploded as the large bulging disfigured arm. What looked to be multiple sharp metal spikes protruded from it, and countless loose and broken veins decorated the arm. And for good measure. Activating 3 more quirks, Air Cannon, Shockwave, and Titan Wind, Izuku finally threw the ball. Izuku could barely see anything from the amount of dust in the air when he opened his eyes. His ears rang in pain as he lifted himself back up to his full height. He looked down to his arm, or at least what was left of it, and grimaced. Every bone in his arm and shoulder were all but turned to dust from the massive display of power. Lifting his left arm, Izuku felt his ears and sighed. Blood. He felt blood slowly drizzling out of his ear. Turning back to face his classmates and teacher, Izuku smiled at them with a wide toothy grin. "So, how'd I do?" Izuku asked. Aizawa looked to Izuku's destroyed uniform and the large crater that surrounded him before pulling out the device. "Infinite." "Good. That's good," Izuku said as he walked away from the crater. His right arm was bleeding profoundly and seemingly swinging with each step he took. Izuku's eyes glowed yellow as he activated all the healing quirks he had. His arm slowly started healing, starting with his shoulder before heading down the rest of his arm. Within seconds his arm returned to normal function and looked semi-normal, all except the drying blood that littered his skin. "Anyone got a water quirk? I'd like to clean this up." Yagi could practically feel the injury happen again as he watched Shigaraki's throw. The large disfigured arm was somewhat a signature of using multiple quirks at once. He originally came here to see if any of the first years were capable of inheriting his quirk, but instead he comes to find his only suitable candidate to not only be a Shigaraki, but to also have multiple quirks. Maybe he's not like his family. No. You can't think like that. They are all the same. Togata is the perfect candidate. I'll deal with Shigaraki later. Yagi turned to leave, but soon his feeling of dread and paranoia shot up tenfold. Turning back to look at the students, a singular face stood out, Shigaraki's. His face was that of recognition and childlike glee. He not only knew Yagi was there, but he was also happy that he was. Yagi soon found himself smiling a reassuring smile back. Maybe he's not completely like his family, but he must never know. After all, I'm the one who murdered a member of his family. Turning around once again, Yagi left. Izuku stared at the results of the tests with a huge grin that hadn't left his face since he saw All Might. He'd placed first in every test, well except the ball throw, in that he tied with a girl who also got a score of infinity. His name was adorned at the top of the scoreboard. Izuku then of course looked over to his teacher, who held a less than happy look on his face. Izuku followed his teacher's eyes and soon found where their focus was, his uniform. While everyone else still had nearly perfect and pristine uniforms, Izuku's was missing the top right half of its torso, and what were once pants were now shorts as they had been burned up to his knees, and that was only the damages as the uniform was dirty from dirt, mud, and sweat. "Sorry?" Izuku pushed out the apology with a nervous expression on his face. "Get inside and change. I'll talk with Principal Nedzu about budget changes for the uniforms," Aizawa said with a slightly strained kind attitude and stern eyes. Izuku walked towards the boys' locker room, and immediately when he entered all eyes were on him. Sighing at the attention, he walked over to his locker and started changing. Once again he was the first one changed, and he was walking towards the exit when he suddenly stopped and turned to face a singular boy. "Kirishima. Don't ask. They're family secrets, I'm not giving you them," Izuku said before he left. "What was that about, dude?" Kaminari asked as he turned to face Kirishima. "I was going to ask him to reconsider giving me some tips for getting shredded like he is." "How did he know?" Kirishima answered before asking the question. "He's a mind reader," Bakugo answered as he slammed his locker closed as he finished changing. "How do you know? Have you met him before?" Kirishima asked. "What? No. I've met a brat like him before, he could read minds as well. Shigaraki acts the exact same way as that brat did," Bakugo said as he started leaving. "Mind telling us his name?" Siro asked. Bakugo nearly immediately stopped completely. No one could see his face, but everyone heard his voice as clearly as day. Deku. Izuku was currently sitting alone in the 1A classroom muttering to himself while scribbling in his notebook. When he finished the page he leaned back and smiled. Lightly blowing a puff of air, all the pencil-lead dust and eraser scraps flew off the page. He admired his work. It was a new quirk combination he'd come up with during the apprehension test. His disfigured arm was certainly a great display of power, but it did too much damage to himself, the world, and those are him, so he tried to come up with a combination that could put out the same amount of power, but limit the damage done. And so he did. He was now admiring the drawing, trying to come up with a name. It uses air cannon, muscle endurance, and strength multiplier as a base, but then uses force redirection and malleable limbs to limit damage to myself and others. Strong arm? No. Air force? No. That's even dumber. Air multiplier? No. What about sound breaker? It sounds nice. Sound breaker. That's perfect. It suits the use and the name, but where did Izuku couldn't help but nearly yell in surprise as he realized there was someone next to him. Falling out of his chair and onto the floor, he soon heard a small giggle as he looked back up to the origin of the voice. The girl giggling had a brown bob haircut and constantly a constant blush. Uraraka. What are you doing here? Izuku asked as he hoisted himself up. We were instructed to return to the class to pick up the syllabus, and to meet each other. I tried calling to you but you seemed to be stuck in a mutterstorm, so I came over to see what you were working on. Uraraka answered with a smile. Well, what I'm working on is private, and I don't think we need to introduce ourselves. We already met when you also got first place in the ball throw. Izuku said as he quickly shoved his notebook into his blazer before adjusting his posture to be proper. Well, yeah, but still, we didn't really meet, we more introduced ourselves before you stared off into the distance at something. Uraraka argued. Alright, Izuku said as he leaned down and set up his chair before sitting in it. Alright, what? Uraraka asked confused. What do you want to know? Izuku asked. Well, why do your eyes glow different colors? Uraraka asked, unsure what to ask. It's a drawback of my quirk. My eyes will glow a random color when I use my quirk. It's completely inconsistent, so don't get too attached to one color. Izuku explained. Where are you from? Like, what's your hometown? Uraraka asked. I'm not sure where I was born, but I grew up in Narahata. Then my family moved to Tokyo and we stayed there for a while before we moved Kamino Ward, but that was for only about a week before we finally moved to Muzutafu, and we've been here ever since. Izuku explained. You sure moved a lot as a kid. I can't imagine making friends before having to just leave them. Uraraka said with a slight look of pity. I actually didn't have any friends when I was younger. I was homeschooled after I got my quirk. My only real friend would probably be my older brother, but even then I don't think that really counts. Izuku responded. Well, it is certainly possible. The man over the video call said as he rubbed his chin. Have you had the chance to actually talk to the boy? I'm not looking for possible. I need to know if you saw anything about the boy in your visions, Sasaki. Yagi restated his question. Yagi, you have to understand my position here. That vision was from over 6 years ago. If I saw a green-haired boy I'd have probably forgotten it by now. Night Eye explained. Yagi brought his hands to his face and growled silently. Sasaki, for once can you give me a straightforward answer? Yes. I've never seen a green-haired boy when viewing your future. Night Eye responded. But why does it matter, Yagi? Why is this boy so important? Because he's a Shigaraki. Yagi answered as he leaned back in his chair. Give me some time. I'll see if I can dig anything up for you. In the meantime, learn as much about him as possible. Night Eye said before ending the video call. Yagi leaned back in his chair and once again brought his hands to his face. His time as the #1 hero, All Might, was coming to an end. 6 years ago he managed to defeat the most recent incarnation of All for One, and now he was faced with the fact that he might be training the next one on how heroes think, act, and strategize. Standing up from his desk, Yagi activated his quirk. Immediately his once frail and sickly skeleton-like form was gone, and now the #1 hero, All Might, stood in its place. Then we train him, right? Izuku walked out of the front doors as the school day ended and breathed a sigh of relief. The fresh air was welcome and nice. Izuku smiled as he looked up to the sky, the sun shining and bouncing off his face and clothes as he stood there. I did it, Mom. I'm going to be a hero. You look like you're going to float up into the heavens, Shiga. Uraraka joked with a small giggle. I'm not the one with a quirk that defies gravity. That's you. Also, why, Shiga? Izuku responded with a small smile as he turned to face Uraraka and Ida, who were also leaving. Well, I just shortened your last name to be easier to say. Do you not like it? Uraraka asked, a little worried. Uraraka. Family names are extremely important. I'm sure that Shigaraki takes great pride in his name and lineage. Ida lightly berated her. Correction. I hate my family. Izuku interjected. What, why? Ida asked. Well, first off, my father was an abusive villain. My brother followed in his footsteps and went searching for him after he disappeared. I don't exactly hate my mom, but she never did anything to stop my father from doing what he did. Izuku explained with grim eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Ida said with a bow. You're fine. I just have a lot on my mind. Izuku reassured as he pulled out his phone and sent a text to Hiro. Well, I gotta go. See you tomorrow, guys. Uraraka said as she waved goodbye before leaving. I'm afraid I must go too. Have a wonderful rest of your day, Shigaraki. Ida said as he left as well. Izuku soon found himself standing alone once again. He smiled as he thought of All Might. Not only did the number one hero know who he was, but he also was one of the few people who could beat him in a fight. Earning his trust is my top priority. Izuku suddenly felt anxious, but he didn't know why. Looking around, he couldn't see anyone else around, but his search didn't last long. He soon found the source of his anxiety. A few floors above him was a man standing in the window watching him. The man looked like he was malnourished and knocking on death's door as he stood there. Who are you? Izuku asked himself as he locked eyes with the man. Why are you familiar? Soon his question was answered as one of his quirks activated, hyperphonics. It was a unique hearing enhancement quirk. Unlike most hearing enhancement quirks that could turn on or turn off, hyperphonics could be given triggers to activate it. It was the quirk that let him know when All Might was watching him and his class, but why was it activating now? His questions were soon answered when perusal activated. If he is the next one, I need to tell him the truth, but more importantly I need to know if he has it. Izuku's eyes filled with fear as he finally realized who he was looking at. The loud and thunderous heartbeat inside the man's chest caused Izuku's ears to bleed as he continued to stare. That's All Might. Izuku had questions, so many questions, but he couldn't ask them because soon he heard Hiro pulling up. Yanking himself away from the sight of All Might's form, he turned around and nearly ran to the car in fear. Slamming the door as he got in, Izuku tried to slow his breathing as Hiro drove him home. Izuku nearly tripped as he burst through the doors of his home, his father's mansion. Izuku wasted no time as he threw his bag to his floor and charged up the stairs towards his mother's room. Finally reaching the door, he opened it slowly and carefully as he entered. The smell of disinfectant filled his nose as he shut the door behind himself. There, laying on a medical bed, was his mother. She was hooked up to multiple machines and devices. Each of them had a purpose. One was either keeping her alive or it was the backup if another one failed. Izuku knew that he was hyperventilating as he approached his mother's sleeping form. Reaching over to the drawer next to her bed, Izuku opened it and pulled out the small glass bottle of medicine and syringe. Tearing open the plastic package that contained the syringe, he pulled it out delicately before pushing it into the glass bottle and pulling the plunger up, filling it full of the medicine. Izuku looked over to his mother's sleeping form before smiling a tear-filled smile and sticking the syringe into the fore on his mother's arm. Pushing the plunger down, the medicine was expelled out of the syringe and into his mother's arm. When he was done, he threw away the empty glass bottle and deposited the syringe into the plastic container next to the trash can. Falling to his knees, Izuku leaned against his mother's bedside. Wrapping his hands around hers, he soon felt himself calm down. His breathing slowed as he closed his eyes and rested his head beside her. He could remember the first day her symptoms showed up. First it was a headache that was a mild annoyance, but soon it derailed into being put in a medically induced coma and put on life support. The doctors all said that she would wake up in a couple of weeks, but that was 2 years ago. His mother's illness wasn't the thing that he hated most. His mother's room had to be completely changed to now accompany the medical equipment, and all of the furniture had to be covered in plastic wrap. The light couldn't be turned on because it would interfere with the machines. His mother's room used to be beautiful. It had lovely dark oak wood furniture and flowers of all kinds. Her room always smelled like a beautiful spring day, but now it was disinfectant and filtered air. I know he did this to you. I don't know how, but he did it, Izuku spoke softly to his mother. But don't worry, I erased him. Even his memories. His empire of lies is now nothing more than the dirt the worms live in. His body is now nothing but a spawning grounds for maggots and a never-ending palace of wonders where worms feast upon his flesh. Daddy. 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 Yes, Izuku? Can you tell me a story? Which story would you like to hear? I want to hear the one about Uncle Yoichi again. I've told you that one almost 1,000,000 times by now, but one more time wouldn't hurt. Honey, Izuku has to go to bed. But, Mom. It's all right, Izuku, I will tell it to you tomorrow. Aizawa, do you want to know one of my favorite inventions? It's the camera and microphone. I love these inventions because they can capture and record a moment in time for endless rewatchability. I assume you know why you are here. Nedzu said calmly while sitting in his desk. Shigaraki. Aizawa answered. And? Aizawa stayed silent. Are you really going to be this childish? I'm not mad about you hurting him. You needed to gauge his abilities and analyze his reactions. So, would you please share your findings? Nedzu asked. I should have expelled him. Aizawa answered. Why? He's done nothing wrong. Nedzu asked. It's not what he has done, it's what he could do. What he has the potential to become. Everyone has the potential to be a villain. All Might had the potential to turn dark, he chose not to. So far your reasoning is invalid. Have you seen the way he uses his quirk? It's professional, he's had more training than most heroes ever get. Aizawa objected. And? Most of the students have some matter of training before coming here, we refine those base skills and get good results. Also his potential is nothing to be worried about. Aizawa's expression darkened as he continued. His potential to be a villain is too high. You of all people should be able to tell the difference between being self and professionally taught. He always seems tense, like he's constantly using his quirk. That is something that is not only illegal, but usually only practiced by people hiding something. He is literally on the edge of a hero or villain. He is like a piece of glass, one crack and he will break. And how is Bakugo any different? He obviously had training before. Because Bakugo actually has it listed in his file that he has had prior training, same with Todoroki. Your concerns aren't illogical in most regards, but when looking at the bigger picture and realizing he has 3 years to reveal such thing to us, they are completely unwarranted. You are making a mistake, Nedzu. Your concerns are noted. Get going, you have paperwork and student files to sort through. Nedzu said as he went back to his papers. Izuku was sitting in the back of Hiro's car as he was being driven to school. Izuku had given up on making his hair look nice as he did the previous day, so he could focus more on tying his tie better. He failed. Hiro always teased him about tying it properly, funny coming from the guy who taught Izuku how to do it. Regardless of how he looked, Izuku was focused on only one thing as he stared out the window, All Might. Izuku had known about All Might's dwindling power for a long time. Long time was actually an understatement. The moment that All Might disappeared for a vacation, Izuku knew why. According to the Hero Commission, Sir Night-Eye, and All Might, they received an anonymous phone call from what seemed to be a crying child about the location of All for One. Of course, after All for One's death, the search for this mystery child began and was left as an open case that Sir Night-Eye would actively go back to in his free time. Then it was finished, All for One was dead, his empire was slowly crumbling after his death, and the greatest evil the world had ever known was gone. The only problem that faced Izuku was making a story for himself. An illegitimate child of the owner to the world's most successful hero insurance companies, whose father died during a villain attack and that their child was in line to inherit all of his belongings. Truly it was simultaneously the truth and a lie. His father, the greatest and most feared villain in the world, ran the highest-rated service that helped heroes. How ironic. Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts by Hiro, who was looking at him through the rear-view mirror. Are you alright, Master Izuku? Hiro asked. A truly simple question, that had a dark and complicated answer. I'm thinking about some things. What kind of things? Everything. Hiro sighed, obviously frustrated with Izuku's response. Thinking about it does nothing but allow you to marinate in it, and possibly, to be consumed by it. I have watched over you for many years, Master Izuku, but every time you start thinking about your problems you never put your mind to making a solution. Stop wallowing in self-pity and do something about it. What should I do, Hiro? Every time I try to do something it goes to shit. Every time I search for a solution the world rips it from my grasp. Tell me, what should I do that I haven't already tried? Izuku was now said. He had searched for ways to make sure his father never left a mark on recordable history, but after that was done, nothing else superseding that change had worked. Izuku's work to better himself failed when everything came down upon him. His mother got sick, Tamura disappeared. Kurogiri left, and he was left to pick up everything that fell, all because he got scared and made one phone call. You know what you haven't tried yet? Hiro's soft voice cut through the forest of Izuku's thoughts in an instant. What? Izuku's voice bit back like venomous snake. You never tried to slow down. You trained yourself to always have some quirks active. You read people's minds out of fear of what they have to say about you, but normal people don't do that. You use a quirk to hide your true appearance because you fear what they might see. You uphold an image of indestructibility, when in truth you are more fragile than a bubble in a hurricane. You hide your true self because that version of yourself is decent enough to admit when he is wrong. You can't live with the fact that you might actually be comparable to your father and that you might have more in common than the blood in your veins. When Hiro finished his rant, he looked in the mirror only to see Izuku crying lightly. Hiro pulled the car into a large alley before he exited the vehicle and got in the back seat next to Izuku. Amir really that much like him? Izuku managed to say in between his sobs. Yes. I am afraid so, Master Izuku. You and your father always had a desire to make everything work to absolute perfection, but you can avoid the fate that befell your father. You can open up to people. You can take a chance, and make mistakes. Hiro's voice was calm and nurturing. What do I do first? I recommend making a friend, someone to talk to. You can't bottle up all of your emotions, you need to make a friend. I recommend someone who you can relate to. Hiro said as he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. To say Ida had opinions about his classmates was an understatement. He had always been taught to strive to be the best and follow the rules like it was a matter of life or death, but so far only a couple of his classmates have come close to that standard. First of them being Yaoyorozu, she had an elegant walk and talk, and she was a prime example of a good student. Second was Todoroki, he always followed the rules and never spoke unless asked a question, and he made sure that he had a perfect image. The last and most troublesome of the three was Shigaraki. He wore his uniform with pride and he must have read the school files to make sure he memorized his classmates' names and previous schooling. He was only troublesome with his interactions with his classmates and their teacher, Mr. Aizawa, but he knows that Shigaraki had no previous schooling as he mentioned it as an offhand comment when talking about his education. Ida truly had mixed feelings about Shigaraki. He was simultaneously rude and attentive. Besides, with a quirk as powerful as his, he would make a wonderful hero someday. While thinking about Shigaraki, Ida came across a car parked in an alley. In it he saw a kid with green hair being scolded by a purple-skinned man with white hair. Then Ida heard something that he would have a hard time processing. You can't live with the fact that you might actually be comparable to your father and that you might have more in common than the blood in your veins. Amir really that much like him? Yes. I am afraid so, Master Izuku. Ida almost froze once he heard the name, Izuku. Shigaraki had said his name to the class only once. The kid in the car had green hair. Shigaraki has green hair. Is that Shigaraki? Ida was so lost in thought that when he heard the car door open and close his head snapped up only to meet the tear-filled eyes of Shigaraki. How much did you hear? Shigaraki's voice was uneven, almost trembling. Something about you being like your father. Ida stated quickly. I hope you can forg dash. Ida was only halfway through his bow before Shigaraki spoke up. No, it's all right. I just needed to face a couple of truths about myself. It's nothing to worry about, you are forgiven. Ida nodded before he continued on his walk, now accompanied by Shigaraki. To say the silence was overwhelming would be an understatement. Shigaraki had wiped away his tears and once again adopted his cold exterior. Upon arriving at school, Shigaraki took his seat and Ida took his. Both knew only one thing: the world of their friendship was about to get a whole lot more complicated. Come on, Tamura. Catch the ball. I don't know, Izuku. Come on, it'll be fun. Alright, come on. Yay. Be careful, you two. You both know what happens when you're together. We will, Dad. Ida and Shigaraki hadn't spoken once since they got to school. Todoroki of course didn't mind this, but not hearing Ida berating Kaminari about his loose tie was a little strange, and Shigaraki hadn't made eye contact with anyone since he arrived. Todoroki had first met Shigaraki during the recommended exam. He had outperformed everyone there and he had also broken a couple of the exam's previous records, but the way all of the heroes eyed him and watched him revealed a certain disdain in their eyes. Todoroki at the time thought nothing of it until a singular comment by one of the teachers made him start to question who Shigaraki truly was. Why is there a Shigaraki here? If the question had been why Shigaraki himself was here, it would have been fine, but it wasn't Shigaraki they were talking about his family. Who were the Shigarakis and why did the heroes question his attendance? A simple question that Todoroki would forever regret asking his father. Who are the Shigarakis? The Shigarakis are what we call next-gen villains. They have more power than multiple heroes combined, and they have been around since before being a hero became a profession, but they are now nothing more than a memory of a time before heroes. We killed all of them. I met one today. You what? I met one. They aren't all dead, he'll be my classmate this year. Then it is your responsibility to make sure he never graduates. He is nothing more than an abomination. To say endeavor was said, was a gross understatement. Todoroki had to deal with his father's yelling for the rest of the night, but the pain justified the result. Todoroki had learned something. Shigaraki was the very thing all heroes feared, inevitability. He was more powerful than Todoroki himself, that was obvious, but he was also better than him. He was the next challenge. If he wanted to prove his father wrong, Shigaraki had to be beaten. Todoroki had to win. Lunch quickly arrived as students filed in to eat. Shigaraki had taken to sitting alone, but a group of two had immediately ripped that idea away from him. Shigaraki looked up only to be met with dark blue eyes staring back at him. The boy in front of him easily towered over him in size. Blonde hair was adorned like a crown on the boy's head and his smile almost seemed genuine. Shigaraki was about to activate perusal, but Hiro's words echoed in Shigaraki's ears. You read people's minds out of fear of what they have to say about you, but normal people don't do that. Shigaraki reluctantly pushed the word out, hello. Ah, come on. You can do better than that. You just got to smile with the words. The blonde-haired boy said enthusiastically. Mirio, he sat alone for a reason. An indigo-haired boy said as he walked up with his lunch. Come on Tamaki, a stranger is just a friend you haven't met yet. The blonde's name seemed to be Mirio. You haven't even introduced yourself yet. Tamaki said back with his head now hanging low. Well, that just won't do. Mirio stood up and did an exaggerated bow towards Shigaraki. My name is Togata, Mirio. It's a pleasure to meet you. Togata seemed to pause at the end. After a couple moments of silence, Togata seemed to look up as if to check he wasn't bowing to nothing. Togata then leaned closer to Shigaraki and whispered, this is the part you tell me your name. Shigaraki sat still in silence before finally releasing a quiet whisper, Shigaraki, Izuku. I'm sorry to say bud, but I didn't quite catch that. Togata said kindly. He seemed to really be trying his best to be friendly. Maybe he could be a friend. Shigaraki, Izuku. Shigaraki said this time at a normal voice level. It's wonderful to meet you Shigaraki. My classmates call me Shiga. Shigaraki said in a low voice. Well Shiga, I guess I should reveal why I'm here meeting you now. Togata said as he sat down across from Shigaraki. My quirk kinda evolved. I now have a form of super strength and it's, well to put it simply, overwhelming. When I heard that someone had a quirk that destroyed their body I grew curious and well Nedzu directed me to you for advice. Shigaraki was immediately intrigued. Quirks evolving were not only rare, but also usually they evolved in a way related to the quirk. If you had super strength you could get super speed, but in very rare cases you could get what could be almost an entirely new quirk next to your original. What kind of quirk do you have? The question left Shigaraki's lips almost as quickly as he tried to stop it, but he failed to do so. My original quirk is permeation. I can basically phase through anything, but I can't see or breathe while using it. Togata explained while putting his hand through his face humorously. And the strength evolution, what kind is it? Shigaraki inquired further. Strength quirks come in all shapes and sizes. You had some that had nothing to do with the muscles, but still made you stronger. Some augmented the muscular structure making it stronger and more efficient. Even rare ones that just accumulated strength. As far as I can tell, it stores up energy and then redistributes it to be used as super strength. Togata responded and exaggeratingly rubbing his chin. Then think of it like a water hose. Shigaraki said almost instantly. Huh? Togata was dumbfounded. You said it works by storing up energy, right? Well then you need to learn how to focus it. If you open up a hose with the water full blast then you're going to get wet, but if you release the water gradually and learn to control the flow then you could eventually not even get hurt by using it. Shigaraki explained. Togata's once confused face morphed into a large smile as he started laughing. Nedzu was right to talk to you. Thanks. Shigaraki said quietly. I am coming through the door like a hero. All Might's shouts cut through the air of the silence of the classroom like a knife through butter, then chaos ensued as All Might walked up to the podium. The class was practically losing their minds collectively as All Might stood before them. His suit was different from his regular outfit, it was in fact an older suit that All Might had retired years ago. The red suit with white accents and a long flowing blue cape. His signature smile hadn't once left his face since he had entered. Shigaraki didn't celebrate though the only thing that he did was activate his hearing quirk. His ears started bleeding as the sound focused in on one thing, All Might's heartbeat. The loud noise of All Might's heart revealed one thing to Shigaraki that he had long suspected, All Might was getting weak. Shigaraki had suspected that after All Might's fight with his father that All Might didn't get away unscathed. And now here he was, his heart and body slowly dying as everything that made him the symbol of peace was slowly being stripped away. Shigaraki? Shigaraki was snapped out of his thoughts when he looked up to see Yaoyorozu, her hand on his shoulder. You alright? She asked. Shigaraki's head snapped to look at the hand on his shoulder. His eyes seemed to widen as he stared at the hand on his shoulder. Yaoyorozu quickly retracted her hand. I'm sorry. Shigaraki quickly stood up from his desk, only now did he realize that he was alone with Yaoyorozu in the classroom. He looked at the case in Yaoyorozu's hands before he looked around the room and saw a singular case. Sticking out of the wall. Shigaraki quickly grabbed the case before he started heading out of the room. Shigaraki stopped in the doorway before he turned to look at Yaoyorozu. Thanks. Shigaraki opened the case containing his hero suit. Many hours of research had culminated in absolutely nothing but disappointment. So as a result, Shigaraki had opted for a simple skin-tight black jumpsuit, black combat boots and black grease paint for an eye mask. Shigaraki quickly got the suit on and applied the grease paint messily over his eyes. Before he followed his classmates. The suit's entire purpose was to be cheap and easy to fix if it was damaged. Shigaraki listened to All Might's instructions but soon found his mind wandering. Not long after All Might's explanation was done, Shigaraki had found himself wondering what was going on. I'm gonna guess that you weren't paying attention. Kero. Shigaraki turned to look at the person speaking only to meet Azui staring back at me with her tongue sticking out of the side of her mouth. Shigaraki could do nothing but nod in response to being called out. I hope you can get your head in the game. Kero. We're up against Todoroki and Ojiro. Azui said as she walked towards the observation room. The first fight is where Shigaraki finally learned the rules of what was happening. Basically, teams of 2 would be forced to combat each other in battle trials of heroes versus villains. One team would play the villains and would either have to make the heroes run out of time or capture each of them. The heroes had to either capture the villains or touch the bomb that the villains were guarding. The first fight flashed up and the large monitor in the room revealing the first match. Yaoyorozu and Kirishima, as heroes, versus Ishido and Ida, as villains. When the round started, Shigaraki leaned in closer to view the fighting styles. Yaoyorozu obviously preferred a combination of close and mid-range attacks, using a spear and shield to combat Ida, a smart choice when fighting a faster opponent, but a horrible one when fighting the way she does. Swinging the spear around like a sword will leave you open to attacks after you tire out, and the shield is only effective if you can push back at the speedster charging at you. Yaoyorozu was taken down by Ida as quickly as Shigaraki had suspected. Shigaraki refocused his attention to Ishido and Kirishima. Kirishima's quirk was quite an interesting one to say the least. A hardening quirk that could be used for both defense and offense. Sharp jagged knuckles make for a powerful attack, but Kirishima's quirk control was novice at best. He couldn't localize the hardening to only appear on his knuckles or fingers. If he did, he would have a much more powerful form of attack. Thinking on it further, if he used his hardening on his muscles alone, then he'd be almost unstoppable. Muscles are designed to move and be fluid for motion. Yes, his movements would be restricted and he wouldn't have the greatest defense, but the payoff for mobility and defense would be extraordinary. Ishido's quirk was also interesting, but it had only one drawback that ruined its potential. The immunity. Ishido could only make her acid as powerful as her skin could resist. Yes, the resistance was high, but nowhere near high enough as it would melt her before it could melt anything truly worthwhile. Kirishima had won the fight, but not before receiving some acid burns, though they didn't do much to stop him. Now down to the final 2, Ida and Kirishima approached each other. Ida stared at Kirishima, who stood before him. Their eyes seemed to lock as they stared each other down. Let's do this, Kirishima said with a sharky grin. Kirishima raised his fists in a way a boxer would while preparing for a fight. Indeed. Ida responded as he got in a slight running position. I hope you can survive what is coming to you, hero. Time seemed to slow as Ida charged forward. The heat against his thighs and the engines on his calves burst with flames. Ida watched as Kirishima's arms became likened to stone. Ida could feel each stomp of his feet on the metal ground of the training building as he charged towards Kirishima. Just as Ida reeled his fist back to attack, Kirishima blocked and Ida's fist collided with the sharp stone-like wall that Kirishima's arms now resembled. The bones in his hands cracked under the force of the collision. Ida doubled over in pain over his now broken hand and wrist. Kirishima rushed towards Ida, clearly worried. Man, you alright? Kirishima asked quickly as he tried to help Ida to his feet. I think I broke my hand, Ida said as he cringed in pain. I'm sorry, man, that was unmanly of me, Kirishima said in remorse. Ida finally, with the help of Kirishima, managed to pry the deformed metal armor off his wrist and take a better look at his broken hand and wrist. His second metacarpal was sticking out of his skin. His hand was drenched in blood. Yaoyorozu managed to slow the bleeding with a gauze long enough for All Might and Recovery Girl to arrive. If he was smart, he would have dodged. Shigaraki's quiet voice only reached the ears of one person who was watching things unfold, Principal Nedzu. Principal Nedzu liked to pride himself on his ability to read people. Some were easy, All Might, Present Mike, and Midnight. Others proved to be more difficult, Eraserhead and Recovery Girl, but Shigaraki Izuku was on an entirely different level. His way of interacting with those around him was varied. He could be cold and distant, hesitant to speak, and even sometimes cruel and insulting, but never once had Nezu been able to predict which would appear next. Maybe Aizawa had a point, he was too powerful. Like a dog that didn't want to be caged or controlled. Well, at least Nezu knew that he shared one thing in common with Shigaraki, he too didn't like to be caged. Daddy, why do you say people fear us? They don't fear us, they fear what they can't control. Why? In a battle, what decides the winner? I don't know. The winner is decided by who is smarter. If you're smarter than your opponent, then you can control them, make them fail, fall short. How do you do that? You make them comfortable, and when they start to think that they are winning, you change tactics. I don't think I could do that, Daddy. If you can't confuse them, never let them understand you in the first place. People often think that ferocity and anger means you aren't thinking, but show them it means otherwise. Shigaraki watched attentively at the scene before him. They were in the second match now, and Shigaraki had come to realize that his classmates were inexperienced to say the least. The current match was Tokoyami and Shoji, as villains, versus Sato and Kaminari, as heroes. The match was interesting. Shoji's quirk allowed him to produce limbs from his tentacles that were even more powerful than his normal ones, and Sato's quirk gave him enhanced strength when he consumed sugar. The two of them were currently in a wrestling match, each of them trying to overpower the other. Shoji had the upper hand, his quirk allowed him to produce an extra set of arms that he was using to grapple with Sato, and due to the fact that each produced limb was stronger than the original, and Shoji showed that he was able to lift 540 kilograms, Sato didn't really stand a chance. Even when he managed to pry Shoji off himself and was able to consume some sugar, it only made a slight difference. Aside from the fight that Shoji was having with Sato, Kaminari actually held the upper hand against Tokoyami and his quirk, Dark Shadow. Kaminari's quirk allowed him to produce a massive amount of electricity, but what allowed him to have the upper hand was the light that came off the arcs of electricity. Light seemed to be Dark Shadow's weakness, and constant exposure while defending Tokoyami seemed to wear it down to the point that it was almost useless. Tokoyami found a saving grace in that the attacks just seemed to stop. Upon looking closer, Tokoyami seemed to find a bumbling idiot who couldn't tell left from down. Kaminari had shocked himself stupid. Shoji quickly defeated Sato and tied him up to end the match. Villain team wins. All Might's thunderous voice shouted throughout the observation room. Now, would anyone like to tell me the reason for victory? Yaoyorozu's hand shot up and All Might motioned for her to answer. Both Shoji and Tokoyami's quirks were suited to fight long term. Shoji has nearly an infinite amount of strength while he generates extra limbs. Sato could have won against Shoji, he hadn't attacked head-on. Tokoyami would have lost to Kaminari if it wasn't for the fact that Kaminari's quirk had a limit on it. That's exactly correct. All Might was slightly taken back from the answer. Are there any other reasons? Only a singular hand raised in response, Shigaraki's. All Might motioned for him to answer. It was a losing battle for Sato and Kaminari even if they did what Yaoyorozu suggested. If Kaminari had managed to beat Tokoyami, he'd never win to Shoji in fight. And if Sato had won against Shoji, then his brain functions would have been degraded to the point where he wouldn't be able to strategize or participate in a serious combat scenario. They had no chance of victory to begin with. Hey man, that's not very nice. Kirishima tried to say, but it fell on seemingly deaf ears. Niceties are a waste of time. If you can't accept reality for what it is, then you shouldn't be a hero. In life, heroes don't always win, and sometimes they don't even show up. You have to learn to accept that one day someone will die, their death will be on your hands, and you won't be able to change anything. Someone might be bleeding out in front of you and you will have no way to save them. You will have to take a moment to accept that they will die. Shigaraki's voice wasn't angry or filled with judgment, it was filled with truth. Nezu was watching things unfold from his office, a small smile turned into a large grin as he watched Shigaraki speak. He began laughing slowly, but soon it derailed into a manic laughing fit. Nezu laughed for so long that he seemed to lose track of time. Before he knew it, Shigaraki was up to fight Ojiro and Todoroki. Nezu breathed in slowly, struggling to contain his laughter. Shigaraki knew he had to, because if he didn't, then the world was about to change and it might not be for the better. Shigaraki looked over the map of the building he was standing in. He was on the villain team and he had no idea on how he was supposed simultaneously defend the bomb, fight Todoroki, fight Ojiro, and help Azui at the same time. Got a plan yet? Kero? Azui asked as Shigaraki stared at the paper he was holding. It would help if you didn't talk. Shigaraki said as he got frustrated staring at the map. Screw it. Shigaraki shoved the map into Azui's arms before he stormed off towards the entry hallway. You defend it. You need to stay and help. We'll lose otherwise. Kero, Azui said in protest. You can handle yourself just fine. Shigaraki almost shouted as he rounded the corner. Kero. Why is he just leaving her behind? Wouldn't he have a better chance of winning by working together? I don't think he knows how to. Yaoyorozu said as she watched the screen of Shigaraki walking through the halls. What do you mean? Uraraka asked. He barely talks to any of us, and when he does it's out of anger or disgust. I don't think he knows what it's like to be friends with anyone. Yaoyorozu said solemnly. We could teach him, then maybe he'd be happier. Hagakure said almost cheerfully. You can't teach someone what it's like to be loved. Especially when they don't want to learn. Tokoyami said as he watched the screens of Shigaraki. He clearly doesn't want to learn. Shigaraki walked through the hallways slowly. His footsteps were like clanging gongs. With each step. But soon everything came to a standstill as ice quickly spread and engulfed the entirety of the building. Shigaraki could feel the cold temperature of the ice clinging to his now frozen body. Shigaraki couldn't breathe as he felt the saliva in his mouth quickly hardened. The ice engulfs everything except his eyes. Suddenly he forgot something about himself that he'd always taken for granted, what it was like to feel his fingers. Rage filled Shigaraki's mind as he focused on one thing, Todoroki. Using all the will he had left in his body, he activated one of his least favorite quirks, Rivet. The ice around Shigaraki's body seems to explode off him as the sharp metal spikes shoot out. The resulting image is a less than pleasant one. The Rivet quirk only had one drawback, it hurt. Shigaraki recalls the sharp spikes back into his body and quickly heals the holes left in his skin as a result. Shigaraki then turns his attention to his hands. His fingers were black and blue from the cold. Shigaraki's face grimaced as he set his frozen fingers on the wall next to him. What's he doing? Oh gosh, please don't be what I think it will be. In the view of the monitor, Shigaraki reeled back his right arm before quickly jabbing it into the wall. The resulting image was not a pleasant one. Shigaraki's frozen fingers exploded into multiple pieces of glass like ice shards. I think I'm gonna be sick. How can he do that and barely flinch? Remember the first day we met him. He practically destroyed his entire arm using his quirk. An injury like that would cause anyone else to never be able to use their arm again. Yaoyorozu explained as she watched the screen. He's used to feeling that much pain. Shigaraki cursed to himself as he watched his fingers regrow. Healing broken bones was easy compared to regrowing limbs. The only drawback to regrowth was the immense amounts of pain. Shigaraki watched as he once again reeled his other arm back before slamming it too into the wall. His fingers regrew slowly, and by the time they regrew, Shigaraki was already feeling cold again. A type of insulation in his suit would be the next upgrade, and the multiple holes in the suit didn't help with keeping him warm. This is going to hurt later, Shigaraki said to himself as he activated steam. Soon steam was radiating off his skin and warming him up and melting the ice that surrounded him slightly. Shigaraki continued on his way, exploring the vast corridors of the building that he failed to be able to navigate, but soon being lost wasn't his only problem. Shigaraki, I wanted to ask if you wanted to stop the training. All Might's voice seemingly exploded from Shigaraki's earpiece. No. I am alright. Shigaraki responded coldly. Very well. You may continue. All Might's voice disappeared as quickly as it appeared. And not a moment too soon as a tsunami of ice blasted down the hallway. Shigaraki quickly dodged the large torrent of ice before activating hypertrophy and air cannon in his right arm. You missed. Shigaraki called out as he hid behind the large chunk of ice. How unfortunate. I wanted this to be quick and painless. Todoroki responded coldly. All things eventually come to an end. Some sooner than others. As soon as Shigaraki rounded the corner of the ice, he reeled back a punch and fired forward. The resulting pressure destroyed the surrounding ice and slightly warped the metal walls. Todoroki was thrown back, but only for a second, as he created an ice wall behind himself to hold his ground. Upon recovering, Todoroki released another ice wave towards Shigaraki. Instead of dodging, Shigaraki switched tactics, deactivating hypertrophy and air cannon and switching to barrier and impact recoil. The ice shattered on impact and was flung back towards Todoroki, who summoned an ice wall in response. And I thought my old man exaggerated on how powerful your family was. I see why he wants me to destroy you. Todoroki launched his largest ice wave yet at Shigaraki, completely engulfing the hallway in ice. Todoroki turned to leave only to feel a sharp spike tear through his left shoulder. Screaming in pain, Todoroki fell to his knees as Shigaraki walked slowly around him. Like I said, all things come to an end, Shigaraki said as he reeled back for a non-quirk enhanced punch. Heroes win. All Might's voice rang throughout the training building. What? Shigaraki looked around in surprise before coming to a realization. Ojiro. Shigaraki turned to offer a hand to Todoroki, which was promptly slapped away. Shigaraki sighed before turning around and leaving back to the observation room. Now would anyone like to tell me the MVP dash? Shigaraki, Izuku, report to Principal Nedzu's office immediately. All Might's question was cut off by the announcement. Mommy. Is Daddy alright? He'll be fine, Izuku. No, he won't. He'll be hungry if he's late to dinner. Izuku, your worry for your father is adorable, but you failed to notice him enter the house 2 minutes ago. Daddy. Don't worry, Izuku, I'm home. Daddy, did you spill on yourself? What do you mean, Izuku? You spilled ketchup all over your shirt. Well, Shigaraki, Izuku. I have heard so much about you. Nedzu said while he looked at Shigaraki sitting across from him. You sent Togata to me, vouched for me to Mr. Aizawa, and you've been watching me since I arrived at school this morning. Shigaraki said with a cold stare back to Nedzu. Your observation and deduction skills are a discussion for another time, but today I would like to discuss something with you that might seem a little strange. Nedzu said as he reached into his desk's drawer and pulled out a large, almost overflowing, file. I want to talk to you about your family heritage. Not the business end, but the less than legal side. If you want to discuss my family's illegal practices, I can not only assure you that I have put a stop to them, and I would recommend my butler Hiro as. He was actually alive while they were in practice, sir. Shigaraki responded a little too quickly. I will talk to Hiro in due time, but for now I want to ask you a question. Do you know who the villain All for One is? When Nedzu asked the question, his head tilted ever so slightly. His eyes seemed to focus in like a predator hiding in a bush about to pounce on his prey. Shigaraki lost focus as soon as All for One's name was spoken. His eyes seemed to dull as his hearing heightened. Nedzu's heartbeat became the only other thing in the universe to Shigaraki at that moment. Fears flashed in his mind of Nedzu asking him if he had All for One's quirk. Nedzu was smart, getting rid of him would be impossible to explain. He wasn't an easy foe to compete against. Blood drizzled out of Shigaraki's ears as he focused on the quiet heartbeat inside of Nedzu's chest. Shigaraki? Yes, sir. Shigaraki responded as soon as he heard his name. Are you alright? Your ears are bleeding. Nedzu slightly pointed towards the side of Shigaraki's head. Yeah, I'm fine, sir. What was your question again? Shigaraki asked. Do you know who the villain All for One is? Nedzu stated his question again. I haven't heard that name before, sir. Should I know who that is? Shigaraki responded. Hopefully you never will. I should inform you that young Togata has requested to use Gym Gamma after school today for training. He has requested that you accompany him. Nedzu said as he put the large file back in his desk, before turning his attention to some paperwork on his desk. You may head back to class. I also recommend that you use coconut oil to help remove the grease paint from your face. You have a slight shadow where you applied it. Thank you, sir. May I have some time to remove the remnants of paint from my face? Shigaraki requested. You are excused for the next 15 minutes, use them well. Nedzu responded, not looking up from the papers on his desk. Shigaraki's back slid down the wall of the boys' bathroom as he tightly clutched his hair. Tears were streaming down his cheeks and his breathing was uneven. He was thinking of only one thing, All for One. The large hand clutching onto Shigaraki's face, the immense pain felt when the quirk activated, and the inability to fight back after it was done. Shigaraki relived it all. Every second of the painful feeling was coming back to him. Any hope of recovering was being swallowed away like a tsunami engulfing a pebble. Any hope of happiness was being whisked away like a speck of dust in the wind. Every memory of Shigaraki's existence was flooding back. Every cut, every needle, and every pill popped was coming back to him. Every tight rope around his neck, every sharp knife dragged across his skin, and every attempt to end his pain, all of it felt simultaneously. Shigaraki could do nothing but scream in pain and agony. Shigaraki, are you alright? Ida's voice cut through the agonizing screams of Shigaraki. He can't be alive. Tell me he's not alive? Shigaraki demanded. Who's not alive? Ida quickly asked as he grabbed onto Shigaraki's shoulder. All for One. Shigaraki screamed in pain. Ida grabbed onto both of Shigaraki's shoulders and forced himself to look into Shigaraki's eyes before he spoke calmly. All for One has been dead for years, Shigaraki. He can't hurt you. Shigaraki's breathing seemed to slow down as he looked Ida in the eyes. His eyes filled with tears even more than before. Shigaraki's hands latched onto Ida as he jumped up and hugged Ida tightly in an inescapable grip. Thank you. Halfway across the country, a man sitting at a bar was drinking a whiskey. He was clad in completely black clothing and red sneakers with white soles. His head was adorned with pale blue hair that seemed to not have been visited by a proper haircut in some time. As he finished his drink, a singular word flashed in his mind, next to a familiar feeling of dread. The man's dried and chapped lips grew into a sinister smile. Kurojairi. Take me to my father. The man said as he got up from his stool. He would be in his resting PRD at the moment. Waking him would be unwise. A man that seemed to be made of black mist responded. He won't care after he hears what I have to say. Kurogyri relented. Suddenly a portal made out of what seemed to be black mist appeared. The man dressed in black walked through as stood in a dark room that smelled heavily of disinfectant and medicine. There lying on a medical table was man dressed in a dirty and tattered hospital gown. The man's hair was a dark green and his face was adorned with 8 freckles, 4 on each side in the shape of diamonds. The man lying there was asleep and was connected to an uncountable amount of medical equipment. The man had a breathing mask over his mouth and nose. Next to the man on the table was another, but this one was not only awake, but much taller in height, almost exactly 2 meters tall. His hair was long and silver. His eyes were a bright amber in color. And he looked surprised to see someone else was in the room. "What are you doing here, Era?" The man in black asked the other. "Master needs his medicine in order to stay asleep. I was told to administer it every hour. Should I not?" Era replied. "Administer it, then wake him up," the man in black said as he sat in a chair next to the table. Era did as he was told before he took the hint to leave. "Make sure he doesn't tear open his stitches. Reapplying them is a pain in the butt," Era said before he left. The man on the table opened his eyes, but he didn't move, he only spoke. "Tamura, why did you wake me? Izuku is alive. I felt it." The man known as Tamura responded. "We already knew he was alive. He's living in our house." The man on the table responded slightly annoyed. "Izuku is not only alive, but his quirk, Singularity, is too." Tamura responded with a genuine smile. "It doesn't matter, Tamura. Singularity proved to be a failure a long time ago. It was more powerful than last time, I could see it." Tamura persisted. "Bring back a sample. Era will analyze it, if he deems it viable then you will retrieve Izuku." "Why not just retrieve Izuku?" Tamura asks. "If you believe you can not only get him to come here, but also convince him to help without trying to finish the job of killing me, then you go right ahead." The man on the table said sarcastically. "How should I retrieve the sample?" Tamura asked. "Get it while testing the Nomu. It will be even better to see if it can defeat him as well as All Might." The man on the table stated. "I will, all for one," Tamura said while bowing. Ida helped calm down Shigaraki, but besides the hug he received the two hadn't exchanged any interactions. That was until the end of the day when Ida was greeted by a very strange man in a suit. "Are you Ida, Tenya?" the man asked while he read from a small card. "Yes, sir. You are Shigaraki's chauffeur if I am not mistaken." Ida responded politely. The man that stood before Ida was a little strange. He was fairly skinny, but not like he was malnourished, but like he was nothing but muscle. The hair on his head was white and it went way beyond his shoulders, but it wasn't curly at all. His ears were pointy and elf-like. His skin was a pinkish purple. His eyes were completely white. But the most alarming thing was he stood at least 15 centimeters taller than Mr. Aizawa. "Yes, I am Master Izuku's butler, chauffeur, and bodyguard. I would like to inform you that the master has invited you over for dinner. I can take you there now, in which I'm sure the estate will keep you occupied until he returns home, or you can arrive at 6 o'clock yourself. I am merely here to extend the offer," the man before me said. "I would love to attend. Just let me call my parents first," Ida said as he pulled out his phone and started typing in the numbers. As the phone was ringing, Ida realized he never got the man's name. "I don't believe I got your name? How forgetful of me. My name is Hiro," Hiro said while bowing. Shigaraki stood looking at the entrance to Gym Gamma in front of him. He could still leave, he could still be unknown, and he could still live quietly, but it didn't matter now, people knew who he was. Todoroki, Ida, Togata, and even Nedzu and All Might knew. He might as well face his fears head-on. Opening the door, Shigaraki was met with the looks of 4 people. The first 2 Shigaraki immediately recognized as Recovery Girl and Togata, but the next 2 were a little harder to pin down. The first one was tall and skinny with unruly yellow hair and glowing blue eyes, but after a second Shigaraki recognized him as All Might. The next was Sir Night-Eye, Togata's work-studies employer. All noise in the room ceased as soon as Shigaraki entered. As soon as Shigaraki closed the door behind himself, he turned to face everyone before taking a deep breath and speaking. "Hello, my name is Shigaraki, Izuku. Daddy, I'm scared." "It's okay, Izuku. I was scared my first time too. Does he truly deserve it? In life no one truly deserves death, but at one point in your life you'll find that if people don't fear you they won't respect you. But what if they're loyal? No one is loyal. Everyone on Earth has their own agenda, never rely on anyone. But what if you can't do it on your own? Now you're stalling. Steel your mind, and pull the trigger, Izuku." Shigaraki looked up from his bow only to meet the eyes of Sir Night-Eye. His yellow eyes stared into Shigaraki's, almost like he was reading his soul. I don't like him. Sir Nightie's voice cut through the thick silence like a hot knife through butter. You shouldn't be so quick to judge. He was quite helpful in helping Togata control it today, and his advice was useful. The skinny All Might argued. Even if the advice was useful, it doesn't mean that he is qualified to help train Togata. Sir Night-Eye responded as he stood up straight and walked back to the group. But I suppose even luck might strike twice. You hear that, Shiga? You get to stay. Togata said with a cheery smile. Shigaraki didn't respond, he only sighed as he inadvertently created a new problem for himself. Sir Night-Eye's quirk was a simple one, although much of how it worked was shrouded in mystery. To put it simply, he could see the future of any person whose eyes he looked into for the next hour, and it was always accurate. The main thing that screwed Shigaraki is he likes to keep his secrets. Alright, let's get this started. Togata shouted with his fist in the air. Ida's day had been strange. First he found Shigaraki crying on the way to school, and then he found him having a panic attack about a man named All for One. It was a little strange. What made it even weirder was that Shigaraki had invited him to his home for dinner. Maybe it was an explanation or an apology. Ida only knew one thing for sure, and that was that he didn't know anything. Hiro looked in the rearview mirror to see the confused and concerned face of Ida. So he decided silence was a luxury he would have to forego. Is everything alright, Mr. Ida? Hiro asked. Ida sighed before speaking. Do you know why Shigaraki invited me over? It is a mystery we both fall victim to. The young master has never told me his reasoning behind most of his actions, but he always treats me with respect, as his guardian, so I try not to question his orders. Hiro responded politely. You're his guardian? Ida asked. Indeed I am. I have been taking care of him for, how long has it been? 7, 8 years maybe. Young master has been very respectful and I am proud of him. Hiro stated with a smile. You've been taking care of him for 8 years? Why, where are his parents? Ida inquired. Well, young master will want to tell you about his parents himself, but I can tell you that they never had much time for him and his brother, so me and my colleagues took care of him and his brother. Hiro said as memories of Kurogyri flashed in his mind. Who were his parents? Ida asked. He'll want to explain it himself. Hiro stated as he gained a stern look. Alright, where do we start? Togata said as he followed Shigaraki out of the locker room. Both of them had gotten into their gym uniforms. We gonna practice controlling the flow as you said? Before we do anything we're stretching and you're going to tell me everything you know about your quirk. Shigaraki said coldly as he and Togata reached the center of the gym. Well, my original quirk as I said before is perm dash. I meant your new one. Shigaraki said as he started stretching his arms. Well, it works to store up energy and then I can redistribute the energy via the muscles, and the only drawback is that it absolutely destroys my arms when I use it. Togata explained. Show me. What? Togata was a little surprised. Show me. I need an idea of how powerful you are right now, and you describing it won't work. I need to see it. Shigaraki said as he crossed his arms. I could accidentally destroy this entire building. Are you sure? Togata said a little worried. If everything goes to plan, at most the roof will be destroyed and the floor will have a couple of cracks in it. Shigaraki said as he took off the top portion of his jumpsuit and tied it around his waist. He was wearing a black tank top underneath and his right arm had a black compression sleeve on it. What are you gonna do, give me a fist bump? Togata said with a smile. You could say that. Shigaraki said as he started powering up his right arm full of quirks. Togata was strong and experienced, so even if Shigaraki took it a little too far it shouldn't matter. Togata was almost a fully fledged pro hero. Shigaraki activated only 4 quirks: impact recoil, spring-like limbs, and air cannon. Shigaraki's right arm seemed to swell with strength and glow a faint orange as he reeled his arm back in preparation for the attack. Are you absolutely sure about this? Togata said as he too removed the top half of his gym uniform, only difference being that he wasn't wearing any undershirt. Do you want my help? Also use your full power. Shigaraki responded. Togata's face warped into one of determination as he reeled back his right arm and activated his quirk. The veins on Togata's right arm glowed red and he seemed to strain as he powered it up. Shigaraki took a stance to prepare to receive the incoming attack. Togata leaped forward with his fist reeled back and quirk activated. As soon as Togata was only a few feet away he started to throw his fist forward. Shigaraki responded and their fists met. The resulting explosion of force destroyed the ceiling of Gym Gamma and destroyed the concrete floor that Togata and Shigaraki stood on. Shigaraki quickly recovered as he held his right arm. It wasn't very injured, but that didn't mean it didn't hurt. Shigaraki watched as Togata stood up and viewed his arm. Togata had used all of his power and the resulting image wasn't pleasant. Togata's arm was covered in nothing but purple bruises and every bone was seemingly broken and crushed in multiple places. Fear enveloped Shigaraki's face as he ran forward and grabbed and inspected Togata's arm. "Togata, how long have you had this quirk?" "Only 3 weeks, why?" Togata responded with joy, he couldn't feel his arm at all. Shigaraki just walked back towards the locker room and changed. When he came out he was in his normal clothes and his uniform was in a bag that he was carrying. When he returned he was met with the looks of Sir Night Eye, Skinny Might, Recovery Girl, and even Nedzu was there. Shigaraki was about to walk past them all when he was stopped by something Nedzu said. "Ending training early today?" "Ending training permanently, sir." Shigaraki responded with his back turned to them all. "May we ask why?" Nedzu asked in response. "Togata, your quirk is what is known as a singularity quirk. Basically your quirk evolved beyond the norm. Your quirk leaped in evolution from something that was probably a 7th generation quirk to being a 16th generational quirk. It's too powerful, you will more likely die training it than you will be able to control it. I won't train you to die. You should just forget that you even have the quirk. You'll be a great hero someday even without it." Shigaraki explained before he left out the door. Ida exited out the back of the car and just stared at the mansion that stood before him. It had a dark Western Gothic style to it. On the steps leading up to the large front doors Shigaraki was sitting on the 4th step waiting. Ida walked up to Shigaraki before he bowed and said, "I thank you for having me over for dinner. I owe you an explanation for my actions today. I thought this could serve as both an apology and explanation." "Daddy, why do I have to wear a suit?" "These people made a considerable donation to the Midoriya Foundation and we respond by thanking them." "But what if I don't want to thank them?" "Then you will be on your best behavior regardless, and that's final. Now where is Tamura?" "I think he's upstairs with Mr. Kurojairi." "Hiro?" "Yes, Master Shigaraki? Tell Mr. Kurojairi to hurry up." "I will, sir. Would you like me to tell Miss Jasmine and Mrs. Shigaraki as well?" "No, but do tell Crane to. We're already late." Ida stood still on the train. He'd given up his seat to an old woman and as a result he was left standing. His thoughts raced in his mind as he thought of all of last night's events. The dinner was great, the food was top tier, but the atmosphere was off. Shigaraki looked so different at home, he acted so foreign. It was strange, it was weird, it was nice. When Ida stepped out of Hiro's car he immediately noticed the dark green crown that was Shigaraki's hair except the boy who was wearing it didn't seem like Shigaraki. The boy was dressed in all black clothing. Black long-sleeved shirt, black pants, but he had his signature red shoes on. Ida looked to his ears and noticed the numerous silver glints of light that refracted off the small metal rings. Looking to his hands and wrists Ida could see the multiple blank silver rings on each finger and the silver bracelets on his wrists. As soon as the boy's head lifted Ida immediately recognized him as truly being Shigaraki. Instinctively Ida bowed and thanked Shigaraki and Shigaraki explained why he invited Ida over before Hiro decided to interrupt them. "I do apologize, but how did you get here before us, Master Izuku?" Hiro asked. "I took the train." Shigaraki answered with a smile. "I thought you hated that thing." Hiro said as he closed the door to the car and pocketed the keys. "Trust me, I do," Shigaraki said before he turned around and motioned for Ida to follow him. "Come on, I owe you not only an explanation and an apology, but I also owe you some study time. I know the best spot in the whole of the estate." The front doors to the mansion opened on their own as Shigaraki approached with Ida and Hiro close behind. Ida marveled at the large open headspace inside the main entrance hall. The large crystal chandelier hanging over the entrance walkway glistened almost like it was alive. But the main thing that captured Ida's attention was the large painting displayed right at the center of attention. It was easily 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. Ida couldn't tell who the painting was supposed to be of because the section that displayed the face had been burned. "I wouldn't think too much about it. Master Izuku will explain everything in due time, speaking of which. Master Izuku, would you like me to escort Mr. Ida to the study room?" Hiro's shouting seemed to slightly startle Ida as the normally kind and calm voice revealed itself to be a powerful and frightening thunder. "I will join him in a minute," Shigaraki shouted back. Hiro sighed as he requested Ida to follow him through the dark corridors. Ida exited the train and sat down on a nearby bench inside. His train had been in the way of a villain attack and had to return to the station. He was a little angry, but he had plenty of time as school started at 8:30 and he liked to arrive an hour early. As he waited for the train to get back up and running he noticed a pale blue tuft of hair in the crowd. He felt as though he recognized it, but he didn't know why. Against his better judgment he decided to follow the tuft as something to do. Ida couldn't remember how long he followed the man with the pale blue hair, but soon Ida found himself in the less than fortunate parts of his hometown and more importantly, trouble. Ida couldn't tell how, but soon he found that he wasn't following the man with the pale blue hair, but that said man was now behind him and holding his neck with all but one finger. "Why are you following me?" The man's voice was raspy and it sounded like he was dehydrated. "I'm sorry, sir. I just thought you were someone I knew." Ida responded apologetically, and he would have turned around and bowed if the man hadn't tightened his grip around Ida's neck. "Someone you knew?" The man seemed to burst out laughing at that insinuation and Ida felt a little blood escape from his neck. "How might you know someone like me, who lives in a place like this?" Ida only now knew where he was and how long he had been following the man. He was in Muzutafu, the city where UA was located, but more importantly he was in the Quirkless district. The man could clearly tell that Ida had shock on his face because he started laughing again. He soon let go of Ida's neck and sat down on a poorly made bed, that was just a mattress with a sleeping bag on top, before he motioned for Ida to sit next to him. "Sorry for grabbing your neck like that, I don't like people following me," the man said as he looked at Ida's neck before he cringed to himself and started rummaging around in a nearby bag for something, before he returned with a small roll of white bandages that he was holding delicately. "I accidentally ground my fingernails into your neck, here let me fix it." The man helped Ida apply the bandages and apologized multiple times again. "It's fine sir, I didn't mean to cause any trouble and I shouldn't have been following you." Ida stood up and bowed in apology before he returned to his seat next to the man. "So you go to UA?" the man said as he pointed towards Ida's uniform. "That's good. It's good to do something with the quirk that God gave you. I wish I could use mine to help people," the man said as he looked down at his hands. "What's your quirk?" Ida asked. "It's called decay." Ida sat across from Shigaraki while at the dinner table. Both of them hadn't shared any words since they got done studying and Ida felt it would be rude to question Shigaraki in his own house. Shigaraki had gotten done eating and had set his bowl off to the side and rested his arms on the table as he waited for Ida to finish eating. As soon as Ida was done eating, Shigaraki spoke. "I had promised an explanation and an apology, so..." Shigaraki stood up and bowed to Ida. "I am sorry for getting your life mixed up in my drama, I hope you can forgive me." "I do forgive you Shigaraki, but I would like an explanation." Ida responded a little too harshly even for his own liking. "I know, and to explain everything would take too long, so I think it would be better if you ask the questions and I answer them. Who are you? What are you? Where is your family?" Ida didn't know which question to start with so he decided to list them all. "My full name, starting with my first going to last, is Izuku Yoichi Shigaraki. As for what I am the son of a villain. My father is 6 feet underground, my brother is missing, and my mother is upstairs." Shigaraki answered each question as he leaned back in his chair. "What is your quirk?" Ida asked, dreading the answer. "Which one do you want to know about first?" Basically anything I touch is destroyed. Can't be a hero who fixes things when all you do is destroy everything," the man said as he stopped looking at his hands. He looked to the sky before laughing. "But why would I want to be a hero? They never helped me. I don't want to be a civilian. They didn't help me, they just waited for the hero to come." "What do you mean, which one?" Ida said with a slight look of horror on his face. "I have 3. Shigaraki said as he looked at the large picture of a white and green-haired woman hanging on the wall of the dining room. "What? How is that possible?" Ida was shocked. Yes, some people were born with more than one quirk, like Todoroki, but to be born with 3, it was scientifically impossible. "My father had a unique quirk that allowed him to take and give quirks, but more importantly he could use the quirks that he stole. He went by the villain name All for One, the same name as his quirk." Shigaraki sighed as he looked back to Ida. "He wanted me to be his successor, so he trained me. I didn't know any better. I never learned right from wrong until I was 12 years old. I only knew that people made choices, and that choices had consequences." Shigaraki felt small tears escape from his eyes before he composed himself and continued. "But one day I realized I made a mistake loving my father. He gave me the very quirk that was his name, All for One. Next to my original quirk, Stockpile, I had 2 quirks, but long before I had All for One I got Wither. It was a simple quirk, it destroyed anything I touched. My father gave it to me because my brother also had a quirk that destroyed anything he touched." Ida thought of everything he just heard. Shigaraki was the son of a villain. Not just any villain, but the most feared one in history. And here he was telling all of this. Why? Why would he tell any of this to him, a hero student? "Why are you telling me this?" Ida asked. "Because everyone in history deserves the truth, whether it be one that results in death or one that results in the loss." Shigaraki paused as he wiped his now flowing tears from his face before continuing in a sob-filled voice. "Or one that results in the loss of the only friend I have." Ida was shocked. Shigaraki's first impression was one that was quite poor in most regards, and Ida didn't think very highly of how Shigaraki carried and presented himself, but looking at him now, he didn't see the cold and calculating mastermind that could beat anyone in a fight. No, all Ida saw now was a friend that was tired of being alone. Ida had to stop himself from running up to Shigaraki, but when he reached him he said a few simple words that carried more weight than all might could even lift. "I will always be your friend." "What do you want to be then?" Ida asked the man sitting next to him. "I want to be a revolutionary, a person who could bring change, for the better," the man said as he looked to the sky. His pale blue hair finally shifted and moved to reveal his blood-red eyes. His chapped lips curved into a manic smile before he dropped his head low and started speaking again. "I don't even know why I'm telling you this. You're a hero student, you probably don't care what happens to people like me. I do care. This is why I want to be a hero, because even if I'm the only one who will care, then I will be the only one and wear that badge with pride," Ida argued. "Shimura," the man said as he looked to Ida with thankful eyes. "My name is Shimura." "Ida, Tenya," Ida responded. "As much as I would love to chat with you, I have to get to work, and you have to get to school. I'll be watching the news for you one day, Ida. I hope to see you around here again," Shimura said as he stood up and dusted himself off. Ida looked at his watch before he nearly screamed. "I'm going to be late. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Shimura, but I got to go." Shimura smiled as he watched Ida run off before he dropped the facade of Shimura and returned to the form of Tamura. Tamura pulled out his phone. 7:16 a.m., what a freaking kisbutt. Tamura started walking back before he heard an even more annoying voice than the hero student's. "Shimura?" Tamura turned around only to be met with the face of his subordinate. The person that stood before Tamura had dark brown skin but with multiple patches of bright white skin, the largest being over their left eye. They had curly cream hair and multiple piercings lining their ears. They also wore baggy pastel clothing and had large pronounced nails that looked sharpened at the end. All these features could belong to only one person, Latimer Munsaw. "Latimer." Tamura reached out and grabbed Latimer's neck and pushed them up against the alleyway wall they had appeared out of. "What are you doing here?" Tamura snarled. "I was going to report that our spy has agreed to the payments that we set and are awaiting orders, but I think I have some new information that is a lot more valuable, Shimura." Latimer giggled. Tamura pressed down his middle finger against Latimer's skin, disintegrating it, leaving only the muscles exposed on their neck. Latimer only laughed as they felt nothing. "I can't feel anything, remember, Shimura?" Latimer said as they giggled once again. "If it wasn't for your usefulness and Ira's fondness over you, I would kill you right here and now. Let's see if you're laughing then," Tamura said as he ripped his now bloody hand away from Latimer's neck before he turned and left. "Nice to see you too," Latimer shouted back while waving goodbye childishly. "You must learn to expect the unexpected." "No fair, Tamura. You cheated. You broke into my base while I wasn't there. It was the perfect moment to strike." Tamura. "Fine, I'll give some of your resources back." "Thank you. You're welcome, little bro." Ida looked at the time that he arrived in class, 7:37, he was late. When Ida got into the classroom, only one person was in the room when he got there, Shigaraki. Shigaraki smiled as Ida entered the room. "Dinner was good, but I didn't think it was good enough to make you sleep in," Shigaraki said with a slight smirk. "My train was damaged on the way to Muzurafu, then I got distracted following a guy named Shimura. We had a nice conversation and I plan on heading back to that area every once in a while to help the volunteers there." Ida responded as he set his bag down. "You said his name was Shimura, right?" Shigaraki asks, his hopes rising a little bit. "Yeah, he had pale blue hair and pale skin." "Why do you ask?" Ida asked. "My brother was adopted, and his original name was Shimura, Tenko. But he didn't have pale blue hair." Shigaraki explained with a slight smile on his face. "But he's gone now and I should probably accept it at this point." Shigaraki and Ida grew quiet as Todoroki entered the room. Todoroki and Shigaraki locked eyes for a few seconds before Todoroki set down his supplies and spoke. "Shigaraki, I would like to speak with you." Todoroki paused and looked over to Ida before continuing. "Alone?" Shigaraki looked at the time before he smirked. "You have 21 minutes. Shigaraki stood up and pushed in his chair before motioning to Todoroki. "Lead the way, Peppermint." Todoroki walked through the occupied hallways of UA with Shigaraki close behind following him. Soon Todoroki and Shigaraki entered an empty stairway and Shigaraki grew impatient at Todoroki's silence. "You know, when you said that you wanted to talk in private, I actually expected there to be talking," Shigaraki stated. Todoroki looked Shigaraki up and down before speaking. "When my father said that you were dangerous, I didn't believe him. He never speaks highly of anyone except himself, let alone a villain. Do you believe him now? Shigaraki asked with a smirk. It's obvious that you've had prior training, maybe even more than me, but you don't have enough scars for that to be true. Todoroki said as he stared Shigaraki in the eyes. Some scars can't be seen, but that doesn't mean they're not there. You are the very contradiction to your own argument, besides the you-know. Shigaraki responded as he pointed to Todoroki's scar. You are pathetic. You joke around with philosophy you don't understand, you wield unmatched power with no guidance, and you know nothing when it comes to DSPLN and respect. Todoroki accused. DSPLN and power with no guidance, that's kinda funny coming from someone like you. Shigaraki said as he stepped closer to Todoroki. You may know abuse, but you don't know DSPLN. DSPLN is following your moral code without caring for the consequences. You will proclaim to use everything in your power to save people as a hero, but yet you only use half of it. I guess I can't judge you, I don't use my full power either. I would watch your tone. Todoroki said as the air got colder and his right fist clenched. You don't want this fight. Shigaraki said with a small manic smile. You'll lose. I will never lose to a villain like you. Todoroki responded as his feet shifted slightly. I doubt that. Shigaraki said as he raised his now glowing hand. Suddenly Todoroki was lifted into the air and shoved violently up against the wall behind him. Todoroki struggled, but it was useless, he couldn't move. Shigaraki raised his hand more so his palm was now facing Todoroki before he walked forward. Having trouble moving? I'd expected as much. In a situation such as this one you would never know that the quirk I'm currently using has a singular weakness. A simple and almost trivial flaw, it doesn't work in extreme heat. Now let's change this example to there being a set of little children who will have their little necks snapped in half if you don't do something about it. Are you going to put aside your petty grudge to save them, or will you live with the fact that their lives could have been saved by you? Screw you. Todoroki snarled. I guess we know your choice. Shigaraki lowered his hand and Todoroki dropped to the floor. Todoroki was on his hands and knees as small tears escaped his eyes, but his sadness was replaced by anger as soon as he heard Shigaraki's last comment as he left. See you in class, Endeavor. Everyone in Class 1A had been quiet as their teacher walked in. The atmosphere from Todoroki and Shigaraki had silenced anyone who entered the classroom. Even Aizawa was hit by the menacing aura. Today you will be deciding on your class president. I don't care how you do it, just don't wake me up. Aizawa said as he got in his sleeping bag and fell on the floor. I say we hold it up to a vote. Ida said as he stood up. Really? Vote me. A voice shouted out. No. Vote me. Another shouted in response. Won't people just vote for themselves? Yaoyorozu asked. Then make it so they can't. Shigaraki said as he pulled out a sheet of paper and wrote a name on it. After he was done he folded the paper twice and put his head down. And leave me out of it. A few minutes later Ida was tallying up the votes and getting ready to announce the results. Tallying up the votes. Yaoyorozu as class president with 7 votes and Shigaraki as vice president with 4. Ida's yells rang throughout the classroom. Shigaraki groaned as he looked up from his desk before slamming his head back into it. Fine. Shigaraki slammed his head into the lunch table as he read over everything that he had to do as the vice class president. Yaoyorozu and Ida had been kind enough to provide him a packet of his responsibilities. To say he hated them was an understatement. Basically he fulfills all the duties of the class president if Yaoyorozu is ever absent or unavailable, but the actual responsibilities of being the vice class president was maintaining a good relationship with the class and gathering feedback. In other words, he'd actually have to talk to people. Shigaraki looked around at the various tables that held his classmates. The decision was down to 2. Basically Shigaraki could interact with Ida's group, which consisted of Ida, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Azui, and Todoroki. The other group was Bakugo's, which had the lovely faces of Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Jiro, Siro, and Ashido. Slamming his head back into the table Shigaraki sighed. Ida's group consisted of people he already knew and interacted with, but it contained Todoroki, and Bakugo's squad consisted of people he repeatedly insulted and judged. Togata sat down across from Shigaraki only to see him repeatedly slamming his head into the lunch table. Despite the refusal of training, Togata still thought of Shigaraki as a friend and someone who just had a hard time making decisions. Little did he know how much that last thought was right. You okay there, Shiga? Do you have a coin or something like one? Shigaraki said as he looked up. I have a button that fell off my school jacket. Why do you ask? Togata responded as he thought back to his ruined uniform. Do you have it on you? Shigaraki said as he once again looked down at the table. Yeah. Here you go. Togata said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small golden button. Shigaraki grabbed the button and looked at the two groups he could go to. Flipping the button, it landed on its backside and Shigaraki's side, and before slamming his head into the table one last time before he got up and gathered up his papers. He started to head towards the decided group, but he was stopped by All Might. Young Shigaraki. Just the boy I was looking for. I would like to speak with you about something, perhaps over a small lunch. All Might practically shouted as he held a small basket. I thank you for joining me here today. I would like to discuss something with you. All Might said as he opened the small basket. He had dragged Shigaraki to the teacher's lounge lunchroom and was now fumbling to open a basket that could fit in his palm. Is this about Togata's quirk, or your injury? Shigaraki asked politely. All Might practically stopped in his tracks as he looked up to meet Shigaraki's toxic green eyes. All Might sighed before he deflated into his normal form. I suppose introductions can be skipped? He asked, seemingly rhetorically. Trust me, my father practically worshipped you. He always talked about wanting to take down the indestructible All Might, but he died long before he could ever take a jab at you. Shigaraki said as he opened the basket for the stunned All Might. How did you find out? All Might asked. All Might doesn't take vacations, also it was the Midoriya Foundation, that I now own, that paid for the damages. Shigaraki said as he leaned forward and rested his arms on his legs. But that's not what you wanted to talk about. We can save that for a later date, but for now why don't you want to train Togata? All Might asked. Whatever happened to Togata's quirk caused it to evolve beyond what his body can reasonably handle. If he was a first year like me, and had the time for training, I might have accepted, but since that isn't true and the quirk is beyond what he could handle, I thought it better to just leave it left alone. Shigaraki explained. And if your quirk evolved in such a way, what would you do then? All Might asked in a much calmer tone. I wouldn't be a hero. Shigaraki answered simply. If my quirk sacrificed my own body to handle, then I wouldn't use it. What if using it meant you saved someone? All Might challenged. I don't think I would use it even then. Shigaraki said as he stood up. I'm no longer hungry. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, All Might. Shigaraki said as he left the room. All Might sighed as he pulled the contact he'd been wearing out of his eye. He hoped that Nedzu was wrong about Shigaraki's origins. Shigaraki wandered through the empty halls of UA as he contemplated disappearing. It would be easy, an accident that all it would take, a freak accident. He could live his life in peace, but he couldn't face his mother if he ever made that decision. Soon Shigaraki's thoughts were torn away as red blaring lights and alarms sounded. Someone broke into UA. Shigaraki rushed through the halls of the building he could barely navigate, searching for any kind of person to help tell him what was going on. Soon he ran into Uraraka, who looked equally confused to see him. She had been shoving something in her bag as she exited the female bathrooms. What's going on? Shigaraki asked as he rushed up to her. I don't know, I was just going to the bathroom when the alarm sounded. Uraraka said as she looked around worried. Soon the alarm stopped and Shigaraki eventually found his way back to his classroom, thanks mostly to the help of Uraraka. Shigaraki sat at his desk and Aizawa walked in holding a small stack of papers. These are the permission slips you will all need to sign in order to go on the field trip we're going on tomorrow. Get them signed or you have detention. Daddy, what's a hero? A hero is someone who says they'll save you. Why do they exist? They exist to keep people safe and to give them hope. Then, why don't you like them? It has been a long time since someone ever gave me hope, besides myself. Then I'll be a hero for you, Daddy. Sure you will, Izuku. I'm serious, I won't ever give up, I'll bring people hope, even to you, Daddy. Shigaraki got home and immediately went to his mom's room. He didn't even stop to change his uniform. He just bolted to his room and practically broke the door down entering it. The smell of disinfectant hit his nose like a bullet train. He ran quickly over to his mom's side and grabbed her hand and held it close to his chest. Small tears escaped his eyes. He went to brush the small hairs away from his mother's eyes, but reality soon came back to him. He slowly lowered the snub that was left of his left arm, before pulling his mom's hand in and kissing it. He was alive. He was right there. I couldn't save him then. Why can't I save him now? Shigaraki spoke in between sobs. Tamura, why did you take him away from me? He was my only friend. Why did you take him away from me? Shigaraki screamed in rage. Shigaraki shot out of bed crying and sweating. He ripped the covers off him and looked at his left arm, it was still there. Shigaraki laid back in his bed and sighed in relief. It was just a dream. Just a stupid dream. Shigaraki looked over to his alarm clock, 12:57 a.m. Sighing to himself, he got out of bed and walked through the halls of the manor. Slowly but surely he managed to pace through every hallway and through every corridor. Soon he reached the end of his journey when he stood in front of a boarded-up door. He methodically followed the creases of the wood. Shigaraki walked away from the boarded-up door and walked toward the kitchen. Once again he checked the time, 3:19 a.m. Slowly he dragged himself to a large bright white room. Rooming his clothes and neatly folding them, he changed into light gray sweats and wrapped his hands and feet in white workout bandages. Then he stood in the center of the room. "Simulation on?" Shigaraki shouted. The room turned dark and a single light stayed on above him. "Select difficulty." A feminine robotic voice ordered. "Difficulty set, All Might?" Shigaraki shouted. The lights returned and now stood in the middle of the room a singular foe, a holographic version of All Might. Soon the holographic mirage became more real as what looked to be metal flowed in and filled up the holographic mold with a metallic substance. Soon the mold was complete and started moving like All Might does. "Have no fear, citizens. For I am here." The metallic version of All Might shouted as it got into a fighting stance. Hiro woke up and started his daily routine. First he prayed, then he took a shower, shaved, and brushed his teeth. Exiting the bathroom he slowly got dressed in his standard suit and grabbed his white gloves. He checked his purple skin and white hair to make sure it was proper and presentable. Then he looked at his wall, before raising a hand. Suddenly a pinkish rectangle appeared, almost like a door. Walking through it, Hiro soon found himself standing in the middle of the kitchen. Grabbing the apron he started to prepare a meal for the young master. As soon as he got done he heard a loud slam coming from the hall. Sighing to himself he covered the meal with a cloche and set it on the table before he returned to the kitchen and grabbed the medical kit and set it next to the meal. Finally Hiro took the seat next to where the meal was and waited. Soon Shigaraki walked in and took his seat and started eating. His knuckles were bloody and his muscles looked fatigued. "So did you actually win this time?" Hiro asked as he opened the medical kit and started sorting through the bandages and disinfectants. "What do you think?" Shigaraki said in between bites. "I thought that maybe today could be a cause for celebration. If you won I would have made you a small cake," Hiro said as he finally found the correct disinfectant and started looking at the package and drag facts section. "I'll tell you when I win." Shigaraki responded coldly as he continued eating. "Could you at least throw me a bone, and let me clean the blood off?" Hiro asked as he tore open the small package and pulled out a wipe. Shigaraki sighed and put his hands out to Hiro. "Thank you," Hiro said as he removed the bandages and started cleaning the cuts and bruises. "You haven't attempted that simulation in months. May I know what changed?" Hiro asked as he lightly dabbed the bloody wounds. "A boy," Shigaraki responded with a small smile. "That eat a boy, or is it someone I don't know?" Hiro asked as he threw away the wipe before grabbing another package and tearing it open. "No, you wouldn't know him. He's a third year. He's the #1 student in UA. Togata, Mirio," Shigaraki said as he slightly winced at Hiro's cleaning. "Sorry." Hiro apologized as he continued. "So why are you thinking of him, if you don't mind me asking?" "It's his quirk," Shigaraki said as he watched Hiro slowly and methodically wrap the bandages between his fingers. "It evolved." Hiro stopped and looked from Shigaraki's hands to his eyes with concern. "Are you sure? It could be just an undiscovered aspect of his quirk," Hiro said as he continued wrapping Shigaraki's fingers. "It can't be an undiscovered aspect. If it was similar to his original quirk then it would make sense, but it has to be an evolution," Shigaraki explained as he finished wrapping his hands. "So why are you thinking of him?" Hiro asked as he started putting away the medical supplies. "He wanted me to train him," Shigaraki responded. "And why didn't you?" Hiro asked as he got up and started heading towards the kitchen. "He has a singularity quirk." Hiro froze mid-step and turned to face Shigaraki. "Are you sure? It's a stockpile variant. He's had it for 3 weeks and it can already compete with my quirk combinations," Shigaraki said as he ran a hand through his hair. "I didn't train him because I was afraid of making him a target. He'll be a target regardless of what you do. Might as well train him to fight back," Hiro said as he walked back and holding a piece of paper. Pulling out his reading glass he started reading through before he set it down and signed his name at the bottom. "Thanks," Shigaraki said as he took the paper and signed his name as well. "I hope my input helped," Hiro said as he left. Shigaraki soon saw UA in his sights. He was dreading everything that he was feeling as he took each step. He wanted to train Togata, but he couldn't do it the way the heroes wanted him to. He had to do it his way, no, his father's way. Blood, sweat, and tears were something that singularity quirks needed. Shigaraki arrived at his classroom and took his seat. Most of the next minutes passed in a blur until his teacher walked in. "Turn in your permission slips and grab your hero suits," Mr. Aizawa ordered as he stood at his desk. Class 1A complied and soon Shigaraki was the only one left as he set down his slip and grabbed his suit. Mr. Aizawa spoke. "I wanted to apologize. Shigaraki turned and faced his teacher. His teacher had his signature dull expression before he sighed and continued. I was wrong about you. I looked at your family and made a mistake in associating you with them. You're nothing like them. Shigaraki looked down and shook his head before he looked back at Mr. Aizawa. That's a lie. I'm everything like them. That may be, but at least you're trying to be better. Get moving, you don't want to be late. Mr. Aizawa said as he left the room. Shigaraki stood alone in the boys' changing room staring at his hero suit. He ran his finger along the new creases of the reinforced lightweight armor plating and the durable black Kevlar that covered it. Grabbing the suit and trying it on, he could barely tell that it was on. He reached to the bottom of his case and found a small box with a note on it. The note read, I watched the footage of your fight. You absolutely destroyed the suit, so we made you a stronger one. Also, Principal Nedzu said to make a mask for it even though you didn't have one before. Meihatsum, Support Department. Shigaraki sighed as he opened the small box and pulled out the mask inside. He put it on and immediately felt stupid. Throwing the mask away, he closed the case and headed out. Maybe he didn't need a mask this time. Shigaraki sat on the bus as they headed towards the USJ. He could hear his classmates talking about their quirks and who was the most powerful, and of course his name came up. If we're looking at raw power, Todoroki and Bakugo don't compare to Shigaraki. Kero. Yeah, no way anyone could take him down. What even is his quirk? Why don't you ask him? Are you kidding? No way that's happening. I don't want to do it either. I'll ask him. A voice rang out through the multiple comments. Soon all eyes were on Yaoyorozu as she slowly walked to the back of the bus where Shigaraki was sitting. Shigaraki? What? Shigaraki responded coldly. What is your quirk, like how does it work? She asked. The bus was dead silent as Shigaraki breathed in and responded. Stockpile works by rapidly evolving and devolving the quirk cells in my body. I can influence the result of the evolution, which is why it seems like I have multiple. You basically grow your quirk, but wouldn't you have a restriction on the type? Yaoyorozu inquired further. I do. I get extreme pain when growing mutations. Shigaraki explained. How extreme? Yaoyorozu inquired, fearing the answer. Imagine your skin being torn away from your muscles. Then imagine your blood turning into gasoline and being ignited. That's how it feels. Each and every single time. Shigaraki said as he looked at the shocked faces of his classmates. He sighed before continuing, you asked. Soon the bus arrived at the USJ and everyone was filed out as Ida micromanaged his classmates and made sure that nothing was left on the bus. Shigaraki didn't pay much attention to what 13 was saying, he was more fascinated by all of the different zones inside. But fascination soon turned to fear as the USJ's security system started activating. Everyone who was inside was locked in and couldn't get out. Everyone stood in horror as a large purple portal appeared in the center of the USJ, and a singular man stepped out. The man's black hair was long and unruly, easily reaching his shoulders. He was dressed in a simple white button-up shirt and dark blue pants. A long tattered trench coat draped on his body. He looked up to everyone who was present and smiled a devilish smile with his stained yellow teeth. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a light gray hand with a golden rectangle on the wrist. Draping from it were two long red strands of cloth. Soon the man shouted. My name is Shigaraki, Tamura. And we are the League of Villains. Suddenly swarms of villains burst out of every corner of the facility as Tamura announced his presence. Shigaraki's face twisted into one of pure rage as he pushed past his classmates and leaped towards Tamura. Tamura? Daddy, why is Tamura so mean? Tamura isn't mean. He's just troubled. Why though? Tamura was born with a very powerful quirk, but he couldn't control it. But you said that people with powerful quirks were treated well. Tamura couldn't control his quirk. That's why we took him in, so he could learn. Can I help? I think I might know a way. Really? Yes, you two will each learn to control a quirk together. How? It's simple really. I just need to clone his quirk. Tamura? Izuku screamed as he got closer and closer to his brother. Suddenly his brother's hair turned a pale blue color as he just seemed to disappear and rematerialize behind him. Izuku's fist collided with the concrete ground and created a small crater. Yanking his fist out of the ground, Izuku turned and faced Tamura. His face was twisted with rage. He didn't care how Tamura was here, he already knew. You look good, Izuku. Tamura said softly. No one needs to get hurt. This can be as easy as going to the gas station for a candy bar and walking back out. What do you want? Izuku asked, still prepared for a fight. Is checking up on my younger brother not a good enough excuse? Tamura said as he lifted his arms in exaggeration. You never call or visit. You could say I'm worried about my little brother. Tamura swiftly jumped back to avoid Izuku's devastating punch. Are we really going to do this? Tamura asked in a fake tired voice. Screw you. Izuku said as he reeled back for another punch. Fine. Tamura said, his voice was devoid of any emotion. Placing the hand he still held on his face, Tamura raised his fists to fight. Izuku charged forward and threw a punch that was avoided and quickly countered with an uppercut by Tamura. Izuku tried and failed to retreat as Tamura grabbed his head and slammed it into his knee. Izuku fell to his knees in pain. He couldn't activate his quirks. Looking up, Izuku saw Mr. Aizawa glowing red eyes. Tamura punched Izuku again, this time in his jaw. Izuku fell to the ground as Tamura loomed over him. Tamura grabbed Izuku's shirt and pulled him into a punch. Izuku slammed into the ground as Tamura loomed over him with a sadistic smile. I won't kill any of them, as long as you just comply. Tamura whispered in Izuku's ear. Izuku took the moment to throw a punch into Tamura's stomach, causing him to reel back in pain. Fine, let's do this the hard way. Tamura said as he stood up straight. Kurojairi, you know what to do. Blackness consumed Izuku's vision until his sight returned. Suddenly he found himself standing in the middle of what seemed to be a forest biome. Standing up, he soon met the gaze of multiple villains. Most of them seemed to have strength and durability quirks. Stepping into a boxing stance, Izuku prepared for a fight. Aizawa watched as Izuku disappeared through a black portal. A simple moment of blinking caused his student to be taken. Growing angry with himself, Aizawa grabbed his goggles and put them on before swinging down the step to join the fight, quickly dispatching any villains that stood in his way. Aizawa stared down the man who had just taken his student, Tamura. Eraserhead. Your quirk was always so cool to me. Tamura said with a raspy voice. I should commend you. You deal with my brat of a brother each day, so you must have a lot of patience. Aizawa could feel as his eyes slowly grew tired and dry. Suddenly Aizawa saw his only mistake. Tamura knew his quirk, but more importantly he knew how to counter it. A simple blink gave Tamura the opportunity he needed. Tamura materialized behind Aizawa and slammed his head into the ground. But I have a lot as well. Your quirk was always something I wanted, but I knew that I would never have the patience for it. So you can keep it. Tamura lifted Aizawa's head and slammed it into the ground again. Tamura reached down and grabbed Aizawa's arm before speaking again. You know, the only problem with powerful quirks is that they either have lots of drawbacks that make them almost unusable or they can't be controlled. My brother and I always faced problems like that. He had extreme pain and I had uncontrollability, but we each pushed forward, we each learned to use them. You want to know my quirk, Eraserhead? It's called Decay. Suddenly Aizawa could feel as his arm was slowly crumbling away from Tamura's quirk. Aizawa screamed in pain as more and more of his arm slowly fell to pieces. Then without warning Tamura let go. Aizawa instantly took a moment to try and fight back, but it was useless as he saw a flash of purple light before he was knocked out. Kurojairi, handle the students and 13. I will take the Nomu and deal with my brother. Izuku stood above each of the villains he'd managed to defeat. Each of their quirks slowly managed to wear Izuku down. He was tired, but more importantly he was set off. Tamura had disappeared a week after his father had died and now he shows back up and he's the leader of a group of villains. Izuku was trying to change the Shigaraki name. Tamura was only reinforcing the beliefs that everyone already held. Izuku looked around at the knocked out bodies of the villains he beat. Izuku looked at his hands and noted the blood-red tint that was now on his gloves. Dismissing the consequences, Izuku started looking for a way out of his current predicament. As soon as he started looking around, he was knocked down by a dark purple blur. Getting up quickly, Izuku was once again knocked down as the blur returned. Activating a speed quirk, Izuku started chasing after the blur only to be met with a clothesline from another dark purple blur. Finally understanding, Izuku managed to release a powerful shock wave, knocking both the villains down in the process. Finally being able to see the two Nomu he was engaged with. The first had 6 arms and a powerful frame with its brain in its neck. The second had a slim frame and a taller build, but the brain encompassed the entire head. Izuku could immediately recognize the purpose of each Nomu. The one with 6 arms clearly had multiple strength quirks and the slim one obviously had a speed quirk. Izuku quickly dodged the 6-armed Nomu. He decided he was going to call him Greed, and then tackled the speed Nomu, which he was going to call Envy. Izuku struggled to keep Envy in his grip as the Nomu continued to elbow him in his rib cage. Eventually Izuku managed to knock out Envy before he turned his sights on Greed. Greed stood tall, about 210 centimeters, not as tall as Envy, who was about. Greed got into a tackling stance as each of his arms began to swell and glow. First I beat Envy, now I conquer Greed. Izuku said to himself as he got up off the ground and once again into his boxing stance. Ida was all that was left. Him and 13 were the only ones who were spared from the scattering. He could have sworn he recognized the man, but he didn't know anyone with a teleportation quirk. Ida once again checked on 13's condition. It was slowly worsening from the whiplash of Ida's running. Sighing and cursing himself, Ida took the final piece of armor from his chest and started heating it using his engines. He had to at least try to cauterize 13's wounds and stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, any time that he stopped running, he'd have to sacrifice another piece of armor because the villains would always catch up eventually. Ida stared down at his torn-apart hero suit. The first stop he was going to use a flat shoulder piece, but he was chased away by villains. He repeated this process countless times to the point that the only armor left was the ones around his calves and feet. His helmet had been left at the entryway to the USJ. Ida held the now glowing red metal and turned towards 13. "I'm sorry, this is going to hurt. Do what you must," 13 said in her normal robotic voice. Ida pressed the metal down on 13's wounds. A loud scream erupted from 13 as the metal seared and burned the already destroyed flesh. After multiple reheating and reapplying sessions of the metal, Ida finally stopped and tossed the warped piece away. He'd managed to stop 13 bleeding, but he wasn't sure if she would make it. Ida finally took a moment to realize where he was. He was standing in the outskirts of the ruin zone. Standing up, Ida grabbed 13's body and started carrying it once again. He had to find his classmates, or what was left of them. Finding a somewhat stable building, Ida ran inside and set 13's body down on a slab before he felt his legs give out. His quirk was only trained to last for minute intervals at a time, and Ida had gone beyond that a while ago. Ida reached over and grabbed his legs in pain as he sat on the ground. Ida was snapped out of his thoughts by the sounds of light breathing coming from 13's body. Ida yanked himself off the ground, much to the protest of his legs. 13, are you alright? You must help, class. 13 barely got the few words that she did before only her breathing was left. Ida again stood up. This time he could stand on his own feet. Tamura was the leader of the attack, and he was a Shigaraki. Izuku must know him. The time of accepting Izuku no matter what was over. He wanted answers, and he was going to get them. Izuku continued to wrestle with Greed in his arms. Greed had a major advantage when fighting. Izuku may be stronger than Greed, but Greed had more arms and could hit him a lot more. Izuku retreated and wiped the blood away from his lip before smiling as Greed got back up. "No wonder my brother brought you along. You can actually keep up," Izuku commented as he charged forward and dodged Greed punch before shooting a couple of quick jabs at Greed's abdomen. "But you have a weakness," Izuku said as he continued to almost slither around Greed, sending multiple jabs all around. "Everyone has one, the problem is finding it." Izuku weaved and dodged before he looked up to Greed's neck. The brain was a sure way of killing the Nomu, it always was. Immediately grabbing it, he tore it out. Blood spilled all over Izuku as the Greed shrieked in pain from the loss. Izuku reached up and wiped the blood away from his eyes as he sighed and cursed himself. He just killed someone. They were in a painful existence, but it didn't matter, he just killed someone. Izuku looked at the fallen Nomus and he slowly walked over to Envy. Reached down, he placed his hand on the Nomu's head and gently caressed the fallen foe. "May you find happiness in my sacrifice," Izuku said as he grabbed Envy's forehead. Izuku could feel as his palm warped and changed to now account for the tiny hole in the center of it. Red energy flowed all around as Izuku felt the Nomu wake up and start squirming. Izuku activated a strength quirk and held the Nomu down. Almost instantly the Nomu stopped as it fell dead. Izuku looked at his hand and watched as the tiny hole in his palm disappeared. The feeling of the new quirk hit Izuku like a bullet train as he fell to his knees in pain. But soon the pain subsided as he stood back up and started playing with the quirk. He felt a connection to it, almost like he recognized it. Activating the quirk, he suddenly felt faster and his body felt lighter. Now he remembered the quirk, matter manipulation, one of his father's favorite quirks to not only use, but to replicate and copy. Ida could barely stand as he walked towards the bright light that illuminated the exit to the disaster zone. He shielded his eyes as he stepped into the light that shone brightly all around him. As soon as his eyes adjusted, he could see the form of three figures. One looked like it was made of mist, another looked like a hulking mass of muscles, and the final one, that was the smallest, looked like it was sitting down. Ida's vision was blurry from the lack of his glasses, but it didn't matter, he knew who was sitting. It was Tamura, Izuku's brother. "You're right. I am his brother," Tamura said as he stood up and started walking towards Ida. "I remember Mom coming home all excited one day as she ran to Dad and practically shouted that she was pregnant. Then come 9 months later, I held my little baby brother in my hands. Dad had to remove my quirk so I could hold him, but it was worth it. I swore that I would protect him from the harsh world that he was born into, even if that meant protecting him from himself." Ida didn't have to see Tamura's face to know that he was being genuine. The way Tamira's raspy voice said everything he needed to know, he truly cared for his brother. Ida crouched down and got into a crouch start, typically used for running, and faced towards Tamira. He knew that his engines were already overheating and he could feel as the exhaust pipe seared his skin because of it, but he was going to be a hero, as UA's motto says, plus ultra. Ida charged forwards and got ready to kick Tamira. Recipro burst. Ida kicked towards Tamira's head, but he felt as his leg hit something solid and unmovable. Looking away from Tamira and towards his leg, he saw what looked to be a clear purple shield that had protected Tamira from his attack. Jumping back quickly, Ida got a short distance between him and Tamira. Ah, come on. Did you actually think that would work? Did you actually think just running at me and the fireworks show would do anything? Tamira asked as he walked forward slowly. I think you were just hoping it would work. You didn't actually know if it would, right? Tamira said as he started raising his left hand slightly. I think that's the difference between heroes and villains. Tamira's eyes started to glow like a dark purple flame as he inched ever closer to Ida. Heroes rely on hope, but villains, no. We rely on power and certainty. Ida blinked. Just a second ago he was standing across from Tamira, but now he was on the ground. Ida tried to move his arms, but to no avail. Suddenly he felt the pain, the worst pain he ever felt in his entire life. Looking down at his legs, he saw the back of a small boy that looked like it belonged to a child. Ida observed the bright pastel clothing and cream hair that belonged to the boy. The boy seemed to notice Ida because he turned to look over his shoulder at Ida. The boy had brown skin with multiple patches of pale skin scattered all over, the largest being on his left eye. The boy seemed to smile with a childish grin, revealing his snow-white teeth. Looks like someone likes the view, the boy said as he wobbled his body a bit. Ida's eyes were suddenly drawn to the boy's, but that was only a small distance from his face. The boy burst out laughing at his own joke. I mean, you can stare if you want, I don't mind, big boy. I also swing that way. The boy continued. Latimer, focus on the task at hand. Tamira said as he slapped the back of the boy's head. You never let me have any fun. Latimer complained as he stopped teasing Ida and got off him. Besides, I already finished what you asked. Then why are you still here? Go meet up with our informant. Tamira looked down at Ida's still conscience form. They have some explaining to do. Aye, Captain. Latimer exaggerated a salute before turning and walking towards the man of purple mist. Kurogyri, go with him to make sure he does what he's told. Tamira ordered the man of mist. But I can take care of myself. I don't need a babysitter. Latimer pretended to complain. Get a move on. Tamira commanded with ferocity in his voice. Fine. Latimer faked defeat before disappearing with Kurogyri into a misty portal. Now, let's talk. Tamira said as he grabbed Ida's shirt. Daddy, why do people die? That's a loaded question, Izuku. People die for many reasons. Some age, some disease, but some die for a very specific reason. What reason? Mistakes. Some people die because of theirs or others' mistakes. How? Izuku, I want you to imagine that you're walking with Tamira in the woods. And you beg him to let you go on a path that he says is unsafe. Now if you get injured, that would be your fault. Isn't that shifting the blame? Very nice use of vocabulary, but yes it is. A person's perspective will shift whose fault something is. What if it's my fault? Ida could feel his legs dangling lifelessly as he was being dragged by Tamira. Whatever Latimer did to him caused his legs to not be able to move. Ida felt extreme pain as his back was slammed against the concrete fountain that Tamira had been sitting on moments before. Tamira sat down across from him with his legs crossed. Tamira sighed slightly before he reached up, grabbed his mask, and removed it. Ida watched in horror as the man he once knew as Shimura set down the hand and locked eyes with him. Told you, I couldn't be a hero. Shimura? Ida asked in disbelief. I was once known by that name. Shimura, Tenko. The quirkless boy, who always disappointed his father and strove to be a hero. I remember it like it was yesterday. I finally got a quirk. I could feel it, I knew it was there, but no one believed me. So I worked and worked and worked, until finally it happened. I activated it. I was hugging my mother when it happened. It activated and I could feel as the cracks formed on her and she slowly disintegrated. I was showered in her blood. The funny thing is, I didn't feel bad. I didn't feel anything, so I left, taking only her hand with me. Tamira said as he reached down and grabbed the gray hand that served as his mask. You're sick. Ida said after hearing Tamira's story. And you're a fool. Do you really think heroes can save everyone? They can't, they won't. I wandered the streets for days carrying her hand. Everyone who passed by and saw a crying child alone and scared just said that the heroes will come and help. They never did. But I was found, not by a hero, but by a man. He showed me things, he raised me, he gave me a life worth living. Tamura snarled. What kind of life? One where you kill those who are innocent? Ida protested. Innocent? Innocent, really? You think these people are innocent? I can tell you one thing, combine all of your classmates' misdeeds into one and they would outnumber my own. Do you really think that my brother is innocent? No. He has more blood on his hands than even I do. He tried to kill his own father. Innocent people don't exist. Tamura argued back. You're a monster. Ida said in an act of defiance. I'm nowhere near the real monster here. Tamura said as he put on his mask and stood up. I'm the man trying to save people. I'm trying to save people from the one thing that they think will save them, heroes. Tamura started walking away before he stopped and looked over to Aizawa's unconscious form. Nomu. Kill him. The giant hulking creature started walking over to Aizawa's frame. The dark purple creature stood about 2.5 meters tall. Suddenly it seemed to explode in its left half of its abdomen. Falling to its knees, the Nomu looked around in shock. Then without warning, its right shoulder and arm exploded as well. With its last breath, the Nomu's head exploded into a cloud of red blood. Standing there covered in blood was Izuku. The smell of iron in the air was nauseating. Dripping from seemingly everywhere on his body was blood. Standing up straight, Izuku turned around and faced Ida. His face was so drenched in blood that Ida couldn't make out his expression. Izuku turned around to face Tamura. Izuku got back into a boxing stance. Ready to comply. Brother? Tamura asked half-heartedly. Izuku only growled in response. I see. I understand. Tamura said as he turned around and motioned to all the destruction around him. I destroyed your image of a perfect life. I'm sorry. Izuku moved so quickly that Ida couldn't even see him. His sight of Izuku returned when he saw Tamura holding his fist like he caught it. Izuku's right sleeve was completely destroyed and his arm was swelled up and misshapen like it had been during the quirk assessment. Did you really think that would work? Tamura teased. Izuku's left arm suddenly exploded out of his sleeve and adopted the same form as his right, then it shot up towards Tamura's chin in an attempt to strike him. Tamura dodged and smiled. Predictable as always. Tamura commented as he reeled back his fist. Suddenly his hand started glowing an orange color before it shot forward and hit Izuku in the side, sending him flying back. You got to make sure your hits count. Otherwise you're failing your arms around like a certain number 1 hero. Izuku crashed into the ground and created a massive crater where he landed. Coughing up blood, Izuku got up and charged back at Tamura. Tamura simply raised his hand in defense. Suddenly his arm swelled up like a balloon as Izuku's fist collided with his palm. Izuku was once again sent flying backwards from the shockwave. Impact recoil, spring-like limbs, and air cannon. No wonder Dad loved this combination. Tamura said as his arm returned to normal. Looking up from his hand, Tamura looked in the direction of where Izuku went and shouted, "Care Tio, try again." Ida soon grew horrified as Izuku didn't return with another extraordinary attack or a beam of light. Well, what do you know, I think I might have actually won. Tamura said as he looked over to where the Nomu was at. Get up. I know you're not dead. Tamura ordered the Nomu as he walked over to Ida. Leaning down, Ida couldn't see but he knew that Tamura smiled at him. I'll let you live if you pledge your allegiance to me. Ida didn't even take a moment to think about it. I'll take death over being loyal to a villain. I'm sorry you feel that way. Tamura said as he grabbed Ida's neck. I thought we could be friends. Ida felt as his throat disintegrated from Tamura's quirk. Then Tamura removed his hand. Ida's lifeless body sat still as his head drooped down and covered the gaping hole that was now in his neck. Izuku pushed himself off the ground. His head was aching and his muscles were experiencing fatigue. He had to keep going. Ida had to be safe. He had to save him. Izuku felt as his legs gave out underneath him. Cursing himself, Izuku once again got to his feet. His vision was blurry but he saw a hand reach out and help him out of the crater he was in. Izuku fell to his knees in fatigue. Thanks, Ida. Izuku said. You're welcome, but I'm not Ida. Izuku immediately sent a punch towards the individual he knew was Tamura, but he missed and fell to the ground. Look at yourself, brother. All this could be avoided, all you have to do is cooperate. Tamura berated Izuku. I will never stop fighting. Izuku responded in defiance. Who are you fighting for? Yourself? We both know that you tried to end it after Dad was gone. But maybe you're fighting for the future, but that also wouldn't make sense, the future isn't guaranteed. Maybe, just maybe, you're doing it for your friend, Ida. But he's dead, so why are you still fighting? Tamura asked sadistically. Izuku looked up from the ground and turned to Tamura. Small tears started forming in his eyes as his face twisted and deformed into one of rage. Tamura didn't see it coming as he was now the one on the ground fighting for his life. Izuku's right hand was reaching out towards his chest, only being slowed down by Tamura's own hand holding Izuku's wrist. "What are you gonna do, Izuku? Tear out my heart?" Tamura asked as he struggled to stop Izuku's bloodthirsty rage. "I'm gonna start with that, we'll see what happens afterwards," Izuku said through his clenched teeth. "You'll have to wait. NOMU." Tamura shouted, and immediately Izuku was knocked off Tamura. As Izuku collided with the entrance stairway, he could feel his spine crack and shift from the collision. Standing to his feet, Izuku activated a telekinetic quirk and started moving his legs manually. Izuku slowly walked out of the crater and came face to face with the Nomu that was now trying to kill him. Izuku caught the Nomu's fist as it charged forward to attack him. Izuku threw a punch and broke the Nomu's beak. That Nomu was designed to keep up with All Might. "Do you really think it can't take a punch?" Tamura commented as he materialized a short distance away from the fight. "Shock absorption quirks have a singular weakness. They have a limit," Izuku said as he caught another attack from the Nomu and countered with an uppercut. "That's true, but will you die before you reach that limit?" Tamura asked with a devilish smile. Izuku dodged the incoming fist from the Nomu and responded with multiple jabs to its stomach before activating a speed quirk and charging at Tamura. "I don't need to kill it. I just need to kill you." Tamura slammed into the ground as Izuku held his neck. "You'd really kill your own brother?" Tamura asked as he tried to pry Izuku's hand off his neck. Izuku only responded by tightening his grip around Tamura's neck. "Fine," Tamura stated, his voice devoid of any emotion. Izuku felt as the Nomu grabbed him by his hair and yanked him back. He felt as Tamura grabbed the left side of his abdomen and activated his quirk. Izuku screamed in pain as pieces of his flesh fell off from being disintegrated. Without warning, Izuku felt the Nomu drive its hand inside of the hole made by Tamura and started destroying his organs. Izuku fell limp as he suffered in pain from the injury. The last thing he saw was Tamura walk up to him and cut off his right arm before the doors to the USJ were burst open by a giant gust of wind. All Might was here. "Daddy, why do you hate heroes?" "You've already asked me that, Izuku." "I know, it's just that mommy doesn't hate them. Your mother is a person who gets hope from heroes, I am not." "Why not, Daddy? Do you remember what I told you about Uncle Yoichi? You tried to protect him, but he didn't understand." "Exactly, Yoichi was confused about my actions. Heroes are the same way. Heroes don't understand why you do what you do." "Yes, Izuku. I want you to be the same way, show them what they don't understand." "What does the report look like?" Izuku could hear Nedzu's voice ask. Well, disregarding the injuries that are visible, it was his spine and organs that took the most damage. Recovery Girl's voice responded. Izuku tried to open his eyes, but they were bandaged shut. "What kind of injuries?" Nedzu asked. "His spine was broken in 7 different places. These places are the C3 and 4, T4, 5, and 6, and L2 and 5. His organs were all but basically blended together and the severing of his right arm elbow down. His blood loss was beyond what most would be able to survive. His nervous system was damaged so that he may never be able to feel anything or maybe even move again." Recovery Girl responded. "If he survives, he will be connected to life support and unable to move for the rest of his short life. He'll survive. I know he will. He's not done fighting yet," Nedzu said as he walked over to Izuku and patted his bandaged hand. "And he has a lot of questions to answer as well." "Well, I think we should discuss what happened last week," Nedzu said in a fake cheerful voice. He lost 2 of his students to the USJ and the third was a possible suspect for being the cause. "And young Shigaraki's relation to this Tamura Shigaraki?" All Might interjected. "He was in his skinny form and under his civilian identity of Yagi Toshinori. Indeed, from what the students have said, it seems that Shigaraki knew him. And from the cameras we could salvage, we saw that they were equally matched. This and the last name concludes that they are most likely siblings," Nedzu stated while looking at the photos in the file in front of him. "They're both from the Shigaraki family. It would explain their vast and unmatched power. The Shigarakis are known for their high power in their quirks, and a history of villainy," Midnight commented. "The only problem with that theory is that there is no record of a Shigaraki, Tamura, being born. Young Shigaraki does have birth records and a full history of records to back that up," Vlad King argued. "What if it's someone who merely adopted the name? It would make sense, or maybe it's young Shigaraki's original name." Ectoplasm proposed another theory. "What if Tamura is the next in line to inherit the title of All for One?" Yagi asked. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at All Might. "I'm surprised the man who killed the latest All for One is proposing something like that," Nedzu said as he turned to look at All Might. "Do continue." When I first witnessed young Shigaraki's display of power, I was immediately reminded of All for One, and the entire story fits. Shigaraki's father is dead, died 5 years ago. He is next in line to inherit the Midoriya Foundation, a place we suspected All for One to be running, and he has a power that could match mine. He fits the bill in almost every category. Yagi explained. The only problem is that he either knows who All for One is and doesn't want anyone to know that he knows, or he knows and is truly terrified of him. Nedzu explained. If he knows doesn't really matter anymore. All for One has been terrifying people for over a century, and despite our best efforts, a lot of people know about him and even some have taken up his name in his honor. Vlad King protested. That is true. Nedzu said as he leaned back in his chair. We can't have the students not knowing about All for One, at the same time they shouldn't be scared out of heroics because of a dead boogeyman. Then they shouldn't be in heroics. Everyone looked up and saw Aizawa standing in the entryway of the conference room. He had crutches under his arms and his right arm was in a sling. He slowly hobbled his way over to his seat and sat down. Grabbing the file from All Might, who had yet to open it, he started skimming through everything there. They need to learn that the world is dark and that they can't save everyone. Aizawa said as he grabbed a photo of Izuku seemingly guarding his body. Not even Shigaraki can. Aizawa said as he looked at the pictures of Ida's and Mineta's dead bodies. Teaching about All for One now would be detrimental to their growth, but teaching them about All for One's lineage, that could drive them to be better. You want to teach them about the Shigaraki family? Nedzu asked with a small smirk. My student has thick skin, and he knows what his family has done. He's ashamed of it. Ever wonder why he is here? He wants to change. Aizawa said as he picked up a photo of Izuku punching the Nomu. Very well. Now on to the less than pleasant side of the USJ. 2 students killed villains while there, young Shigaraki and young Yaoyorozu. Nedzu said as he pulled out a picture of Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu felt the hot water hit her bare skin in multiple streams. Her bruised arms and neck felt better as the water from the shower baptized her skin. Tilting her head back she felt it splash against her scalp before intricately flowing through her hair. Turning around Yaoyorozu felt the warm water hit her chest before drizzling down her body to her legs. Moving forward she felt the water splash into her face. Opening her eyes Yaoyorozu watched the water flow from the shower head. Soon the once clear flow darkened into a deep crimson red. Jumping back in fear she fell down and looked up. Standing before her was the very man she'd been seeing more and more each moment. He had almost snow-white skin, his head adorned with platinum blonde hair, and a brown leather jumpsuit. Looking down she saw the very sword in her hand that she'd used to kill him. Screaming in fear Yaoyorozu moved the sword she held in her hands forward. In an instant the man that once stood before her vanished. The water returned to its original clear state. Falling to her knees Yaoyorozu cried. She'd killed a man. Finishing her shower she looked to the small cardboard box she'd opened. What once was a holder for a small plastic rod now was empty. Looking down at the plastic rod that was once contained in the box, she started crying once again. The small rod had a small screen on it. The screen only displayed a small negative sign. We should be thankful that she tested negative. Hound Dog said as she looked at a photo of Yaoyorozu. Doesn't matter. Aizawa said as he threw the photo back to the table before reaching up and rubbing his eyes. She will never be able to forget what happened, no amount of counseling will help her live on. We can at least try to help her. Hound Dog argued. Unfortunately, we are already spread too thin. Not enough teachers and not enough staff to help them. Midnight stated as she leaned forward. Which is why we need to bring in some new staff. Nedzu said as he pulled out 3 files. Each of them are skilled in their fields and have basics in almost anything we wish them to teach. The Boombox Hero, Dubstep, Quirk, Synthwave. I've heard of this guy. He has a powerful quirk and is a great musician. Present Mike said as he read through Dubstep's file. The Hyper Hero, Velocity 46, Quirk, Speed Clones. Are we sure that Velocity is the right person to teach here? Aizawa asked as he set down the file. Her trauma training and degree in psychology will allow her to help Hound Dog with counseling the students. And she also has something in common with Yaoyorozu. I've already dispatched her to go to the Yaoyorozu estate. Nedzu explained without an expression of joy. Aizawa sighed and passed the file on to Yagi before grabbing the last one. No. You can dislike him all you want, but Virgil is the only person qualified to substitute any of you at a given moment. He's ex-military and his quirk is quite fascinating if I do say so myself. Nedzu explained to Aizawa. Doyen Maestro will never teach my class. Aizawa said coldly. Unlike Dubstep or Velocity 46, Virgil won't be a teacher or staff member, instead he will be a consultant to each of you. Nedzu explained. And you all will heed his advice. Yaoyorozu stepped into her bedroom and fell onto her bed. Curling up into a ball, she rubbed her arms and neck gently. The dark reddish-purple skin was unpleasant to the touch. Yaoyorozu heard a soft knock on her door. Her mother walked in and had a grim look on her face. "Honey, there's someone here to see you." Her mother's voice was soft and laced with worry. Yaoyorozu didn't respond, she only had a towel covering her and even that felt like sandpaper on her skin. "I think she could help you, and if not then could you at least give her a chance to? Please." Yaoyorozu only nodded slightly, but her mother could still see it. Yaoyorozu could hear her mother's footsteps slowly recede into the hallways of her home. Silence once again filled her ears, but it didn't last long. Louder footsteps were soon heard until they were so close that she couldn't help but turn to look behind her. Leaning against the doorframe was a woman. She was about 183 centimeters tall. She had long brown hair that faded into a nitro blue dye. She had black leather jacket with a blue 46 on the shoulder. "When Nedzu said you were screwed up in the brain, I didn't believe him, but now I do. We barely know each other and I've already seen you naked," the woman said as she pointed at Yaoyorozu's exposed breasts. "Get some clothes on, we're going for a ride," the woman said as she turned and left. Yaoyorozu walked outside and stared at the 1930 Rolls-Royce Phantom II convertible. It was black with blue flame designs around the front of it. "You gonna continue to stare at it, or do you want to actually go to where I want to take you?" the woman said as she buckled herself in. Yaoyorozu walked up and was reaching for the back seat door when all the doors locked. "Nope, you're sitting up here with me," the woman said with a small smirk. Yaoyorozu complied without a comment and got up front with the woman and buckled her seat belt. Suddenly the car jerked forward and they were off. "You wanna know something funny?" the woman asked as they were driving. "I don't even know your name." A look of horror flashed over Yaoyorozu's face as the woman turned and smiled at her before looking back to the road. "I know you're a Yaoyorozu and that you had a little incident last week that involved killing the guy that hurt you. Besides that I don't know who you are." Yaoyorozu was practically frozen in her seat with fear. The woman looked over with concern before laughing to herself. "I get why you're scared now. I am a stranger who you don't know, who just came to your home, said I was sent by Nedzu, and basically kidnapped you. I'm so sorry. Let's start over. My name is Sakuto, Nana. I'm a pro hero. I'm also a victim like you. That's why Nedzu sent me." Sukoto apologized and explained. "Yaoyorozu, Momo." Yaoyorozu responded. "Yaoyorozu is too long for my liking. You're fine with me calling you just Momo, right?" Sukoto asked. Momo nodded slowly, she was still nervous. "Ah, come on. Don't be like that. The way I see it is that you either have some fun with me outdoors, experiencing life, almost every day. Or you get to sit on a couch with an old man who has a notepad indoors, in a dimly lit room." Sakuto explained as they reached a stoplight. Sakuto looked over to Momo and sighed. "Alright, you win. Spend the day with me this one time and then decide, please." Momo once again only nodded nervously. "You need some serious work, kid," Sakuto said with a sigh. "Do you really think staring at him will make him wake up faster?" Recovery Girl asked as she watched Nedzu stare at Izuku's unconscious bandaged body. It was late enough that she was already feeling sleepy and the sun had long since bid adieu. "He can't wake up. He's already been awake since my last visit," Nedzu said as he looked over to Izuku's left hand. "See," Nedzu said as he pointed at Izuku's hand. "He's been listening, gaining information. I wouldn't be surprised if he listened through the walls at our conference," Nedzu said as he walked over to Izuku's head before whispering in his ear. "I don't appreciate people keeping secrets from me. But I hate people who lie to me even more. I will make sure you pay for that. And that's not a threat. It's a promise." "Daddy, why do people get hurt?" "People get hurt because they are weak, never be weak, Izuku." "How are people weak, Daddy?" "They're mortal, Izuku." "Isn't everyone mortal?" "Not me and you, we'll outlive everyone we know." "Because of our quirk?" "No, Izuku, because of our strength, and will to keep moving forward." Izuku laid in Recovery Girl's office for hours. He'd been thinking about what Nedzu had said to him. He needed Nedzu to be on his side if he ever wanted to get back at Tamura. Slowing but surely he'd spent time repairing his bodily functions. It wasn't perfect, but he needed to be able to walk around, even if it meant with a limp. Reaching over to the side bar of his bed, he hoisted himself up into a sitting position. He breathed out a heavy breath. He'd never felt like this before, he'd never felt weak. Lifting his left arm and hand, he brought a chair to his side that he could lean on. Placing his feet onto the ground, he pushed on the chair in an attempt to stand. Breathing a sigh of relief, Izuku smiled. But his victory was short-lived as his leg gave out from underneath him. Izuku raised his arm in an attempt to at least minimize the damage from the fall, but it didn't matter as he felt what he thought was a scarf wrap around his waist and held him up. I'm surprised you can even move. Aizawa's voice rang in Izuku's ears. Izuku tried to respond, but the bandages on his face not only limited his sight but also sealed his mouth closed. Here. Let me help. Aizawa helped Izuku sit down before pulling out a knife and cutting holes for Izuku's eyes and mouth. Thanks. Izuku's raspy and damaged voice said. You sound horrible. But I'm glad you're alive. Aizawa said as he sat next to Izuku. But that might not be for long. Yeah, Principal Nedzu already told me. Izuku said in response. You managed to PSS off the rat, that's something few people can truly do. Aizawa said as he pulled out a small silver flask and took a sip. Yeah, so how screwed am I? Izuku asked as he turned to look at Aizawa. Screwed enough that I'm offering you some. Aizawa said as he held the flask out to Izuku. No thanks. Izuku said as he pushed the flask back to Aizawa. Your loss. Aizawa said as he took a large sip before putting the flask back in his suit. I am lost. Izuku responded with a solemn smile. You better get unlost real quick, your life is about to kick you ball once again. Aizawa said as he put his crutches under his arms and stood up. UA is about to start a new curriculum on your family history. I got the short straw having to tell you. People should know about it. Izuku said while slightly nodding. They'll know everything, even about All for One. Aizawa explained as he hobbled over to the door before stopping. Nedzu asked you if you knew about All for One, did you? Yes. Izuku replied solemnly. Do you have it? Aizawa asked. If I say yes, people will want me to use it. If I say no, people won't believe me, but at least I won't have to use it. My answer remains unchanged. Momo once again stood in front of UA's gates. The once shiny and beautiful emblem once gave her hope and joy, but now it didn't. Ida died, Mineta died, Shigaraki lied, and the heroes failed. Now the gate seemed more like the entryway to hell. I don't know if I can do this. Momo said as dread filled her stomach. That's all right, you can take more time. Sakuto reassured her. You're allowed to take more time. No, I need to do this. Momo said as she took a step forward towards UA. Class 1A was dead silent. Their eyes were focused on the 3 empty seats. 2 once held their dead classmates. The last held the classmate that saved them all, but may have also caused the attack. Class 1A was snapped out of the silence by the sound of the door opening. Daddy, what are we doing? I'm going to teach you how to play chess. Why? Because chess is a way of thinking and a way of living. You must learn how to play chess, to be it. How do you play? Well, there are multiple ways to play, but they all follow the same basic rules. The goal is to take the opponent's king. It's the most important piece on the board, and it decides who wins and who loses. So it's the most powerful? It's not. Then what's the most powerful piece? It's the queen, Izuku. The king can move in any direction he wants, but he can only move one place. The queen can do the same, but she isn't restricted on how many places she can move. So everything is to protect the king? Yes, Izuku. How one goes about doing so is different to each person. How do you protect the king, Daddy? I don't. Class 1A watched as their teacher crutched his way in. He was followed by a man who looked to be in his 20s. The man dressed in a dark blue jacket and olive green bubble vest. The jacket had red sleeves and a bright pink Wi-Fi symbol of each shoulder. He had dark blue pants and a graphic tee. He was dancing slightly, most likely listening to a song on his bright white headphones. You're all quiet. It would be a welcome surprise if it wasn't for the circumstances. Mr. Aizawa said as he stood at the podium. He sighed. Before he continued. As a result of the events that took place at the USJ, UA has taken precautions in security and safety. This is Rajikase, Yajirushi. He will be your new side instructor and security personnel. You are to treat his words as if they were mine. Jiro raised her hand slowly. Yes, Jiro? Mr. Aizawa asked. Where is Shigaraki? Jiro asked as she put her hand down. That is none of your concern at the moment. Izuku slowly peeled the bandages off his sore skin as he stared at his reflection. He watched as his true pale skin was revealed to the bright white light of the bathroom mirror. As the last of the bandages was slowly peeled away, it revealed the large scar that he always hid from the world. The scar was in the rough shape of a large right handprint. The palm started at the bottom part of the left side of his chin and went all the way up to his cheek before the large fingers spread out over his face. The large middle and pointer fingers went across his eye and nose, and the middle went to his forehead and cut into his hairline slightly. The pinky and ring finger crossed over his lips and stopped at his right cheekbone. The thumb crossed over his flesh and went to his hairline before stopping. Suddenly a wave of fatigue flashed over Izuku, immediately dropping every quirk that changed his appearance. Izuku leaned on the sink, struggling to keep himself up. The left side of his medical gown suddenly grew wet and red. Looking back up at the mirror, Izuku stared at himself. His dark green hair revealed the true pale sickly green, his once toxic green eyes changed to account for the true golden yellow, and his once healthy appearance hollowed out as his cheeks and eyes sunk in. Izuku felt his tears well up in his eyes as he stared at himself. "I'm not like you," Izuku whispered as he stared at the reflection. "I won't be like you." Izuku soon saw his appearance change as he once again activated the quirks. "I'm nothing like you," Izuku shouted as he raised his fist and punched the mirror, shattering it. Izuku pulled back his fist and watched as the blood poured from the bloody wound. Activating a telekinetic quirk, Izuku winced as he pulled the small shards out. Izuku exited the bathroom into the small bedroom of the dorm that Nezu and the police had confined him to. Taking off the blood-soaked gown, Izuku stared at the large scar that had taken up occupancy on his left side. The scar was a sickly purple and in the shape of a backwards F, and it took up almost all of his side, from his waist to armpit. Multiple stitches spiderwebbed their way out from the scar. The skin around the scar was nothing but scar tissue before returning to normal undamaged skin. Izuku turned in the mirror to get a better look at the scar. He didn't know how long he stared at it, but when he looked back up he saw a familiar face in the reflection. "Ida!" Izuku shouted as he turned around to look at his friend, only to see nothing but the walls of the dorm. Slowly turning back to the mirror, he no longer saw his own reflection, only Ida mirroring his movements. A look of bewildered horror slowly developed over Izuku's face as he stared at his dead friend. "Ida!" Izuku whispered as he stared into the mirror. "Why didn't you save me?" A haunting voice rang in Izuku's head as the image of Ida slowly deformed to have its neck torn open and blood flowing out in endless amounts. "Ida, I tried." Izuku pleaded as tears started forming in his eyes. "Trying is a false effort, you must not try harder. You must succeed." Izuku's father's voice shouted out. "Please, Ida. Forgive me." Izuku pleaded once again as the tears started flowing down his cheeks. The image of Ida took a step forward and seemingly walked out of the mirror and stood before Izuku before grabbing him and pulling him closer. "You can't save me. You can't save anyone," the image shouted at Izuku as it pulled him in. Darkness consumed Izuku's every being as he found himself in a completely empty void. Izuku screamed in pain as he curled up into a ball and cried. Izuku shut his eyes and spoke quietly. "I tried to save you, why couldn't I save you?" When Izuku opened his eyes he once again found himself in the dorm room. Getting off the floor, Izuku stared at the mirror with a look of horror. Tears filled his eyes again as he recalled the events in his mind. Izuku slowly wiped his tears away. A singular thought replaying in his mind, maybe the Ida was right. He couldn't save anyone. After all, why would anyone want to be friends with, let alone be saved by, a villain? Lunch was soon upon the students as they all filed into the lunchroom. For the teacher's lunch was to discuss an entirely different matter. The future of Shigaraki, Izuku, Nezu, Aizawa, and All Might all sat in the conference room. Joining them was Detective Tsukachi. "We've gathered more information on him, mainly previous schooling as you requested, and you'll be happy to hear you were right, he wasn't homeschooled." Tsukachi said. He handed files out to all present. "He's had too many previous names to count and a different quirk with each. Another lie to add to the ever-growing list," Nezu said as he skimmed through each file. "Care to add another, Aizawa? He does know about all for one. But he continues to insist that he doesn't have the quirk," Aizawa said as he stared at the file on top of the stack. The photo was of what looked to be an 8-year-old Izuku, except he had black hair and darker skin with red eyes. More and more lies, almost endless amounts. "I'm curious how deep the rabbit hole goes," Nezu said as he continued to look at the files before he reached the last file. Unlike the rest of them, this one was different. It was the most recent one. The name on the file was Midoriya Izuku. The photo that accompanied it showed a picture of Izuku, except it was unlike the rest. Instead of being dark and gloomy, Izuku was actually smiling brightly. He had real joy in his eyes and a genuine smile. Nezu opened the file and started reading the information slowly, then he finally stopped on a singular section. "Quirk, none," Nezu said quietly as he read it. "What?" Tsukachi asked. "He never smiles in any of the school photos except this one," Nezu said as he motioned towards the file. "Why would that be important?" Aizawa asked as he leaned over to see the file better. "It says he's quirkless, doesn't it?" All Might asked as he drooped his head into his hands while resting his elbows on the table. "Interesting, All Might. I would have thought that you would be against having him here in the first place, but actually taking a liking to the boy and understanding him. I would have thought the man who had killed 2 all-for-ones would be out to kill a potential third," Nezu said as he turned to look towards All Might. "Care to explain?" When I saw him lying there on the ground at the USJ, he wasn't a villain, he wasn't a hero, and he wasn't a threat. I originally feared the idea that he could be related to that man, but then I saw him. Lifeless and alone. All Might looked down at his hands before closing them solemnly. Even if he has all for one, he chose to be here, to be a hero. That has to be something taken into consideration. Agreed, even if he had something to do with the attack, his actions just can't be dismissed like they don't matter. Aizawa added. Again someone who was against Shigaraki taking his side. Well, the vote is 2-1, care to add one Tsukachi? Nedzu said in a slight surprise. Even if the evidence is in his favor, he still lied and he is still a person of interest to the investigation. We can't just let him go free. Tsukachi explained. Well, the vote is 2-2, who should bring in to break the tie? Nedzu asked with a manic grin. I'll be the next vote. Everyone in the room suddenly turned towards the origin of the voice to find a man stepping out of a pale pink rectangle portal. The man had long straight white hair and purple skin with pointy elf-like ears. He was dressed in a fine black tux with white gloves on his hands. Tsukachi pulled out his gun and pointed it at the man before demanding, "Who are you?" "Detective, I would put your gun down before you end up in the hospital," Nedzu advised as he turned to face Hiro. "Well, Hiro, you have our attention." "Nedzu, care to explain who this is?" Aizawa asked as he reached up to grab his capture cloth. "This is Hiro. He is Shigaraki's legal guardian. He and I had a chat after Shigaraki was admitted to our care. He had been less than pleased with our suspicion that Shigaraki may have been involved with the attack." Nedzu explained. "Your suspicion is well warranted, but lacks in enough of its departments that it can't be true," Hiro said as he walked up to the conference table and took a seat before taking the stack of files from All Might. "After all, you can ask me anything and I will give you the full truth." "You want us to interrogate you?" Tsukachi asked as he lowered his gun. "Why not?" Hiro said as he found the file of Midoriya, Izuku. "I will give you any information that you want," Hiro said as he removed the photo of the Izuku smiling. "I do anything for him, it's my purpose." Hiro finished as he pocketed the photo in his jacket. "Truth. All right then," Tsukachi said as he holstered his gun and sat across from Hiro. Pulling out a small recording device, he began the interrogation. "Please state your full name for the record." "Hiro, just Hiro. I don't know my last name." Hiro complied. "Truth. Are you Shigaraki, Izuku's legal guardian?" Tsukachi continued. "For the time being until his mother recovers from her current state." Hiro answered. "Truth. What do you mean by her current state?" Tsukachi asked. "She has been in a coma for 2 years, 6 months, and 28 days. Master Izuku asked me to keep track of how long she's been in her coma." Hiro answered. "Truth. How has Shigaraki's response to her predicament been?" Tsukachi inquired. "Master Izuku, I believe, has handled the situation quite well. He helps the doctors take care of her and often requests to administer her medicine alone. It has never affected how he performs in his academics, studies, or training. As such, I've never restricted his access from her." Hiro answered. "Truth. Did you know about Shigaraki's previous schooling?" Tsukachi asked, trying to get back on topic. "I did. Master Izuku had me apply him to UA without submitting the records." Hiro explained. "Truth. Shigaraki made you forego submitting the records?" Tsukachi asked once again as a small headache started forming. "Yes, he had me not submit them." Hiro answered again. "Truth. Tsukachi leaned closer to Hiro and asked once again. "You intentionally didn't submit the records?" "Yes." Hiro answered once again. "Truth. On whose request?" Tsukachi asked. "Master Izuku's." Hiro responded again. "Truth. Is something wrong, detective?" Hiro asked as Tsukachi reached up and grabbed his head in pain. "I'm all right, let's continue." Tsukachi answered as he regained his composure. "How long have you been in Shigaraki's service?" "I have been employed by the family since before Master Izuku was born." Hiro responded. "Truth. Who were you in service to before Shigaraki?" Tsukachi asked. "His father, of course." Hiro responded. "Truth. Tsukachi once again grabbed his head in pain. "Do you know who his father was?" "I knew him as Shigaraki, Akuma, a model citizen and a wonderful man." Hiro answered. "Truth. Hiro looked down solemnly with a small smile before continuing. "I truly miss him, after all he was my friend." "Truth." Hiro paused before looking back up at Tsukachi. "It's a shame that he's dead." Tsukachi suddenly fell out of his chair without warning. Immediately All Might ran to his side. "Tsukachi, are you all right?" Tsukachi didn't respond. Suddenly blood started running out of his nose and ears. "Nedzu, call an ambulance." All Might turned back to his friend in worry and quietly spoke. "You'll be okay, just stay with me." Tsukachi couldn't move, but he was still conscious. Only one thing was playing through his mind on a seemingly endless loop. "Lie." Nedzu was said beyond belief. Tsukachi was the only one who could truly prove if Shigaraki was innocent or not. Nedzu sighed as he pulled out some of his favorite tea and started preparing it. Nedzu looked to his sleeve and noticed the small speck of blood that he had unfortunately gained while helping Tsukachi. Cursing himself, Nedzu finished making his tea and started thinking of how he was going to get the answers he'd wanted. Nedzu looked over at the intercom on the wall before smiling to himself. Maybe it was time that he discussed Shigaraki's punishment at length. Nedzu leaned over, pushed the button and started speaking. "Mr. Yagi, would you please bring Mr. Shigaraki to my office? I would like to have a chat with him." Nedzu released the button, but not even a moment later a dark swirl of chaotic energy formed in front of his desk. The energy soon took the shape of a human before it finalized in forming Izuku. Izuku walked forward and took a seat in one of the chairs in front of Nedzu's desk. "I didn't think you could move," Nedzu said politely as he reached under his desk and pulled out another teacup. "Would you like some tea? We're going to be here for a long time." "What kind is it?" Izuku said with a small smile. "Gold Tips Imperial. It's a little expensive, but I believe the flavor and enjoyment is well worth it," Nedzu explained. "I have always been fascinated by people who have intelligence quirks. You have an idea of the likelihood that I will want some tea, but no matter how high the percentage is, you still don't know entirely." Izuku responded. "Yes, I too found it fascinating. There's a 67.53% likelihood that you are thirsty, a 21.79% chance that you don't want any, and a 10.68% chance that you do want some and want to see how smart I am," Nedzu responded as he started pouring the tea before pushing forward towards Izuku. "I am always fascinated by quirks. No two quirks are alike. Your quirk makes you so smart that your body physically changed to account for an upright walking stance, but I once knew one that made the person smarter at the cost of being able to control his body. A blessing and a curse, as that person came up with the quirk evolution theory," Izuku said as he leaned and picked up the teacup and sipped slowly. "Well, as pleasant these pleasantries are, we do have to get to discussing your punishment," Nedzu said as he dropped the facade of a smile. Izuku didn't respond, he only set down his tea. "You have caused a lot of problems with the investigation and problems with UA's reputation. I have kept the fact that you are related to the main villain present restricted to the staff and a few police, but some students will figure it out," Nedzu explained. "And if they don't figure it out, most have heard about All For One the villain, and they will know your quirk." "I don't have All For One," Izuku said. "As you've stated multiple times before," Nedzu said as he pulled out his phone and started going through it before stopping on a singular video. "But this begs to differ," Nedzu said as he turned his phone so Izuku could see the video. The video played and showed Izuku taking the Nomu Envy's quirk. "That's pretty damning evidence." Izuku immediately stood up and activated an energy blaster quirk in his hand and pointed it at Nedzu. "Now if I were you, I wouldn't do that," Nedzu advised as he put his phone away before continuing. "That footage has not been shared with anyone. Only I know that it exists, but if you kill me, that footage will be released to everyone in the world. You will burn. You can either kill me and have your secret get out, or you could take the much better deal. You give me a quirk of my choosing and that footage will be forever lost to time, or you kill me and your secret gets out. Carrot or the stick?" "What quirk?" Izuku asked as he slowly lowered his arm and calmed down. "I want the one called Dreamer. I read about it in one of the police cases where a person has a quirk then they end up quirkless randomly. Give me that quirk and I will delete the footage," Nedzu said with a devilish smirk. "I don't have Dreamer, and even if I did, the quirk will not be compatible with you," Izuku explained. "Shame, you only have one other quirk that I want," Nedzu said as he leaned back in his chair. "You want perusal?" Izuku nearly shouted. "Fascinating how it works, I wasn't even thinking of it, I didn't know its name. Which means it cannot only read minds, it also sees memories," Nedzu said as he took a sip of his tea. Izuku bowed his head in defeat. Sighing gravely he looked back up to Nedzu. "This is going to hurt." Izuku felt the small hole form on his palm as he walked towards Nedzu. "I would like one other thing in return." Class 1A slowly filled their classroom in silence. Most haven't talked since the day even started. As soon as each of them were in their seats the bell rang. The bell's loud ringing was quickly followed by silence once again. Soon the clock hit the next minute and there was still more silence. Then another minute, then another. A teacher had yet to enter the classroom. Suddenly the door opened slowly and a figure entered. Recognition filled Class 1A eyes as they saw Izuku walk in. He was dressed in black jeans and a black t-shirt. He was wearing any shoes and only had bandages wrapped around the main part of his feet, but not covering his heel or toes. Everyone's eyes were slowly drawn to Izuku's missing right arm. Better reaction than I expected, Izuku said as he set the stack of papers he was holding on the desk and started looking through them. Welcome to UA's newest curriculum, Advanced Villain Countertactics History. In this class you will learn about some of the most dangerous villains that existed during the early era of quirks. You will learn about how they not only shaped the reality of quirks, but also how they shaped laws and hero society how it exists today, and how they are still affecting the world we live in today. You will also learn of different villain families that at one time controlled most of Japan. Such families being the Akudos, Mangezus, and mine, the Shigarakis. Izuku read off the piece of paper that Nedzu had given him. Izuku sighed as he set the paper down and rubbed his face. I guess we should get the one question out of the way. Yes, I am related to the Shigaraki family and currently the youngest of them, Izuku said plainly as he opened a drawer on the teacher's desk and pulled out a remote. For starter lessons we will be going over the villain known as All for One and everyone who has held the title. Izuku motioned towards the packets with his hand before the packets suddenly started floating and headed towards each member of Class 1A. You are each going to study everyone in that packet. As this is a starter lesson, by the end of the week I expect you to know their names, quirk, and how long they operated. There will be a test on that by the end of the week. Suddenly Izuku clicked the button on the remote and the projector turned on. But for today we are going to talk about why they were called All for One. Tamura sat in his bar stool with a small smile plastered on his face. He looked down as he slowly turned the new mask he'd fashioned for himself only hours prior. The light gray skin of his brother's hand was gentle to the touch. He'd removed the forearm and sent it to Era for testing, but he kept the rest. The golden plate that now settled on his brother's former wrist. Tamura once again leaned in and smelled the scent radiating from the hand. His mother's and Izuku's favorite quirk was one called Petal. It was a simple and useless quirk that only ever had a singular purpose. When the person used it they smelled like flowers. It wasn't a smell like any flower that existed in the natural world, no it was special, it was sweet and earthy. Tamura smiled once again, relishing in the fact that he would forever have a memory of his mother. Suddenly the front door to the bar opened and Era walked in. His long silver hair was tied into a braided ponytail and his amber eyes glowed with glee. You were right, he has a viable solution to our current predicament. Were you able to extract it? Tamura asked as he placed Izuku's hand on his face and turned to face Era. I exhausted most of the samples I had in testing the viability of it. Besides, even if we could extract it, there wouldn't be enough of it to save him. Era explained. So, what do we do now? Tamura asked. I can continue to work on the helmet, but even if he is hooked up to that thing it will give him only a few more months. We need your brother. Era explained as he walked over and sat a couple seats away from Tamura. Finish the helmet, I'll handle my brother. Tamura ordered. From what I've seen you can't beat him. Era argued. You took a large enough trigger dose that would kill almost anyone. I had to completely drain all of your blood and filter it to keep you alive. You can't beat him. What? You think you can? What a joke. Tamura was in disbelief. I believe that I could do at least better than you. Era responded. I'm not stopping you, go ahead. I'll wait to see your results. Tamura said with a smug smile. Daddy, why don't you protect the king piece? The king can see the future. He can't move to a place where he will be killed. That's what makes him powerful. But the queen can move more. Why would you risk the king piece? Izuku, your mind is beyond anything that I could have ever asked for, but you misunderstood. You aren't the king in this scenario. I am. What do you mean? I can move only a little, and without me, the battle is lost, but you Izuku are so much more than I am. If you're the king, what piece am I, Daddy? Izuku, you're not a king. You're not a queen. You're more powerful than all of the pieces combined. If I'm not a piece, what am I, Daddy? You're the player that dictates the ending of the battle. As the former police officer Sudara, Gensei, more commonly known by his villain name, Dorobo, wreaked havoc in the streets of Tokyo, what law was implemented in order to restrict the use of quirks? Izuku asked the class as he wrote the name on the chalkboard. A couple hands raised after the question was asked. Turning around, Izuku pointed to Ishido. The quirk law enforcement restriction? Correct. This restriction placed on the police officers was placed shortly after restricting quirk use among civilians. This time PRD in history became more commonly known as the outlaw years. In this 9-year span civilians and law enforcement alike were not allowed to use their quirks. Izuku checked the time once again to make sure he was on schedule before returning his gaze back to the class. Now, which All for One influenced the change to allow civilians to use their quirks? Izuku watched as a singular hand raised, Yayorozu's. Izuku motioned for her to answer. The fourth one, Shigaraki, Buruza. You're half correct. During this time PRD the title of All for One was transferred to Shigaraki, Deku, the fifth All for One. She pushed the movement to allow civilians to use their quirks in self-defense. Any questions? Izuku asked as he watched the clock settle a few seconds away from the end of his class. Izuku looked down at the class and made sure no one had their hands raised before he sighed. The bell rang and he gathered up his items before he headed out of the room. Izuku felt like his feet were made of bricks as he walked slowly back to the teacher's lounge. Opening the door, Izuku found the room empty. Setting down his things on the small coffee table, Izuku started going over the next lesson he had planned. He had to teach Class 1B tomorrow and he wasn't looking forward to it. The door to the teacher's lounge opened and Izuku felt his ears perk up as the three individuals walked in. The first he immediately recognized as Rajikase, he could tell by how loud the music was playing in his headphones. The next was Doyen Maestro, or more commonly known as Kashikoi, Virgil. He was dressed in a dark purple suit, which fit nicely with his dark African skin. Finally turning his head he saw Sakuto, Nana, the hero Velocity. She was dressed in her standard hero suit, an all-black leather and LTX jumpsuit with bright baby blue accents and a clear blue visor. Rajikase soon noticed Izuku and smiled. Say it isn't so, say it isn't so. Shigaraki is here. And doing his homework. Don't, he is also a teacher here, you should respect him. Kashikoi warned immediately. I didn't do anything, I was just surprised he was here, that's all. Rajikase argued. Even if you are surprised, he is technically our superior since he's been here longer. Kashikoi replied as he started making some tea. But by rank we are above him. Rajikase argued back again. But by experience we aren't. Shigaraki is more powerful than either of us, and he also has more experience with the school, well except Sakuto, she actually graduated from UA. Kashikoi explained. Don't bring me into this. Sakuto ordered. More power than us? I don't believe that. Rajikase scoffed as he turned to face Izuku. I bet that he couldn't take all of us in a fight alone. The room grew quiet as Izuku looked up from his work to lock eyes with Rajikase. All right. What? You're willing to fight? Rajikase asked, shocked at Izuku's response. Ignore him, Shigaraki, there is no need to fight. Kashikoi tried to defuse the situation. He said he was alright with it. Rajikase argued. That does not change the FA-. Let the boy decide. You two bickering won't help. Sakuto ordered. Kashikoi's and Rajikase's heads turned to face Izuku, who was neatly packing up his material in a brown leather messenger bag. Once he was done he walked over to his assigned desk and placed it down before turning to the trio. Where would you like to train? Izuku looked down at his ruined hero suit. Picking it up slowly he brought it to his face and smelled it. The smell of iron was as thick as the smell of disinfectant is in a hospital. The smell nearly made him vomit from the heaviness of it. Running his hand along the surface of it he felt a foreign sensation. The once smooth and clean flawless armor now displayed cracks and dents, like he was moving his hand across sandpaper. Tossing the suit back in the suitcase, Izuku grabbed a completely black version of the UA jumpsuit. Pulling it on slowly and methodically he looked at himself in the mirror. Ida's face once again stared back at him with a devilish smile. The phrase "a wolf among sheep" would not do justice to what you are. You aren't a wolf, you're a disease, a plague, a sickness. But even worse than that, you know what you are, a leper trying to convince the world he's cured when he knows what he is. Ida's dark reflection insulted Izuku. At least I admit what I am. Izuku shot back at the reflection. True, but even a person who looks in the mirror each day still doesn't see what other people do. Izuku blinked and suddenly Ida's reflection was gone. Grimacing himself, Izuku walked out of the changing room and made his way to ground beta. Upon arriving, Izuku saw the three instructors waiting for him. They all seemed to be more armored up than before and they appeared to have some gear with them, most notably being a new belt on Sakuto, large gauntlets on Kashikoi, and a large mechanical-looking bow on Rajikase's back. Approaching them elegantly he stopped before them and spoke. So, how are we doing this? Izuku asked. A 3v1. Us versus you. Rajikase explained with a grin of confidence. How do we determine who gets out? Izuku inquired further. It's simple. Whoever is knocked out, is out. Rajikase explained once again. Prep time? Izuku asked as he started stretching. Since you're already stretching, we get the prep. Rajikase announced in arrogance. Let me know when you're done. Izuku replied. Rajikase and Kashikoi walked through the winding building of ground beta. They stopped every once in a while to set up Kashikoi's machines. How many more of those things do you got, man? Rajikase asked as he once again watched Kashikoi's gauntlets retract to his wrists to reveal his hands before they started working on something. I have as many I believe that I will need. Kashikoi responded as he finished setting up his most recent machine. The machines honestly didn't look like much. They had a white-silver finish and a singular red eye on a thin wire-like body that was only about 60 centimeters tall. Since you decided to challenge him, me and Sakuto get to help clean up your mess. Besides, my quirk gives me an unlimited amount of these, so stop complaining and be grateful. Me and Sakuto are forced to help you. And what exactly is your quirk? Rajikase asked, completely ignoring Kashikoi's insult. It's called progenitor. I can create these machines from my blood and control them. It's also how I control my gauntlets. Kashikoi explained as he got up and continued walking with Rajikase. How big can you make them? Rajikase asked. The biggest one I ever made was about 2 meters tall. Kashikoi answered. Rajikase reached behind his back and pulled out the large mechanical compound bow that he had on his back. Can you modify existing technology? You want me to modify your bow? Kashikoi asked. The guys at Detonarat gave me this prototype. It was supposed to amplify the targeting that my bolts had as well as remove the need to use actual projectiles needing to be fired, but I'm sure someone like you could improve it even more. Rajikase said as he held his bow out to Kashikoi. Fascinating work. Kashikoi marveled as he grabbed and inspected the compound bow. How does it work with your quirk? My quirk allows me to use sound waves as a weapon, but unlike most quirks I can control and focus the sound waves to create powerful attacks. Rajikase explained. So you use the bow in order to lessen the drawbacks you experience by using it. Fascinating. What mods do you want? Kashikoi asked as he continued to inspect the bow. Izuku stood outside the gate to ground beta. He'd been trying to figure out a plan to counter each of the instructors he was facing. Sakuto was a UA alumni and based on her previous records she was only a couple years younger than Best Jeanist and even gained some tutoring from him during her 3rd year at UA. She is skilled and a dangerous foe. Rajikase is a graduate from Ketsubutsu High and his records of being brash and arrogant date back even before then. He showed promise during his time at Ketsubutsu, so he was able to intern underneath top 10 pro heroes since his first internship. No wonder he's so arrogant. Kashikoi was a lot harder to track down, but after a little time of looking Izuku was able to find that he was a former college professor on quirk counter tactics, then he was in the military, but after receiving an injury during a training exercise he was discharged and soon after he received his hero license. Izuku sighed as he remembered the information he read. Rajikase will be relentless in his attacks, and Kashikoi will be as well, but he still couldn't figure out the angle Sakuto would attack from. Her quirk was by far the most interesting of the three. She could create clones of herself from her saliva. These clones grew faster as more were summoned, being able to have 46 clones at once. Only drawback was that each clone wasn't its own entity. She had to control each of them and they could only do basic instructions. Her speed also increased with each clone, but she faced the drawbacks of going nearly 2,000 kilometers per hour. Sakuto obviously found a way to counteract this drawback, as she was often seen running with her clones in the city. Izuku tackled the thought in his head but to no avail. He'd just have to find out the old-fashioned way. The alarm rang and the gates opened as the fight began. Togata was silent as he walked to Gym Gamma. School had ended, but his training didn't. He needed to train one for all. He couldn't put it off anymore. All Might had been able to give him some tricks, but none of them had any noticeable results. All Might had advised him to stop training until he could convince Shigaraki that he should train him. Togata sighed as he changed into his gym uniform and exited the changing room. Looking up, his eyes grew wide at the sight before him. It was Shigaraki sitting on the ground waiting for him. Togata looked at the black gym jumpsuit he wore, noting the multiple cuts and scrapes on it as well as the slightly reddish hue that it displayed around Shigaraki's left side. Izuku looked up to meet the eyes of Togata only to dash away from the gaze in shame. I came to apologize. I thought that by not training you I could protect you from the threats that people like us have to face, but I was wrong. I lost a fight with my brother, a person who is weaker than me, and even more recently I lost a fight with 3 people who don't even come close to being like me. I am a lost cause, but maybe you aren't. Izuku looked back to Togata. I made a mistake. You need to train. And I ask that you allow me to do so. I accept, but you need to tell me everything. Togata replied without a hint of humor in his voice. Only if you do the same. Izuku responded. Very well. It's not a quirk mutation. So, what's the verdict? Nedzu asked as he closely watched each teacher. We believe Shigaraki should be allowed to compete. Midnight announced. Very well, the sports festival will still proceed, and Shigaraki will be attending, but he will be under a false name in order to protect his identity. Nedzu declared. Come on, Izuku, this one should be easy. It's not fair, Tamura. You're a lot stronger than me. Be careful, Izuku. If you start thinking like that, it might become true. I can't get out. Izuku, remember what Dad said? If you're at a disadvantage, then make it an advantage. Good, now do that and you'll OW. Ha, I win. Indeed you do, my son. Daddy. Class 1A stood silently in the prep room. Nothing was the same. Mineta may have been a pervert and a brat, but he still was a common part of their class, and Ida's death only sealed that difference even more. When Momo returned to UA, she was greeted with the open arms of many, but a hug would send her into a panic attack, and a single touch would cause her to recoil in fear. To top it all off, Izuku was not only related to the very villain that caused the USJ attack, but he may also be the heir to the most dangerous villain family in history. Soon Momo exited the changing room. She was wearing a skin-tight white jumpsuit, reminiscent of Midnight's hero suit, underneath her gym uniform. She smiled politely and kindly waved, but anyone who had known her before the USJ attack saw the cracks in the facade. Her smile was forced and empty, her posture was stiff and calculated, and her eyes were a paranoid mess. They were always checking around, making sure they saw everything in the room, but the biggest difference was her hair. Momo always wore her hair in a tall and prideful ponytail, but now her hair hung low and messy. Everyone knew that nothing was the same, but no one had the bravery to say it. Most of the class's attention was focused on Izuku. They didn't talk to him and he hadn't acknowledged their presence. He was covered head to toe in snow-white bandages, like a mummy, only his face was really able to be seen. He was dressed in a black gym uniform over his bandages. He only stood there staring in the large mirror located in the room. Momo watched as Izuku's eyes dashed around looking at the different reflections in the mirror, but soon she saw something that no one else did, a small tear streaming out of his right eye. Momo watched as the tear slowly traveled down Izuku's cheek before it collided with the bandages. Momo slowly walked forward towards Izuku. Soon she was within talking distance, but as she was about to say something, the announcement for the class to go to the field cut her off. Class 1A filed out of the prep room, leaving only Momo and Izuku behind. Momo turned to leave, but she was stopped by Izuku's voice. You wanted to say something? Izuku said softly as he turned to look at her. Right? Momo didn't respond, she only slightly nodded. What did you want to say? I wanted to ask if you were all right. Momo barely got the words out as Izuku looked at her. Her breath hitched as she closed her eyes in fear as she heard Izuku's heavy and thundering footsteps in her ears. His heavy and labored breathing poisoned her ears with sound. Soon she felt his touch on her shoulder. She wanted to recoil and jump away, but she didn't. His hand was gentle, soft, and caring as it lightly rubbed her shoulder in a reassuring way. Momo opened her eyes and looked up. Her eyes met the tear-filled eyes that belonged to him. Thank you. You're the only one who cared enough to ask. Izuku said softly as he walked past Momo and exited the room. When he was gone, Momo reached up and placed her hand where his had been. Tears of happiness and loss filled her eyes as she remembered his touch. Class 1A may have been called to the field, but Izuku had other plans. He didn't feel like going to the field as his attendance wasn't required, he only had to participate in the third round as he was assigned. So instead he opted to wander the many winding halls of the stadium, but soon when he knew he was alone, an old familiar voice filled his ears. I'm surprised you are willing to make another friend, after all you seem to be oh so good at keeping them alive. Ida's voice rang in Izuku's head. Shut up. Izuku ordered. I mean, you did such a bang up last time. Can't wait to see what happens in the sequel. Ida's voice continued. Leave me alone. Izuku ordered once again. Why don't you stop me? You could. I mean, I'm just a figment of your imagination. I wouldn't exist unless you knew I was right. Ida's voice shouted in defiance. Leave me alone, Ida. Izuku demanded as tears once again filled his eyes. A large coughing fit enveloped his voice as he fell to his knees. Soon what was only saliva turned to blood as he continued to cough. His hair turned its true color of a sickly pale green. His muscles sunk in and revealed a sickly malnourished-looking body. Izuku looks up and saw a horrifying sight. It was Ida in his hero suit. The only thing was that blood was slowly dripping out of each and every crack of the armor. I'm sorry, Ida. I couldn't save you. I can't save anyone. Izuku said in defeat. Hey, dude. You alright? Izuku's ears perked up at the voice. It sounded like Ida's, but it seemed to be deeper and older. Izuku's head rose slowly and his eyes focused on the figure that stood before him. The man in front of him had deep dark blue hair and black eyes. He was adorned in a dark blue and black racing suit. Izuku's eyes slowly drifted to the man's elbows and the large exhaust pipes protruding out of them. Izuku's eyes soon drifted to the man's face. It looked like Ida's, but it was longer and more defined. The hair looked like it hadn't been brushed in days and the man's face had a large stubble beard. The man's eyes looked like he hadn't slept in days. Ida? Izuku asked bewildered. Yeah, I'm an Ida, but I'm probably not the one you're thinking of. The man said as he knelt down and comforted Izuku. My name is Tensei. I'm Tenya's older brother. The smell of alcohol was heavy in Tensei's breath as he spoke. Each breath furthered Izuku's discomfort. You're his brother. Realization hit Izuku like a truck. Tears once again filled his eyes as he continued to cry in sadness. Man, what's wrong? Tensei asked in worry. I killed him. I killed Tenya. Izuku shouted as tears continued to flow from his eyes. Tensei was taken back slightly as he finally got a good look at Izuku's face. You're the one he talked about. You're Shigaraki. Tensei exclaimed slightly. I actually wanted to meet you for a while. Why would you want to meet a villain? To kill me? Izuku scoffed as he wiped the tears out of his eyes. No, to give you this. Tensei said as he pulled out what looked to be a ring. The ring was silver and had a circular gemstone in it. The stone is labradorite. Tenya said that you wore lots of rings, so he wanted to get you something to signify your friendship. When was he going to give it to me? Izuku asked as he wiped the last of his tears away. He said he was going to give it to you on his birthday. He said that your friendship was one of the greatest gifts he ever got. Tensei explained as small tears formed in his eyes. He was always so serious that when he said that I nearly jumped with joy. Tensei smiled, but the tears still showed his sadness. Tensei wiped his tears away before handing the ring to Izuku. I can't keep staring at that thing. The same way you can't keep blaming yourself for his death. Tenya was a hardhead and from what I've heard he at least died a hero. Izuku stared at the ring as it sat in the palm of his hand. Soon Izuku heard the sound of a flask being pulled out and opened. The smell of alcohol once again filled Izuku's nose as he looked up to see Tensei taking a large sip out of a metal flask. You couldn't save him, yes. But we don't blame you for his death. You put forth more effort to save him than anyone else. If you want forgiveness, then come work with me, be the hero he wanted to be. Tensei said as he pulled a folded piece of paper out of his back pocket. You can be a hero, no matter what you did, or who you failed to save. You will at least always be a hero to Tenya. Now to give the student pledge. The holder of the new top score on the recommended exam, Midoriya, Izuku. Midnight's voice rang out across the stadium as Izuku walked towards the stand. Izuku watched as all the students parted a path to the stage in front of him. When he got to the stage, Izuku stopped in front of the microphone and breathed in slowly. 5 minutes ago I was thinking that my actions made me a villain, 5 minutes ago I was crying, and 5 minutes ago I was what I thought I was. Then I met a hero, I didn't know him, he didn't know me. But he told me that he forgave me for my actions. Now I stand before you, unashamed of what I did because I did what I thought was right. A hero's job is to meddle in affairs that they have no part in. I pledge to do that. I pledge to do what I think is best. We all do. Why? Because that's what it means to go truly plus ultra? Izuku shouted as he raised his fist into the air, the ring gracefully adorned on his finger. The crowd erupted in praise and the students did as well, all except one student. Bakugo, Katsuki only had one word repeating in his mind. Deku chapter text. Daddy, why are people so mean? Izuku, everyone goes through something in life. You have to be the light and the leader that shows them how to live better lives. What if I can't help them? What do you mean, Izuku? What if I can't do anything to help them? Not everyone can be helped in ways that are obvious. Someone might be looking forward to a single person telling them that they do a good job to keep them going. Each day hundreds of thousands of people wake up and feel hopeless, but that's where we come in. What do? We lead them. We guide them. We show them the way. Remember what I told you about chess? You determine the end of the battle by your choices. Doesn't everyone do that, determine how their life goes? Everyone besides me and you is a pawn, Izuku. Never treat them as anything more than that. Who would want to hang around some useless quirkless brat like you? Katsuki flew through the air as his explosions propelled him from behind. Shards of military green metal flew everywhere as he destroyed another of the entry exam robots. He was only about a fourth of the way through the giant towering maze. The first round was the Robot Thunder Maze. All the students were sent to navigate a maze filled with multiple twists and turns. The most annoying part was the multiple robots and traps keeping the students from getting through too quickly. The robots were never a problem, the traps and navigating were. The traps varied from mines to electrical barriers that you couldn't see unless you touched them. Katsuki landed on the ground and hid behind a corner as he rubbed and soothed his wrists in pain. Originally he had planned to fly above the maze, but the concrete wall stood high off the ground, and even if you made it on top or above them you would be knocked off by the numerous traps and the large hooks that would shoot out and drag anyone back into the maze. Katsuki peeked around the corner and came face to face with one of the robots. Reacting quickly, Katsuki grabbed the robot's head and let out a large explosion. He fought hard to get here, he couldn't lose now. What's the matter? Can't stand up for yourself? The boy taunted as he once again sent a kick into Katsuki's gut. Katsuki had to wait till he was 9, 5 long years of torture and pain molded him. At the age of 9 he got his quirk, and it all started when he met Deku. Katsuki flew back from the explosion, quickly thinking he positioned himself and released a large explosion in the opposite direction. Flying forward, Katsuki landed on the headless robot before propelling himself forward with another explosion towards the next. Quickly dispatching the remaining robots with extreme efficiency, Katsuki landed on the ground and sighed. Despite all his training, his wrists always suffered the consequences of his quirk. Katsuki growled as he heard the other students through the walls. Collecting his anger and strength, Katsuki let out an explosion to send himself high in the air. The wind blowing on his face made him smile, he loved flying. The feeling of freedom and peace was overwhelming. While flying, the world below didn't exist, Katsuki's problems didn't exist, only the wind against his face existed. Katsuki landed on the ground again and started running. He needed to save his wrists for when he truly needed it, besides he was always good at running. Are you alright? Katsuki looked up to the origin of the voice. The boy had green hair and freckles arranged in the shape of diamonds. The green-haired boy extended his hand out to help. Katsuki hesitantly grabbed the boy's hand and was immediately pulled up. I'm fine. Katsuki responded as he grabbed his stomach in pain. Are you sure? We can go to the school nurse if we need to. The green-hair boy explained. I don't need any help from some brat like you, Katsuki said as he tried to stand up straight before wincing and curling over again. I'm not gonna leave you here, not like this. The green-haired boy said in defiance. Reaching down, the boy grabbed Katsuki's arm and slung it over his shoulder and started helping him walk. If I wasn't in pain I'd beat the crap out of you, Katsuki said as he tried to resist. I'm stronger than I look, the green-haired boy said as the duo started walking towards the school. Why'd you help me? You don't even know my name, Katsuki asked as he groaned in pain as he was practically being dragged. Because, besides helping people, there's not much someone who's quirkless can do, the boy answered. You're quirkless? Yeah. To most I'm useless. At my previous schools they called me Deku, but my real name is. Katsuki landed on the ground as he dodged the robot. He'd overused his quirk and now he could feel his wrists starting to swell, but he wasn't going to stop. Charging forward, Katsuki tackled the robot. The two of them crashed into the ground and immediately started wrestling. Katsuki soon got the upper hand and started pounding his fists into the head of the robot. The metal deformed as the powerful punches crashed and slammed into the robot's head. Katsuki stood up as he finished his rampage and looked at the robot. The entire head of it was dented and a small amount of oil was trickling out. Soon the pain in his fists became known as Katsuki looked down at his knuckles. Purple bruises covered them and small cuts leaked blood, painting his knuckles a dark blackish color. Clenching his fists tightly, Katsuki started running. Soon he could see the stadium peeking out over the large walls. A devilish grin appeared on his face, he was going to win. Come on, Kaken. It's not fair, you got a head start, Katsuki shouted back. Him and Deku had decided to have a race, but Deku neglected to tell him until he was a few meters ahead. Soon the duo reached a log bridge and started to cross. Deku made it across just fine, but Katsuki decided to slip and go for a swim. Landing in the water below, Katsuki laughed as he splashed around, but soon he felt the pain in his butt from falling. Kaken, you alright? Deku said as ran up to Katsuki. I'm fine, you stupid Deku, Katsuki said as he tried to get up before falling again and splashing in the water. Here, let me help you, Deku said as he reached his hand out. Katsuki sighed as he grabbed Deku's hand and got pulled up to his feet. We can't stop now. I need to show you something. The winner of the first event is Bakugo, Katsuki. Midnight's voice rang out as Katsuki passed through the stadium entryway. Coming in second place is the infamous Midoriya, Izuku, followed closely by the powerful Todoroki, Shoto in third. Midnight continued as Izuku flew through the entryway, followed closely by Shoto. You three look like crap, I'd recommend getting checked up by Recovery Girl before continuing, Midnight commented quietly so only the three boys could hear. I love guys that know how to work up a sweat, but you need to be presentable, Katsuki scoffed as he started heading towards Recovery Girl's tent that was next to the stadium entrance. His wrists hurt like hell and he knew it, but it didn't change the fact that he didn't need help. he only needed help once, and that was a lifetime ago. What would you do if you had one? What are you talking about? Katsuki asked back in response to Deku's question. A quirk, what would you do if you had one? Deku clarified before asking the question again. It doesn't matter. I'm nothing but a useless quirkless kid whose dreams are too big. Katsuki responded. Come on, Kaken. Humor me. Deku pushed. Alright, fine. I'd go to UA. The same school that trained All Might. I'd get first in everything that I could. Then I'd graduate and be the best hero I could ever be. I'd be the next #1 hero. What kind of quirk would you want? Deku inquired further. It was always stupid, but I always dreamed of being able to blow things up. Katsuki said with a small smile. Looking back up, Katsuki continued, but I am quirkless, so it doesn't matter anymore. Never say never. Deku said to himself quietly. Katsuki exited Recovery Girl's tent, rubbing his wrists. They no longer hurt, but they didn't feel good either. He walked back to the center of the stadium. Most of the other students had finished and the rest were still in the maze. Grimacing at the sight of Kirishima approaching him, Katsuki prepared for anything that was about to happen. You never come to see me, this must be serious. Recovery Girl said as Izuku entered her tent. I need to talk to you, and my shoulder hurts. Izuku said as he walked over and sat on one of the beds. What would you do if you had a secret that could change the world's perception of you, and what if someone knew that secret, but more importantly they were directly affected by it and they hated you? What would you do? Recovery Girl walked over to Izuku and grabbed his arm and put it behind his back and started rubbing it as she spoke. Well, what would happen if the secret got out? I could be labeled as a villain and my hero career would be over. Izuku responded. In that case, discredit them. Recovery Girl answered as she continued to work on Izuku's shoulder. Never took you for one who was into espionage. Izuku said as he felt the tightness in his shoulder leave. That was quick. Are you dash? Izuku grabbed his shoulder in pain as the loud pop sounded from it. Mother skewer. I think you deserve that honestly, but at least you made me win the bet. Recovery Girl said as she grabbed some gummies and handed them to Izuku. You can either discredit the person that knows that secret, or you can grow a pair and face the consequences. Or you could do nothing and live like the secret doesn't exist, as it has been kept a secret this long, and will probably stay that way. You made a bet on me? With who? On what? Izuku asked as he shoved the gummies in his mouth. Yes, with Nedzu, and on whether or not you had another secret that we didn't know. Also good job ignoring my advice. Recovery Girl answered. I didn't ignore it, I was more focused on the bet you made. Izuku said as he got up and started leaving. You might want to interact with other students, you might actually meet some friends. Recovery Girl said as she watched Izuku leave. Everybody says that. Izuku shouts back as he starts walking towards the field. There will be a short intermission between events. You all have 15 minutes. Use them wisely. Midnight's voice rang out as soon as Izuku stepped onto the field. While most students were out getting drinks or stretching, Izuku decided to indulge one of his new favorite hobbies, pacing. Deciding to take a lap around the stadium halls was one of the best decisions Izuku decided to make, as it allowed him to clear his head and truly focus. The decision on Bakugo was one he couldn't take lightly. He may no longer have perusal, but he can still tell when people look at him. It's down to how much he knows. If he knows who I am, he could share my secret, but if he... No. I might be able. No, that would take too long. But if I... Soon Izuku's thoughts devolved into a fairly audible muttering and an even more of a feeling of dread and uncertainty. But soon Izuku's dread became curiosity as he heard two individuals talking. Oh come on Red, you got to think about it. A deep yet charismatic voice sounded. I will not be caught up in another one of your stunts. You already hold a high enough position in the world. Leave me out of it. A second voice that held more malice and anger responded. Oh come on Red. Don't be like that. This would benefit both of us. The first voice returned and seemed familiar to Izuku. Enough, Hisashi. You are going to leave me out of this. The second voice shouted, and soon Izuku was able to easily identify who it was. Endeavor. Red, come on. You can't be seriously thinking of passing this up. Island is a dream come true. They could develop a system to help with your overheating issues. Finally Izuku recognized who Endeavor was talking to. Midoriya, Hisashi, also known as the #1 hero in China, Flame Purveyor. He was often described as a charismatic hero who always did good, like All Might, but to anyone who fought him they'd be closer to comparing him to Endeavor. He was kind to civilians and selfless to a fault, but he used villains as punching bags and stress relievers. Out of all heroes in the world he had the highest kill count. Izuku tried to back away, but the two fire users exited the stairwell and saw him. Endeavor was dressed in his normal blue hero jumpsuit and his flames were burning brightly all around him. Hisashi was also in his hero suit as well. His jumpsuit looked to be made of a dark green silk and it hung baggily on his large body. His right sleeve was completely gold in color and seemingly glowed. His was wearing large gauntlets and boots that had pipes that traveled up his sides and arms before connecting to a large necklace that looked to be folded up. He stood a little taller than Endeavor by only a couple of centimeters. His black hair adorned like a crown next to his stubble and cigarette in his mouth. Izuku! Hisashi called out energetically. Great job in the first round, doing good by my recommendation I see. I didn't want to waste it. Izuku responded. That's good. Anyways, how you been? Hisashi asked. I've been doing well, I lost an arm, but that hasn't stopped me. Izuku responded as he pointed at his arm. Yeah, I heard about that. But we both know that it won't stay that way for long. Hisashi said with a knowing smile. Oh, I don't think you two have met, have you? Izuku put on a fake smile and reached his left hand out towards Endeavor. I don't believe we have. My name is Shigaraki, Izuku. Endeavor grabbed Izuku's hand in a firm handshake before speaking. I could recognize your features. The Shigarakis are known for their sharp chin and pronounced cheekbones. Although you are missing the pale hair and golden eyes. Izuku felt as his hand started heating up and Endeavor's grip tightened. My son has told me a lot about you. I hope you prove to be a worthy rival to him. Endeavor, with all due respect, your son can choose his rivals. And he didn't choose me. Although I will give him a challenge if given the chance. Izuku responded, matching Endeavor's tone. Endeavor let go of Izuku's hand before turning towards Hisashi. You said you recommended him? Indeed I did. He had to work for it though. Hisashi answered. Well, I for one would very much like to see you interning at my agency. I believe it could be an enlightening experience for you. Endeavor said to Izuku. We will have to see. Izuku responded. For the second round, we have... Midnight announced as Izuku stepped out into the field. The event decider stopped on a picture of a singular figure standing on what looked to be a mountain and other figures climbing up. King of the hill. Oh great. Izuku muttered. Your placement on the hill can be decided in one of two ways. You could partner with someone and the person with the highest placement will be the placement that is shared between the two of you. Or you could fly solo? But remember that as you get closer to the top, the first place spot only has room for one. You have 10 minutes to decide if you want to form an alliance or be a one-man army. Midnight announced as all the students started turning to look for partners. I wonder when they'll realize it. Aizawa grumbled as he watched the students partner up with each other. Figure out what? Hisashi asked as he stepped into the VIP Hero Lounge. If they form alliances, their form and footing will suffer, look. Aizawa said as he pointed a shaky finger to the platforms on the hill. The platforms near the bottom are large and have stairs leading upwards. The stairs and platforms are flat and easy to stand on, and more importantly they can fit multiple students on them at once, but as you get higher up the stairs disappear and the students have to start climbing up the walls. The platforms get more jagged before they get smaller, only being able to hold a singular person who is standing still. I see. But I noticed something you failed to. Hisashi said with a sly grin. And what is that exactly? Aizawa asked back, growing annoyed by the hero's presence. Who they partner with will change the game entirely. If they pick someone who has higher placement, they will be higher on the hill. It only takes one guy who gets the idea that he could partner with someone in a high placement and then shove them out of the way to win. 800 yen says I can tell you who it is. Hisashi explained before turning to face Aizawa. Tamura stared intently at the screen in front of him. He lightly caressed his brother's severed hand as his eyes darted across the screen. He liked to play a little game with himself by finding his brother in each camera angle of the students. Soon his face twisted and morphed into a cruel smile as he saw a singular student on the screen, his employee. American dollars were hard to get, but it paid off in the end. He got to test the Nomu, he got to face his brother, he got a memory of his brother and mother, and finally he proved that the Shigarakis were still powerful. Only thing that went wrong was the trigger poisoned his mind and he destroyed any hope of allying with his brother. You win some, and you lose some. Right, Izuku? Tamura asked quietly to himself as he looked down to the severed hand. The hand had finally lost the last of its pigment and was now a light gray like the rest. Tears slowly filled Tamura's eyes as he brought the hand close to his face and breathed in the sweet flowery scent. You were there for me when I was broken. You gave me a brother. Why didn't you side with him? He never wanted to hurt you, he only wanted the world to be better. Tamura's tears continued falling as he looked back to the screen, resuming his game. He found his brother wandering through the students. Most had been picked over and were already partnered up. Tamura looked back down to the hand and tears once again flowed from his eyes. Could I still save him, Mom? You would know, you always knew what to do, you never made the wrong choice. It's a shame, I take care of Father every day, but you died, no one was there to help you in the end. Tamura continued as he stared at the hand. No. You're right. I shouldn't force him to help me, I should be a friend to him, a brother. It's what you would have wanted. Tamura then sat in silence again as he stared at the hand. The sports festival. I could apologize. Yes. That's right. Tamura quickly shut off the TV before grabbing his baggy sweatpants and sweater before shoving the severed hand behind the bar. Tamura was about to leave when he turned to the mirror and looked at himself. His messy hair looked like it was shoved into a blender and his skin was wrinkly and his lips were chapped. Tamura pulled on his only disguise quirk and he watched his hair turn a bright lime green and his skin brighten to a more natural color. His eyes turned from red to gold as the quirk slowly worked. His posture improved and his stride changed as the quirk finished working. Tamura said, "Hello, my name is." "What is my name?" Tamura walked to his room and started sorting through the multiple fake identities he had before he found the one he was looking for. "My name is Hajiwara, Akaji. I'm the pro-hero Chimera. My quirk is assimilation." Tamura spoke as he felt his voice change into a slightly older one before settling into a naive hopeful tone. The final touch was putting his hair up into a messy bun. Unfortunately his hair was uneven and multiple different lengths so it didn't look very convincing, but it wouldn't matter. Tamura had built this false identity over many years to make it flawless, he even did some hero work as a cherry on top. Smiling at his new appearance, Tamura opened the door to the bar and left. He had to have a chat with an important someone. Izuku stared at the clock that slowly ticked down. He only had roughly 2 minutes before the round started and so far no one was interested in pairing with him. Sighing to himself, Izuku sat down and started fiddling with the rocks on the ground, but soon his time waster was interrupted by a shadow looming over him. Izuku looked up and was surprised to see a girl standing in front of him. She had purple hair that seemed to defy gravity and stood up. Her eyes had bags under them and she had a bored expression on her face. "You gonna sit on the ground the entire time?" she asked accusingly. Before Izuku responded, he activated what he always thought was a useless quirk until now. It was called Factor Sight. Basically he could see where people's quirk factor resided in their bodies. Using it he saw a bright glow around the girl's neck and a faint glow around her brain. Izuku smiled as he realized what she was trying to do. Activating every mind-blocking quirk he had, Izuku stood up and responded. "That would be great if I could, but I must participate." A small look of horror overtook the girl's face as Izuku responded. Her quirk wasn't working. "Normally when facing people with mind quirks I like to see how their quirk works beforehand, but yours I decided against. You should really get a new strategy. Insults make people angry, but talking with them would work better. Also don't activate the quirk immediately, that gives you away easily. Have fun," Izuku suggested as he turned to leave. As he was, Izuku felt his uniform being grabbed, expecting it was the same girl as before. Izuku turned with an annoyed look on his face to confront her. Only problem was his annoyed expression and less than friendly demeanor sent the perpetrator recoiling back in fear. Soon recognition filled Izuku's eyes as he saw who grabbed his sleeve. Huddled and covering her head in fear was Momo. Regret instantly befell Izuku as Momo recoiled in fear. Cursing himself internally, Izuku tried to figure out a way to help, but soon his mind landed on only one thing. Reaching down, Izuku felt the pull of a singular quirk, memory share. "Mommy, why do people cry?" "For many reasons." "Which are you talking about?" "When people are happy, why do they cry?" "When people are happy." "That's a good question, son. I know people cry when they're sad, but they shouldn't cry when they are happy." "That is a question you will have to learn the answer to yourself. But would you like to know my reason?" "What's your reason, Mommy?" "Love. They experience love. Love beyond anything they ever knew could exist." "What kind of love, Mommy?" "The love that a mother feels for her son. The love that I feel for you each day." "Will I ever know that kind of love, Mommy?" "You will, someday, Tamura." Momo didn't know what she was feeling right now. It was like she was falling, but she could tell she wasn't moving. Soon she hit what she thought was the ground, and it was soft as she landed, yet firm as she pushed herself up to stand. "Where am I?" The question poisoned her mind as she looked around. The air seemed thick and everything seemed to have a haze of fog over it, but she could still see. She walked forward in an attempt to explore the new reality she found herself in, and as she did, a kick of what looked to be smoke came up with her steps. "This can't be real. Am I dreaming?" Momo thought as she continued walking. She continued walking for what seemed to be hours, but in reality couldn't have been more than a couple minutes, and soon she saw something that couldn't be explained. A little boy was curled up in the fetal position crying. The boy's hair was a pale sickly green color, and when he opened his eyes Momo saw the golden orbs that were in his eyes. The boy had a pure white jumpsuit that was stained with large amounts of blood and dirt. Momo quickened her pace as she ran up to the boy. She tried to ask if he was okay, but her voice never sounded. Soon she reached the boy and tried to reach for him, but her hand passed through him like he was a ghost. This can't be real. Who is this and why can't I help him? More questions without answers plagued her mind as she was cursed to only watch helplessly. Soon another figure seemed to materialize from smoke. The figure appeared to be male and he seemed to tower over the boy. The man had long dark green hair and a stubble beard forming on his face. He was dressed in a black suit and a white button shirt, but he didn't have a tie on. Get up! We're not done yet. The man ordered the boy as he loomed over him. The boy struggled to climb to his feet, and just as he managed to get to his feet the man punched the kid in the face and sent him falling back down to the ground. Pathetic. You were meant to be perfect. And here you are, lying in the dirt, like a pathetic little worm. The man insulted the boy. Momo wanted to look away from the sight before her, but she was unable to. Her eyes remained fixed as she watched the boy timelessly attempt to stand only to be knocked back down. Who would do this to a child? She thought as she watched the boy stand up once again. She expected the same result as before, but this time the boy's arm swelled grotesquely and sharp jagged spikes shot out as it grew to a disproportionate size and caught the incoming punch. Almost instantly the boy's other arm swelled and sent a fist flying towards the man's face. The punch connected and the man recoiled backwards from the blow. Momo thought the boy would stop, but soon the boy let go of the man's hand and sent a punch towards his stomach. Unfortunately the result wasn't the same as the man dodged the punch before grabbing the boy's face with his right hand. Finally you fight back, unfortunately you didn't follow orders. Insubordination won't be tolerated, but I guess a lesser punishment could be rewarded for the effort. The man said as he lifted the boy off the ground while holding his face. What kind of punishment should we do? Torture? Lashings? Or maybe a mark? Yes, a mark will do. A mark to show the world that you are a failure. Suddenly the man's hand seemed to glow orange and the boy started squirming in discomfort. Soon the boy's discomfort grew into a feral attempt to remove the glowing end from his face. Then an inhuman scream sounded from the boy as Momo saw the boy's flesh start smoking and burning. Blood didn't flow from the wound, instead the boy's flesh burned and cauterized nearly instantly. Soon she saw the boy fall from the man's hand and slam into the ground with a loud thud. The man reached down and grabbed the boy's hair and pulled his head up in an attempt to inspect his work. Much better. In my opinion you look much more menacing than before. The man let go of the boy's hair before standing up straight again. Training is done for the day. Maybe next time you won't fail. After the man left Momo saw the boy make an attempt to stand. The boy failed multiple times before he finally succeeded. Only then did she realize one thing, she never got to see his face. But soon her morbid curiosity was quenched as the boy turned to look in her direction. Oh my God. Momo wanted to throw up as she saw the burn. The boy took a step forward and instantly dissipated into smoke. Once again she was left in the dark blank plane. Soon Momo's mind started to ask questions once again, only this time it wasn't calm and collected. Who was that? Why am I seeing this? Where am I? Why can't I scream? Would anyone care if I did? When Momo opened her eyes she was immediately blinded by the bright light of the sun. Her vision slowly returned to normal as her eyes adjusted to the light. The heat from the hand on her shoulder made her want to vomit. The poisonous heat made her recoil in fear. Images of the boy's melted flesh plagued her mind as she violently shoved the hand off her shoulder, inadvertently making herself trip and fall. Her breathing quickened once again as she felt herself falling into a panic attack. How am I back? Where did I go? Who was that boy? Why did I see that? Her mind fired off the questions as she breathed quicker and quicker with each passing second. Her eyes filled with tears as she curled up in a fetal position in an attempt to conceal and shield herself from the world. Hey, it's all right. It's over. Izuku's voice cut into Momo's reality like a chainsaw through butter. His voice was both pleasing and haunting, but more importantly it was eerily similar to the voice of the man in the vision. It's all right, you're fine. I got you. You're okay, you're safe. Izuku's hand was gentle and kind, but its true feeling was calloused and rough. It was the hand of the friend who comforted her when she was scared, but it was also the hand of the man who she had killed. Momo disregarded any feeling of anxiety and self-preservation and immediately jumped and wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck, and like a child wrapping their arms around their parent she didn't intend on letting go. Izuku slowly rubbed back as her breathing started to slow and return to normal. When Momo regained her composure, she let go of Izuku and bowed slightly. I am sorry. I just was scared. Momo tried to get an explanation out, but her anxiety quickly returned and it basically came out as a stuttering mess. Izuku chuckled lightly. I guess that means you didn't hear my question. What question? Momo asked slowly. Do you want to be my partner? Izuku asked. Momo practically screamed yes in her mind as she jumped and once again wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck. Izuku smiled slightly at the gesture and responded similarly with a gentle one-armed hug. One final thought flashed through Momo's mind as she stood there hugging a friend that was like no other. Can we stay like this? Please. Let it stay like this just a little longer. Tamura walked through the winding halls of the UA Stadium looking at the numerous pieces of art and pictures of previous winners. Soon he stopped on one and smiled to himself deviously. The photo was of All Might, or as the name he had been previously known by, Yagi Toshinori. Tamura smiled as he reached up and lightly dragged his fingers across the face of the young All Might. Can I help you, sir? Tamura turned to face the origin of the voice and smiled. The voice's origin was a short bear or dog-like creature wearing a business suit and orange-yellow tennis shoes. No. It's just, I've never met the legend in person. I thought I should learn a little more about him in case I ever do. Tamura responded in character, trying to think quickly. Legend is one word for it. I prefer the word example though. The creature said as it walked closer, so it was standing next to Tamura's leg looking at the picture. Mind giving me a lift? The creature asked. Tamura obliged and carefully lifted and set the creature on his shoulder as the two of them looked at the photo together. Tamura felt the creature squirm a little bit before pulling out a small cardboard box and opening it. Mind if I smoke? No, but you have to give me one. Tamura responded. The creature handed him one of the cigarettes before pulling out a lighter and lighting its own. Tamura rolled the small cigarette in his hand, inspecting it. It wasn't a normal cigarette, this one was brown and olive green instead of white and orange. Tamura put it to his lips and smiled. It was a tea cigarette. I'm having a tea cigarette from a creature I don't know that's sitting on my shoulder. What has my life come to? I'd say your life is fairly interesting. After all, that cigarette is fairly expensive, so I do hope you enjoy it. The creature said as it leaned down and lit Tamura's cigarette. You're a mind reader? Tamura asked as he smoked the cigarette, enjoying the taste of it. Indeed. Sorry if I invaded your privacy, I'm known to be quite curious. The creature apologized. It's no problem. There isn't much up there in the first place. Tamura responded as he reached up and pulled the cigarette out of his mouth. Blowing a puff of smoke in the air, he smiled before returning the cigarette to his mouth. Indeed there isn't. Most people are thinking about a million things a minute, but you have nothing there. It reminds me of one of my students. He doesn't think about much either. The creature said as it smiled. As much as I enjoy the hospitality, I don't know your name, and my shoulder is starting to hurt. Tamura explained. Oh, my apologies. The one I normally do that to has much more muscle than you. The creature said as it slowly climbed down, being careful not to ruin Tamura's clothes. When the creature reached the ground, it smiled and turned towards Tamura. My name is Nedzu. I am the principal of this school and a fellow pro hero myself. What's your name? Hajiwara, Akaji. Immediately filled his mind with the name before answering. He knew that using a single quirk that blocked mental attacks would be a mistake that could land him in prison. I think you already know. Hajiwara, Akai. I've heard of you. The pro hero Chimera. Your quirk was always fascinating. Being able to donate tissue and blood to anyone who needs medical attention is a fairly powerful quirk. Nedzu marveled slightly. But, the only drawback is that your own injuries become worse and your health deteriorates the more you use it. No wonder your muscle mass is so light. You've been using your quirk a lot recently. It's a blessing and a curse to help people. Tamura responded. You're fascinating to talk with. Would you like to join me in the VIP lounge? Nedzu offered. VIP? Who might be there to make it worthy of the title of VIP? Tamura asked. Only the top pro heroes in Japan, a few top international heroes, and a few number ones from surrounding countries. Nedzu explained. One could say it's an opportunity that a villain would fear and that a young pro would die for. Nedzu commented humorously. One could say that. I accept. This isn't a chapter update, but rather a declaration that I'm back. Expect updates going forward and have a wonderful rest of your day. Daddy, I have a question. What is your question, Izuku? You say that you hate heroes, and that they only cause problems, right? Yes, I do. Why would you do that? Izuku, you're older now. You have to properly ask your questions. Right, sorry. You say you hate heroes, but you still put yourself close to them and engage with them. Why do you do that? You know, Tamura asked that exact same question when he was younger. He did? Indeed. Do you want the exact same answer I gave him? Yes. You learn the most about your enemy when they are your friend or colleague. Tamura could feel a sense of impending doom and dread as he followed Nezu, but he also felt the anxiety of maintaining his cover. He was about to walk into the lion's den. He couldn't help but feel a sense of overwhelming pride. The most wanted man in Japan was about to be surrounded by the most successful, most powerful, and most feared heroes across Asia. Are you scared? Nezu asked as the VIP lounge's door came into view down the hallway. Tamura smiled. I'm about to meet the best of the best in the hero business, who wouldn't be intimidated? He answered. That wasn't my question. Nezu said as he stopped and looked back to the disguised Tamura. Tamura hadn't felt small in a long time, but then he did. I asked if you were scared. Tamura grinned internally as he realized the trap he was in. If he answered no, then Nezu could read his mind and know he was lying, but if he answered yes, then Nezu could see he was telling the truth and his cover would be blown all the same. Endeavor is not known for his friendliness. I'm scared I won't make a good first impression. Nezu's death stare turned into a smirk. Good lie. Izuku and Momo stood close together on the small second-place platform, a position Momo did not have a problem with. They were about 6 meters below the first-place platform where Bakugo was. If they wanted to make it into the finals they would have to be on one of the top 15 platforms. So, what are you thinking we do? Izuku asked as he looked down at the numerous other platforms and groups of students. Bakugo's quirk prevents any reasonable chance of advancing upward, but there's not enough room for both of us to hold this position. Momo noted as she grabbed her chin. We split up, we're not going to beat Bakugo when he has the high ground. And we can't defend this position together. Izuku said, basically finishing Momo's thought process. Momo's face practically flashed horror like a spotlight, she didn't want him to leave her side. But I'll lose the P position alone. Momo stuttered out. Despite her desire for Izuku not to leave, she was speaking a genuine concern of hers. Izuku looked at Momo before placing his hand on her shoulder and looking her in the eyes. I believe you can do anything you put your mind to. I believe you could not only defend this position, but also potentially get somewhere higher. Momo's eyes slowly drew up to the platform Bakugo stood on. His red eyes stared down upon Izuku with disdain. I don't think I can do it. Momo said softly. Why not? Izuku asked. You can create anything you want. I'm sure that you could create a win if you try hard enough. Izuku said as he looked down to the students below. His eyes seemed to be searching for someone. And if you fail, so what? You at least tried and put in the effort. Momo watched as her friend's eyes locked in place and a smile formed. Besides, I need to take care of some business first. Momo looked down and saw Todoroki's eyes were locked with Izuku's. Momo grabbed Izuku quickly and yanked his attention back to her before wrapping him in a hug. Promise me you will come back. Momo all but demanded. Izuku smiled warmly before returning the hug. I will. Tamura hasn't felt anxiety like this for a long time. Nezu had offered Tamura a seat that had the best view of the arena, but said seat was right next to Nezu and it was also in the direct center of the VIP lounge. To his upper left sat a frail skeleton of a man. He was extremely tall and had a malnourished appearance with a suit that was way too large for a skinny man like him. To his immediate right was a man dressed all in black tactical gear. His face was hidden by his mask, but Tamura had met him before. He was Blackout, a underground hero that could steal light from the surrounding area, plunging it into immediate darkness. Below him in the seat in front of him sat China's #1 hero. In the lower right sat Endeavor. Nezu sat on Tamura's right and a few other less notable heroes leaned on the balcony that overlooked the lounge. Overall, if Tamura slipped up, he was screwed. Who is your bet on? Nezu asked as he pulled out another one of his tea cigarettes. Tamura scanned the students below, trying to find one that would seem reasonable to choose. Choosing Izuku was out of the question. Tamura's eyes landed on a purple-haired girl. Girl with the purple mad scientist hair. Nezu looked to where Tamura was before smiling. Good choice. Young Shinso is actually high up on the list to be transferred into the hero course. She has a unique skill set that one of our teachers is looking into. Am I allowed to ask about her quirk? Tamura asked. Unfortunately no, but it is interesting. Nezu answered. Tamura looked back to the arena and quickly found his eyes drifting to his spy. It was easy to manipulate her, everybody has a soft spot and hers was easy to find and exploit. Like most children, she had a deep love for her family, and would do anything to help them and protect them. Let the second round begin. It took a moment for most of the students to register what had been said, but when they did, the scramble for the top began. Everyone started climbing, using any means necessary to get ahead of one another. Friends became stepping stones and rivals as everyone struggled to reach the top. Good luck, Izuku said to Momo as he looked down at Todoroki, and watched as he prepared to unleash a devastating glacier-sized attack. Jumping down, Izuku watched the confused faces of the students as they noticed him. Todoroki launched his attack, but before it could do much damage it instantly stopped in place. Looking up, Todoroki met the eyes of Izuku staring back at him. What is this? Midoriya has just jumped down to engage Todoroki. Present Mike shouted over the arena speakers. Todoroki's relatively emotionless expression turned dark quickly. Get out of my way! Todoroki yelled as he launched a second ice attack. The ice instantly turned to steam as Izuku punched it, his fist glowing a deep purple color. Make me! Izuku said before he tackled Todoroki, knocking him off the third-place platform, and both of them tumbling through off the tower. They crashed into the grassy ground, tumbling and toppling off one another as they wrestled in the grass. Despite his glaring disadvantage, missing an arm, Izuku managed to keep up with Todoroki, who didn't have any close-quarters combat attacks. Eventually, Todoroki managed to kick Izuku off of him. Frustrated and set off, Todoroki looked between the tower and Izuku as he stood up. Time to decide. Defend your pride, or win, Izuku said as he also stood to his feet. Todoroki turned to face Izuku, but before he could say anything a large explosion erupted from the top of the tower. The cement structure started to tumble as it broke into pieces. The crowd watched as Cementos reacted quickly, shoving his hands into the cement arena stage, struggling to keep the towers from completely collapsing. Bakugo's explosion has truly shaken up the game. Shouldn't we make sure they're all right? As Momo watched Izuku jump down to wrestle with Todoroki, she couldn't help but marvel at Izuku's abilities. Focus, Momo. She reaffirmed herself as she refocused her attention on first place. Attacking Bakugo head-on was like tossing a snowball into lava. She wouldn't win. She had to think quickly. Other students were already starting to make their way up the tower. Then it came to her, other students. She didn't have to beat Bakugo in a one-on-one fight, she just had to beat him when he was distracted. But then another question came up, how to get the students to Bakugo quickly. It wouldn't matter if one or two students got to Bakugo at a time, he could easily fend them off with an explosion. No, she needed an onslaught. Okay, Momo, think. Rope? No, too linear. Stairs? No, one explosion and they would be turned to dust. Ladder? No, ladders. Momo smiled as she came up with the idea. She would just have to create it. The world seemed to stop as Momo looked down at her stomach. Her stomach and her back were the only two areas with enough room to produce a ladder from. Her back and her stomach. Ever since the USJ, she hadn't let anyone see those two areas. It felt almost sacrilegious now. Momo practically cried as she realized what she was expected to do. She couldn't, she wouldn't. Tears welled up in her eyes as she realized that she was about to fail Izuku. Momo? Are you alright? Momo looked up and saw Uraraka hanging onto the ledge of the second-place platform. Momo didn't even think as she quickly rushed over and grabbed Uraraka's hand and helped her up. Thanks, Uraraka said as she got up and dusted herself off. You're welcome, Momo said quietly as she once again moved back to the corner of the platform. The round was going by slowly, everyone was either struggling to climb or getting knocked back down. Sensing something was wrong, Uraraka sat down across from Momo and asked her question again. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, Momo lied through her teeth before her tears started to well up again and her facade broke. No. Uraraka tried to keep her distance, but she couldn't help but approach Momo to comfort her. Hey, please don't cry. Why shouldn't I? I failed, Momo said as tears flowed out of her eyes. Uraraka could hear as every semblance of logic and reason told her not to do it, but her friend was in crisis, and she wanted to help. Wrapping her arms around Momo, Uraraka held her close. Don't worry. Izuku won't be mad at you. Despite having no knowledge of whether or not that was true, it was the only thing she could say to help Momo. Momo continued to sniffle and sob silently as she found comfort in the arms of her friend. Uraraka, what would you do? Uraraka was confused by the sudden question. What do you mean? What am I doing? What if you had to make a decision, and it compromised every moral you have and hold dear, but it helped those you love and cherish beyond measure? Would you still do it? Momo asked. Uraraka felt guilt like none ever before. Little did Momo know, Uraraka already contemplated a decision exactly like that. Yes, I would. Izuku wasted no time as he saw the tower start to crumble. Forming a whip out of grass, he flung it towards Todoroki, tying him up. Once he was sure Todoroki wasn't getting out anytime soon, he flew forward taking Todoroki with him. Using the third-place platform as a target, Izuku threw his hostage at the student who was standing there, knocking them to the ground. Slapping his palm down on the second-place platform, Izuku heard as the buzzer signaled the second round end. Looking up to the occupant of the second-place platform, Izuku was met with the cold, dead stare of Bakugo. Climbing up, Izuku narrowly dodged the punch that was sent his way by his former friend. "I get that you hate me, but eventually you have to accept that I did what I did, and that I can't undo it," Izuku said with a solemn expression. "Screw you," Bakugo said as he struggled to hold back his tears. Turning away, he was about to leave before he stopped. "Do you even care that she is dead?" he asked, his voice laced with a poisonous venom. Izuku could only sigh. "I think about her every day. Her death is on your hands," Bakugo said before he dropped down, off the platform. "Shiga? What was that about?" Momo asked meekly as she was crouched down on the first-place platform like a small child. Putting a smile back on his face, Izuku turned to look up at Momo. "Nothing you need to worry about," he reassured her. "Do you want to come down now?" he asked. Momo nodded quickly. Soon she found herself floating slowly, and gently, down to Izuku. He embraced her in a hug, which she immediately melted into. She had done it, she created a victory. Not for Izuku, for herself. Halfway across Japan, a man sat alone in a makeshift laboratory. Multiple wires and tubes connected to countless medical devices as they all streamed across the floor leading into a dark corner of the room. Era sat in the room facing that corner with his legs crossed and shirt removed. The sample was viable. "I would have had enough, but he takes after you in the aspect that he hates sharing," Era said as he pulled a scalpel from his belt and started wiping it off with medical-grade disinfectant. "He won the battle. He's allowed to keep his trophies," the hidden figure responded from the corner. "Still, it would have saved us time, and me a headache," Era said as he held up the scalpel to look for any areas of rust or bacteria. "You do not need to fret. You are doing quite well," the figure reassured. Holding the scalpel with expert precision, Era slowly dragged the sharp blade across his forearm skin, creating a small opening. Setting the bloody scalpel aside, Era sloppily wiped the blood away before he pulled out a small metal chip from his arm. Sighing to himself, he inspected the organic chip. 47 hours after insertion, chip variant 57-9 experienced a failure, Era said in a small personal recording device before he dropped the chip into a small tin filled with water. "Now inserting chip variant 58-9. Era continued speaking into his device before shoving the chip into his forearm. He didn't need to stitch himself up as soon he willed his quirk to activate. Thin baby blue-colored threads sprung from his injury before entangling with one another and healing the wound like it never existed. Looking up, Era faced the dark figure with the look of a child awaiting a grade from his teacher. "What do you think of the 9 series?" the figure asked. "They're strong, but I don't think they will give us the result we are looking for," Era answered. The chips were always tested in intervals of 100. The first chip of each series was the base model of the entire series. No major changes were made until the next series. "And what about the problem of only you being able to use them?" the figure asked. "I'm working on it, but it takes time. We're attempting to create artificial quirks in a non-organic way. Technology versus biology," Era answered. "You need to figure it out quickly. After all, Tamura basically just announced his new title as the next All-for-One," the figure said. "Trust me. I'm not a fan of second place," Era said in a sinister voice.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.